HarperCollins presents The House on Otley Road by Rosa Silverman, read by Willow Nash. For Nina and Max, Love You Forever. Prologue. Otley Road, Leeds. She opened the door, and he stood on the top stone step and looked her up and down. The loose blue jeans that didn't flatter her slim frame, making her look like she was drowning. The hoodie and lack of makeup. He noticed how young she seemed. I have some information that might interest you. She stared at him, and he wondered would she go for it, or would he have to try something else? Before she could make up her mind, he pressed on, telling her a version of the truth. He only ever told anyone a version of the truth. It surprised him when she pulled back the door slightly wider. He'd sort of expected her to close it in his face. I'm here on my own, she said, so I don't know. He flashed what he hoped was a reassuring smile. I get it, he said. It's completely up to you, but I know what you're after, and I think I can maybe help. Why don't we have a chat? She pursed her lips as she considered this, and he took the opportunity to peer past her into the hallway. Bare floorboards and a single yellow light bulb missing a shade. The faint smell of burnt toast from deep within, also a tang of perfume. Can we talk somewhere else? She asked. Like maybe in the cafe down the road. He glanced down at his watch, looked back up at her, sincerely apologetic. Thing is, I don't have much time. I've got to be somewhere soon. Okay, she said. Come in, then. He could see she remained uncertain. He must put her at her ease. But that was fine. He knew all the techniques. He smiled again, keeping his hands firmly inside his coat pockets. Look, no hands, no threat. How come you want to help me? She asked, leading him into the flat. I'm just like that, I guess. Well, thanks, she said. It's good of you. Part 1. Chapter 1. 2019. The place was perfect. That was what they all said when they found it. Set back from the main road, at the end of a gravelled front garden, there was something majestic about it. Imposing, with its looming facade of dirty old red bricks. Victorian, probably. Romantic, because it was northern and slightly grimy inside. Not too grimy, though. The girls preferred the idea of mild squalor to the reality. The shabbiness of the ground floor flat could appear charming if you squinted, or if you were inclined to feel stirred by stained sofas and faded curtains. Olivia Kavanagh was. Her family home in Hertfordshire lacked any poetic touches of this kind. Polished to within an inch of its life, it was stuffed with furniture that was modern without being stylish. But her new student digs, almost 200 miles away, had everything. Threadbare carpets, high ceilings, a musty smell that suggested adventure, but which may have been rising damp. It was a place to bring boys to. A place where you could fall in love and have your heart broken. Olivia planned to fall in love at the earliest opportunity. She could hardly continue much longer in her present semi-virginal state. It was embarrassing. Opposite the house was a church, and the flatmates joked about calling in on God should they find themselves needing a spiritual awakening. This was how they signalled to each other that they were too knowing, too sinful for religion. Olivia wasn't really sinful at all, but she played along. They laughed when they saw the lichen-encrusted gargoyle that grimaced from the stone arch above their new front door. Half its face was missing, lending it a comic, gruesome demeanour. The remaining half was dashed with pigeon droppings. "What happened to him?" said Millie, as they filed back up the stone steps after their first joyous outing to the petrol station spa for provisions. Apples, Maltesers, sliced granary bread and cheddar cheese. Nothing that could be fashioned into a meal, but in those early days they were too carefree to worry about cooking, or at least they fondly imagined that they were. "He got shit-faced," said Abby. "What a great house mascot," said Bella. "A shit-faced gargoyle. Sick." It was surprisingly cheap, this slice of prime student real estate that they had been so lucky to find. Instead of considering why, the girls had blindly taken the advice of the estate agent to hurry and sign the contract before anyone else. It had seemed too good to pass up. They moved in on a breezy September afternoon, all of them chauffeured to the north by their parents, their belongings packed into SUVs, piled on top of picnic blankets, National Trust leaflets, dog hair. The new term was about to start, and being second years gave them a newfound confidence. They decided who should claim each bedroom in the fairest possible way. Assorted takeaway menus, which had piled up on the doormat in the summer, were shuffled. Each flatmate took one. She whose flyer advertised the most unlikely combination of cuisines would choose her room first, and so on. Olivia picked the winner. A menu for an outlet selling pizzas, burgers, kebabs, curries, and get this, mushy peas. "Truly all bases covered," she said, pleased with the remark. "I'll take the big bedroom at the front, if you all don't mind." It had tall, broad windows that faced the main road, an ancient-looking ceiling rose of chipped white plaster. Somehow it felt both grand and seedy. Olivia had had it in her sights since they viewed the flat last term with the nervous letting agency woman whose name they'd instantly forgotten. They took to calling her Jen or Jan, whenever they referred to her later. The most spacious of all the bedrooms, it even had its own porcelain wash basin in a corner, cracked and with a yellowish stain. A welcome change from the shared facilities Olivia had endured in first year. Her new best friends insisted they were happy to pay the same as her for the smaller bedrooms. They'd agreed to this in principle before the lots were drawn. Too late to change their minds now, and all were too well raised to make a fuss. Bella went further, claiming a back bedroom suited her better as the street noise at the front would disturb her sleep. It wouldn't trouble Olivia. She hoped that taking the room near the entrance would secure her place in the group. The others would have to pass it whenever they came and went. They'd find it harder to forget about her, which was what she feared most. Being overlooked, demoted from an equal to more of a hanger-on. Initially, then, the house on Otley Road was everything she had longed for. It was just where she was meant to be at her age, which was 19, almost 20. This, or somewhere like it, was where she had pictured herself ever since it had become clear to her that being an A-star student from a minor private school was hardly an identity to cling to forever. The university halls of residence had held their appeal for the first 2 terms of first year. By early summer, she had come to feel there was something tiresomely juvenile about those long, shared corridors. They reminded her of a youth hostel where she once spent a joyless week on a school trip to Wales. The hall's strip-lit communal kitchen, with historic baked bean residue glued to the hobs for eternity, was tolerable at first, if not amusing. By the 3rd term of first year, it was utterly depressing. It was ultimately a relief to leave behind the students with whom she was arbitrarily thrown when she turned up in Leeds knowing no one. From now on, she'd live with a select group of friends who had chosen each other. It was of equal importance that they had chosen nobody else. Olivia was well aware that when it came to friendship groups, who was excluded mattered as much as who was on the inside. She was thrilled to be included. Her new friends were the type of girls who would barely have acknowledged her at school. They were self-assured and streetwise, and in sixth form she had been neither. She'd always clung to the timid girls, the ones who drank little, didn't vape, and did nothing wilder at weekends than Snapchatting in their bedrooms. Yet somehow during first year in Leeds, she joined up with Millie, intimidatingly blonde and pretty, Bella, posh but with a tattoo of a lizard on her foot, and Abby, practically an influencer. They drank blush wine and sometimes did balloons, which Olivia tried to avoid. Occasionally they smoked rollies in a kind of performative way and were generally fun to be with, an intoxicating challenge to keep up with. Through great effort on Olivia's part, she had just about managed to convince them she belonged. During the summer, she'd had 2 more holes pierced in her ears. Perhaps she'd get some ink done too. But her love for the group wasn't unconditional. Put it that way. Millie was a bit too attractive for Olivia not to mind. She herself had never been described as a beauty. Well, only by her dad, which obviously didn't count. And anyway, that was when she was younger, before her face settled into its ordinary adult form. Even her pa didn't try to pretend anymore, although maybe there came a point when a man knew better than to comment on his daughter's appearance. She didn't think she was offensively plain, but she worried she had a tendency to blend into the background, with her limp brown hair and lips that were not the right shape to be called sexy, the sort of lips you'd have fillers in if you were famous. "You have a lovely smile," she was sometimes told. She suspected this was code for, "You look well-mannered, unthreatening." And she was both. It was true. Bella was less naturally striking than Millie, which was something. She compensated by being well turned out, well put together. That was a phrase Olivia had heard and was sure it fitted Bella, whose wardrobe went on forever, expensive by the standards of most other students. She came from a smart West London neighbourhood where everyone's mum was called Annabelle and everyone's dad was old and wore those trousers, chinos you'd probably call them, but with a certain cut or crease or material, something that indicated the man wearing them was rich. Olivia had seen Bella's dad in them. If the Kavanaghs were comfortably well off, it was in a less interesting way. They were home counties people, but in choosing Hertfordshire before she was born, Olivia wondered if they hadn't picked the wrong home county. Surrey might have been better. Bella once asked her, "What's Herts like?" as she'd only left West London to travel to Cornwall or abroad before coming to Leeds. "Oh, it's all right," was all Olivia could think of to say to that. "Supposedly the county of opportunity, lol." She resolved to come up with something wittier next time, but no one had asked her since. It wasn't cool to speak the word lol unless you were being ironic. She also mustn't say out loud what she thought about Abby's huge social media following. She thought it was unfair, incomprehensible. All Abby did was post about student life, but hers was much the same as anyone else's. Essays, computers, libraries, food, drink. Except that she captioned it to make it look like she didn't care about any of it, which, in reality, she did. She used the handle The Real Abs and wrote things like, "It's about improving yourself, not proving yourself, but I'm doing neither." Too often, Olivia trawled through Abby's posts in an effort to understand why they did so well. At this point, she was still none the wiser. Loyally clicking like, she wished she had pulled off something similar herself. She could have been the real Liv, if only she'd thought of it first. If she wanted to, she too could post pictures of herself in different outfits with offbeat captions like Abby's. "Living my second best life, having a meltdown with crisps." But even if she got the captions right, she suspected she still would not attract all those followers. There was no clear reason why not, and Olivia was someone who liked reasons, taking comfort from them, ordering the world with them. At school, she was good at using reason to work out all the answers. She'd always been at, or near, the top of the class, but it bothered her now that in their student social circles she was sometimes still seen as the straight-laced friend. And while she was proud of her connection to Millie, Bella and Abby, she couldn't help resenting the role she'd been assigned. Second year would be her year, she decided during an uneventful summer back home. She would be bolder, at the forefront of things, fearless and unpredictable, like the other three, but more so. And this perhaps was why, When the flat turned out to be far less ideal than they thought, she did not respond as she might have done once. Chapter 2. The first they heard of the dead girl was when Milly returned from the craft alehouse the evening before the start of the autumn term. The seasons turned sooner in the north, and the leaves on the sycamores outside the church were already bursting into amber and rusty red. They reminded Olivia of autumn walks back home with her parents and younger sister Bethany. Homesickness did still occasionally afflict her, though she'd never admit it. But curled up on the sofa in the flat's kitchen living room, in between Bella and Abby, she felt settled. When Milly entered with a thoughtful demeanour, which seemed a touch out of character, the feeling began to dissipate. "Good vibes tonight?" said Bella. "Yeah. No. Got to tell you something, actually." Milly shrugged off her jacket. Olivia, Bella and Abby were half watching television while scrolling through their phones. One of Bella's 35-quid scented candles burned on the mantelpiece. Top notes of sandalwood, base notes of hotel hand wash. She was literally burning her money, thought Olivia, who couldn't help being impressed by this decadence. "What's that?" said Abby, eyes still fixed on her phone. She had just posted a picture of her dinner, captioned it, "Pizza the Action." More time was spent photographing meals than eating them, and the likes were already piling up, which meant it was worth it. Olivia again wondered why so many strangers cared, as she searched for the right emoji to post in response, because sometimes they would do this, sit together in silence, yet talk via phones. When Milly did not reply, Olivia glanced up. She expected to hear some gossip gathered from the second-year students who had moved in down the road, the ones Milly, the most restless of the group, had gone out to meet that evening. But her friend's face looked wan, as if she had just witnessed something dreadful. "What's the matter, mate?" Olivia didn't usually say mate, but wanted to try it out. Wasn't sure she could pull it off. "So, I don't want to freak you out," said Milly, dropping into the rental flat armchair, which, like the sofa, had seen brighter days. A strand of blonde hair fell in her face, and she pushed it back distractedly. Olivia's flat, mousy hair would never behave like that. It didn't fall sexily in her face or tumble over her shoulders like in an ad for shampoo. It did nothing dynamic at all, no matter how she coaxed it. Abby said, "You're already freaking me out. Come on. What is it?" Milly's anecdotes usually involved her tripping over or bumping into a lecturer somewhere awkward, that kind of thing. They were often less funny than she thought. Olivia felt instinctively uncomfortable. Later, she felt like she'd known at that moment what Milly was about to say. "Turns out something happened in our flat. A girl, a student, was killed here." The other three said nothing at first. There were too many questions. No one seemed to know which to ask first, but Olivia broke the silence. "Wait, what? Killed? How and when?" 20 years ago, New Year's Eve, 1999. The millennium." Another silence fell. "What was it then? An accident or drugs?" "Not exactly, no." "What then?" "Murder." The word hung between them, mad and nonsensical. "Shut up," scoffed Bella, with a sort of hysterical laugh. "Be serious. Don't take the piss." The face Milly wore told them she was serious. "Murdered? Here?" repeated Olivia, still disbelieving. "In this actual flat? Or just in this building?" Just in this building, as if that would have been fine. Milly looked contrite when she turned to Olivia. "In this actual flat? Smothered with her pillow in her bed. In the front bedroom. Your bedroom." Olivia turned cold. She could hear her own pulse thudding in her ears. "A burglary gone wrong, apparently," Milly added, Although no one had asked for details, they weren't yet ready to hear them. The killer was never caught. "Sorry, but how do you know all this, Mills?" said Abby. It was clear that, like the others, she was clinging to the hope that Millie was wrong, had to be wrong, because surely they'd know if there had been a murder in this actual flat. It didn't occur to them to wonder how they would know. Wasn't like they had ever Googled the address. "This third-year guy I met at the craft beer place told me. His stepbrother was in Leeds when it happened." "I've always hated that craft beer place," said Bella. "How could he know it was our house, though?" reasoned Olivia. "Otley Road is about 5 miles long." This was true. It stretched all the way out to the edge of the countryside. None of them had ventured beyond Far Headingley. They had no reason to, but they knew the road continued for some distance. They could have tolerated a murder somewhere along it, far from their flat, maybe even a few doors along. But Millie looked to Olivia with the same sorrowful expression. "He asked me where our flat was, so I went, 'Opposite the church, just down from the spa.' And he went, 'Don't tell me it's the house with half a gargoyle above the front door.'" The other three fell silent again, defeated. "Maybe he was mugging you off?" suggested Abby, without conviction. "Why would he tell you this?" said Bella, annoyed. "Like, who even is he anyway?" "Name's Elliot. Lives down the road, towards town. Quite hot, to be fair." Olivia knew from bitter experience that Millie had only to spend a short time in a bar, or anywhere really, before she became the focus of male attention. She had to pretend she didn't begrudge it, make out like she would have found it a nuisance if it happened to her, roll her eyes in a show of false sympathy. "Can't believe we didn't know about this," said Abby, in an awed half-whisper, as if she had in fact entered the church across the road. "Except, why would we have known?" said Olivia. "We were barely born when it happened." "Must have been pretty big news," said Abby. "I knew we shouldn't have taken a ground-floor flat," Bella wailed. "You never said so before." "Because you lot were all so excited about this dump." Olivia swallowed back the saliva that had pooled in her mouth. If Millie's story was true, a girl had been murdered in her bedroom and now she had to sleep there for a year with this knowledge. The others were avoiding eye contact with her. No one, clearly, was about to volunteer to swap. "The estate agent should have told us," said Bella. "Lying Jen or Jan." "Sure, that's exactly the kind of thing an estate agent would tell a bunch of students she's trying to rent a flat to," said Abby. "She'll have been on commission or something." "They should be forced to disclose it." "I doubt it's the law that if a crime is committed in a house, it has to be declared to everyone who moves in forever onwards," said Abby. "If it's a murder, though?" "Pretty sure there's no law about that." Olivia rose and wandered in a daze to her bedroom. She needed to check whether anything suspicious still lurked within, any signs she should have spotted from the start. But of course there was nothing at all, no clue to the room's grim past. Everything was as it had been before. The divan bed, with her pristine white John Lewis duvet on it, her makeup arranged neatly on a shelf, her course books, the old beaten-up armchair, the desk with her laptop on it. How and where in the room had the girl been killed? Her eyes came to rest on the bed, its head positioned below the large front window, which she now saw was an open invitation to intruders, accessible from the front steps. Could this bed be the one in which the girl was killed? Olivia had no idea if a divan might enjoy a 20-year life expectancy. Perhaps there was a change of landlord during the past 2 decades. That was likely, wasn't it? And surely it meant the bed would have been replaced. This detail seemed to matter, and her mind turned the problem over for a moment or two until she became aware she wasn't alone. Her flatmates had followed her out and now stood a respectful distance away, peering in from the doorway as if afraid that crossing the threshold would inexorably lead them too to untimely ends. "I'm sorry," said Milly, as if all this was her fault, which in a sense it was. It was she who had, without warning, upended the life they had all looked forward to sharing, had acquired this awful knowledge by being too interesting to men. The four of them could have been quite content if they'd remained ignorant. It was not as if the dead could really haunt a flat, though it now occurred to Olivia that this disfigured gargoyle was, after all, a bad omen. Of course, they should have realised. But now it was too late. There could be no unknowing. "We've just found it online," Bella announced. "A story about the murder, and there's a picture of our house, but it doesn't say the number. So even if we'd looked up the address, we wouldn't actually have seen this. Maybe now we know, we could try and move out." "To where?" the rest of them asked. Little chance of them finding anywhere now, of the right size and in the right location, and they were locked into a contract, one they should have read instead of joking that contracts were boring and skipping to the end. How hilarious they'd found their own flippancy then. Olivia calculated quickly. If they moved out, the group might be broken up. The others might find a flat for 3, not 4. She might find herself on the outside once again. She couldn't take this risk. And there was something else, too. In standing firm, she would look like the boldest. Her courage would make the others look weak and childish. "It'll be fine," she said, forcing herself to meet their eyes. "It's creepy, obviously, and horrific for that poor girl, but it was ages ago. I bet nasty things have happened in old houses everywhere. We don't know about most of it, so it doesn't affect us." "Well, this affects me," said Bella, shuddering to prove it. "I still think we should leave." "What about the deposit?" said Abby. Bella shrugged like it was only money. Why did it matter? Why not burn it? "Look," said Olivia, in a tone she hoped sounded more magnanimous than she felt. "I'm the one who has to sleep in this room, and I can deal with it. We won't find another good flat now. This one's great value, and we can't just write off our deposits." "Of course it's great value," said Bella, verging on hysterical, though still, Olivia felt, playing it up for added drama. "Someone was murdered here. The landlord should be paying us to live here." "We could ask for a discount," said Milly. "A murder discount," said Abby. "Yeah, no, I don't think so." "Burglaries can happen anywhere," said Olivia. "And if that's what it was, and it somehow went wrong, then I reckon we can live with that. It all seems pretty secure now. Remember the safety features Jen or Jan showed us? The bars on the windows, all the double locks. They must have been installed afterwards. No wonder she banged on about how secure the place is. Must have been worried we'd heard something." "I wish we had," said Milly. "God, I wish we had." They didn't reach a decision that night, drifting off instead to their separate bedrooms, social urges killed by the discovery. It was late, and there were lectures the following day. But Olivia, once alone, did not undress for bed. She grabbed her laptop, sank into the sagging armchair, its stains hidden under a scarf, and typed a blizzard of words into Google. "Student murdered Otley Road, Leeds, 1999 burglary." Was news even published online back then? She wasn't sure, but the others had turned up something when they'd spent a moment searching. The first search results dated from the mid-noughties. They referred to the unsolved killing of a few years before. She clicked on a national newspaper article from 2004. The picture at the top showed a stunning young woman with lightly layered sandy brown hair, heavily made-up eyes and full glossy lips. Judging by the dark background, it was taken on a night out. Olivia's gaze lingered on the image. Then she scrolled to the words beneath. The story ran under the name of the reporter, Kate Marsden. The father of murdered student Emily Pierce has said 5 years after losing his daughter, he can't get closure because her killer hasn't been caught. Speaking on the anniversary of the 19-year-old's tragic death, Derek Pierce, 54, from Chelmsford, Essex, said he was devastated police had never identified the attacker, who smothered the promising undergraduate in her room on Otley Road in Leeds. The murder on New Year's Eve 1999 is believed to have been committed during a botched burglary. Police said at the time it appeared the perpetrator had broken into Emily's ground-floor flat, expecting it to be empty, and panicked when they found her in bed. Losing Emily in such horrific circumstances is something I'll never recover from, Mr. Pierce told the Press Association. But knowing her killer is still out there makes it even worse. I can't get closure until he is behind bars. Detectives say there have been no new leads since the original investigation. If anyone has any information regarding Emily Pierce's final hours, we would still urge them to come forward, said a police spokesman. Then came another picture, a familiar-looking red brick house, probably Victorian. If you zoomed in, you could just make out the gargoyle above the front door with half its face missing. Emily Pierce was killed in her flat on Otley Road in Leeds, ran the caption. Bile stung the back of Olivia's throat. While she was reading the story, she had briefly managed to forget it had unfolded where she now sat. She tried to challenge what her therapist would have called the intrusive thoughts, as she was taught during her unsuccessful treatment for anxiety. A break-in by a violent psychopath could happen just about anywhere, she self-soothed. The thought wasn't soothing enough. But the chance of this thing happening in the same spot again 20 years later seemed exceptionally low, especially now the flat had so much extra security. It was a one-off, random event. Terrible for the victim, but there was no need for her to lose her own head over someone from the past she didn't know. Where else, she wondered nevertheless, could she position her bed so it wasn't beneath the window? She didn't feel up to dragging furniture around, not at this hour, and not while marshalling an army of intrusive thoughts about intruders. Her muscles felt twitchy and weak. Besides, moving the bed would prove to the others that she, too, had been spooked. So she left it and slept with her feet by the headboard, as if this charade of self-defence could possibly make a difference. Chapter 3. Elliot liked Millie. Of course he did. So typical, thought Olivia, as she attempted a smoky eye while watching a YouTube tutorial. Surveying the end result, she decided she looked like she had been punched in both eyes hard. How did other people make it look so easy? The YouTube tutor, a young American with perfect skin and gleaming white teeth, must be using better makeup. Where were the tutorials for girls who owned mid-range eyeshadow from a now-defunct British chain store? And why did all the tutor's instructions have to sound like questions? You make sure to prime the eyelids? You apply the base shade? Well, do you or don't you? It didn't help that Olivia hadn't slept well for the past 3 nights. The problem wasn't only that her feet were up against the headboard and her head where her feet should be, it was also that she couldn't relax in the room. When she did drift into unconsciousness, it was almost against her will, as exhaustion overcame her and her body finally surrendered. Then she'd wake with a start and begin the process again, reprising her tense, watchful state. She kept a lamp on at all times to signal to would-be intruders that someone was home. The downside was the lamp also kept her awake. There was something bad for your health about a light being on while you slept. She had read that somewhere. Or maybe it was just blue light, whatever that was. Tonight, she occupied that hazy, floating state induced by sleep deprivation. She really ought to stay in, but drinks were arranged at the Dry Dock, a former barge adrift on a grassy mound outside the university and repurposed as a pub. Here they would meet Elliot and some of his friends. He had messaged Millie several times since their first encounter. Olivia had struggled to conceal her dismay. The guy had already ruined the flat for them all. Now there was the added danger that he and Millie would, in time, get together. Olivia didn't see herself as a jealous person exactly, but it was hard to celebrate her friends' hookups while remaining unattached herself. She squirmed when the subject arose, braced for someone to ask her, "So what about you, Olivia?" She had so little to contribute to these conversations. There was only Benji Starling, who she'd kissed 3 times in Year 12. When she referred deliberately, vaguely, to her ex, she meant Benji, with his clarinet case and 2 short trousers. A picture of them together on social media supported her story. None of her new friends could verify it since they'd never met her school friends. And never the twain shall meet, she assured herself, feeling cunning in the deception, if also a little desperate. At least she could truthfully say she wasn't technically a virgin. She had slept with one boy, once, during spring term last year. Met him at the Union, him in standard issue white t-shirt and lumberjack shirt, her a couple of drinks down but with a fairly clear head. The sex in his halls of residence was mutually unsatisfying and never to be repeated. She wasn't sure of the etiquette and whether she should stay the night. It felt awkward to remain and equally awkward to leave. She didn't want to commit some post-coital faux pas that others might learn of. In the end, she lay stiffly beside him on his single bed until 2:25 a.m. Then she told him she had just remembered she had a thing the next day and let herself out. She had only once run into him since, at a student theme night in a club. She was dressed as a sexy leopard, in theory, he as an unsexy astronaut. Fortunately, his helmet made communication impossible, hiding the fact they had nothing to say to each other. Thinking back, she had no idea what the theme of the party was. She had neither attempted nor desired to rekindle anything, yet she still felt stung that he had not tried either. Perhaps he was afraid of entangling himself with someone who couldn't apply a smoky eye. His name was in her phone as Ian/Ewan ? She hadn't quite caught it when he shouted it over the music the night they hooked up, and the rule of asking people their name was you only got 2 chances. After that, you had to pretend you'd heard, even if you hadn't. The Ian/Ewan experience wasn't entirely regrettable. What Olivia had lost through pain and shame, she had gained in an anecdote to share when called upon. She naturally recoiled from discussing the finer details, but at least she now possessed a war story of sorts. No longer needed to worry someone would discover she was a virgin. She did not tell anyone that Ian/Ewan was her first, and so far her only, nor that he was unable to finish the job. She did not share the part where she bit her bottom lip to stop herself from crying out in discomfort. Oh well, she had thought afterwards, at least that's out of the way now. Maybe Elliot would have some suitable friends. The thought briefly cheered her as the Uber carried them down Otley Road to the pub. "Why are we in an Uber? It's not that far," said Abby, as they glided silently past the old stone buildings of Far Headingley, the craft alehouse they all wished Millie had never set foot inside, the shuttered phone shops and beauty salons. "It's more than 2 miles away," snapped Bella, who had ordered the cab and was paying, so didn't see why Abby was complaining. The prickliness of this brief exchange put Olivia on edge. She guessed what it was really about. Emily Pierce, to whom none of them had referred by name even once, had cast an unsettling shadow over the flatshare. Olivia wondered whether Abby and Bella privately blamed Millie like she did. Either way, it felt like the group dynamic had subtly shifted in the past few days, as if their bond, forged during less than a year of acquaintance, had already come under more pressure than it could stand. Perhaps it would all settle down in the next few weeks. Probably the shock would fade. the present returning to reclaim them from thoughts of a past they could not stop picturing. They were taking care not to discuss it, skirting around it, acting like everything was normal. Olivia had avoided any further online searches after reading that first story. She knew enough for now, and that was already too much. Inside the pub, she was glad of the noise and crowds, proof that life carried on. It had to. The past stayed in the past, and no one here would be thinking of Emily Pierce. They wouldn't even know her name. No one would, except Elliot, who swaggered straight over to them as they entered. Olivia had to admit he was appealing, with his hair all tousled and boyish on top, the back and sides cut very short, almost shaved, a style she assumed must be fashionable. Her heart sank, her hope that his friends might be interested in her fading. "What we drinking, ladies?" Elliot flashed them a grin. His accent was likely northern. Olivia was too southern to place it anywhere specific. She was glad he had called them ladies. The word always made them cringe and so lowered Elliot's stock. But if the others were cringing, they didn't show it. Least of all Millie, who caught their eyes when his back was turned and raised her eyebrows as if to say, "I told you he was hot." Maybe he was saying ladies ironically, anyway. They reeled off their drinks order. Vodka tonic, vodka coke, glass of white and a sol. Elliot directed them towards his table, where a couple of his mates were seated. 3 boys for 4 girls. Who would end up on her own? Olivia's anxiety ground into gear in her stomach, a well-oiled cog turning over. The 2 mates were nothing special to look at, both with the same fuzzy facial hair, one with a stud earring. The girls hadn't yet discussed how they felt about guys with earrings, so Olivia reserved judgment. The 6 of them made stilted conversation until Elliot returned with the drinks on a tray, providing a welcome distraction. Bella offered to buy the next round, but when the time came, it was Elliot again who jumped up and went to the bar, not checking what anyone wanted. Olivia, whose wine tasted acrid, tentatively rose and followed him to change her order. Being a messy drunk was no longer the thing. It didn't make you seem fun, it made you look like some tragic millennial. No one wanted pictures online of them vomiting into a bin. Even so, the amount of drinking demanded by student life remained tiring and excessive. She wouldn't admit it, but Olivia didn't much like the taste of alcohol. She had learned to fake her enjoyment, just as she had learned to fake being worthy of Millie, Bella and Abby. She was nervous approaching Elliot as he leaned on the bar waiting. Reaching out to tap his arm and attract his attention, he turned to her a split second before she made contact, like he had been expecting her. "Same again?" No, actually. Could I switch to vodka and orange?" She worried he might consider it a laughable choice, like something his parents would drink, but she couldn't change her mind now without looking clueless. At least the drink would probably count towards her 5 a day. Even with the juicer Bella had brought to the flat, they had not been doing too well on the dietary front. "Sure." A smile? Was it a smirk? Was he laughing at her? Played on Elliot's lips. "How are you finding the haunted house, by the way?" They hadn't discussed this around the pub table yet. None of the girls had wanted to bring it up. They were out to forget all about it. The anxiety in Olivia's stomach moved up into her chest, where it formed a bubble of pressure. "Ha ha," she said, attempting sarcasm. "Mills was shook when I told her about it," said Elliot, the smile still dancing around the corners of his mouth. Why was he calling her Mills? He'd known her for about 3 days. Mills was what Olivia, Bella and Abby called her, but they were her best friends. It felt prematurely familiar on Elliot's part. Still, what did Olivia know? She had never spoken to a boy this good-looking before. "Nasty stuff, innit?" he continued. Perhaps his accent was from Manchester? Where else was in the north? Sheffield? "I maybe shouldn't have said anything.
Didn't realise you lot didn't know. Did you Google it yet?
I'm in her room, said Olivia.
What?
The dead girl's room. The one she was murdered in, on the ground floor at the front. That's my room now.
Shit, said Elliot with a playful grimace. Still, it was ages ago.
Killer's still out there, though.
So you have Googled it?
Elliot looked satisfied.
Well, you won't find out everything online.
Olivia's mouth started to form a word, but he cut her off.
I could tell you more, if you're interested.
He shot her a sideways glance that was hard to interpret. Was he flirting with her? He couldn't be, because boys like Elliot didn't flirt with her. They flirted with Millie. Yet hope rose in her anyway, anxiety giving way to something else. Excitement, maybe desire. I'm interested, she said, suddenly not caring what he told her, as long as he made her feel like that again. From the corner of her eye, she spotted Millie obliviously chatting to the boy with the stud earring. Go on, she said, forcing her eyes to meet Elliot's, wondering whether she was coming across as seductive or deranged.
OK, so this girl, Emily, was it, was having an affair with a lecturer. That's what my stepbrother said. Everyone had just found out about it. Then suddenly, she was dead. Or maybe people found out about the affair afterwards.
He trailed off, sounding less sure.
But, yeah, there was more to it than the police let on.
Wow.
I know, right?
Do you think...
He did her in?
Elliot shrugged and pulled a face that seemed to say, your guess is as good as mine. He was enjoying her reaction.
Draw your own conclusions, he said.
Then he turned, tapped his debit card and lifted the new tray of drinks with a practised motion.
Oh,
he added, like he had just remembered.
There was one other problem with the burglary theory.
Olivia waited, her stomach clenching, her breath trapped in her throat.
The girl's stuff had been messed about with, thrown on the floor, you know, like the burglar was looking for valuables. But one of her flatmates noticed that the broken glass from the window was on top of her messed up stuff, not underneath it.
Olivia looked blank. Elliot shot her a mischievous sideways smile that made her legs weaken.
Think about it, he said. If someone broke in and then went through her stuff, the glass would be underneath it, right? But if they'd chucked her shit around to make it look like a burglary, then broken the window afterwards to complete the effect, the glass would be on top. You get me?
He looked pleased with himself for this logic, although he was clearly repeating what his stepbrother had told him. Before Olivia could respond, he cocked his head towards their table, beckoning her to follow. She almost did. She considered it. Would have considered following him anywhere at that point. But her seat was not near his, and he was there for Millie, not her. So she had a better idea. Instead of staying with the rest of them and pretending she liked vodka, she would do something truly impressive, as she had always fancied she might. She would work out what had really happened in her room. Find out if Elliot was telling the truth. Tell the world something it didn't already know, and make her mark. Chapter 4. 1999. The millennium held a special kind of power over everyone, as if it really meant something and wasn't just an excuse for a massive bender. Only Emily Pierce saw through it. She knew that was all it was, and she couldn't get excited. Had bigger things to worry about. But the others were working themselves up in a way that was either endearing or pathetic, depending on how you felt about them. The others... OK, it wasn't all of them, actually. It was mainly JJ and Matty, not so much Alice. Not really Alice at all. Alice didn't care about parties, unless they took place in a library and involved a prolonged period of silent study. Emily knew she should stop being mean about Alice, but Alice made it so easy for people to be mean about her. It wasn't Emily's fault. Alice would behave no differently on New Year's Eve than on any other evening. She would totally ignore its potential for fun. But not JJ or Matty. JJ, whose full name was Jake Jeffries, was the most serious of them all about the party. He'd been talking about it for weeks. Emily had paid little attention to the details since she didn't expect to be there. It would fall in the Christmas holidays, so she'd most likely be at home. JJ planned to return to Leeds early, because, he said, nothing would be going down in his small hometown in Norfolk. So small none of them had heard of it. "It's not even on the map," he liked to joke. Emily tended to respond to this joke with an indifferent shrug. She couldn't have named anywhere in Norfolk anyway. Matty had promised to return to Leeds early, too, persuaded by JJ that it would be worth his while. He had become obsessed with the millennium bug. The idea that modern technology would cease to function and planes would fall out of the sky the second the figures on the digital display flipped to 00.00. "I don't get it," Emily said flatly when he tried to explain it. He waved his hands around as he talked her through it again. "Don't you see?" But no, she did not see, and did not particularly care. She'd been distracted from her usual pursuits since the whatever it was had started with Dr. Barclay, who she was now allowed to address as Aidan. She wouldn't call it an affair, since he was the one having the affair, not her, but it was far more interesting to her than anything her flatmates cared about. They weren't to know, of course, since she hadn't told them. She almost pitied them for their ignorance at times. While they were naively caught up in normal student activities, she was involved in something more adult and complex. It gave her a feeling of self-importance she had never had before. The greatest buzz was knowing he could have had anyone but chose her. In doing so, he had elevated her above the rest of his students, who at first had seemed more capable and certainly more confident in their abilities. But it was Emily, not them, who he wanted. Even though she had scraped into the university by a hair's breadth, even though neither of her parents had a degree, even though she came from Essex. And him, he was the author of countless academic journal articles about who the hell knew what. He was her history lecturer, and above all, he was married. So they had to keep it a secret, and the secrecy was a turn-on. Before it began, Dr. Barclay lavished praise on Emily's essays, asked her to stay behind after seminars so he could explain in detail just how impressed he was. At first she was bewildered. She knew her essays weren't worthy of this attention. Then, because she wasn't stupid, it dawned on her that he might be interested in more than just her half-assed thoughts about the Roman Empire. Her hunch was proven right when, a few weeks into second year, he brushed her fingers with his as she filed towards the door at the end of the session. The contact was so brief, so subtle, it could have been accidental. Emily felt 98% certain it wasn't. If she was honest with herself, she had deliberately made sure she was the last student to leave. Just in case, really. Then the door closed after the others, and she found she was still on the same side of it as Dr. Barclay. Even when viewed from across a lecture theatre, he could not be mistaken for possessing film star looks, not even daytime television looks. Yet there was something about him, a pleasingly defined jawline and plenty of wavy hair. It made him a rarity among the other male staff in the history faculty, most of whom appeared to have stepped out of history itself. Emily had listened as other girls joked about their crushes on Dr. Barclay. So yes, he had some appeal. He would catch your eye in a way other lecturers didn't. If you were that way inclined, you might interpret his glances as suggestive. Emily was that way inclined. By December, they had spent a couple of furtive months snatching kisses in his office. It was funny because, during the tedium of seminars, she had imagined him kissing her exactly this way. Then one day, it was happening, for real. Sometimes, not often, life did that. You pictured something, and then it happened just as you'd imagined it, and you wondered if you had dreamed it into being. In the summer of 1998, Emily pictured herself achieving the A-level grade she needed to take up her place at her first-choice university. Impossible as it seemed, it had come to pass. In a way, this was similar. She wondered if she possessed some special power. All she had to do was look at Dr. Barclay a certain way, her lips slightly parted, her eyes telling him, "It will be fine if you do this. I won't slap your hand away or get you fired." And he did it. He touched her and kissed her, and she didn't even mind that he tasted of Nescafe. It all felt so much more meaningful than when she kissed boys her own age. On precisely 2 occasions, Dr. Barclay had made love to her in his office. Uncomfortably and quite urgently, her perching on his desk while he loomed over her. The first time Emily was intermittently aware of a biro digging into the side of her thigh. It left a mark there afterwards, and the mark excited her when she spotted it later. The second time, she was sitting on a bottle of Tipex. Dr. Barclay wasn't quite the right height for these acrobatics. Too tall, he was forced to bend his legs and stoop, which only detracted in a minor way from the thrill. A more major issue was Professor Gloria Jessup. As head of the history faculty, she would be appalled that a lecturer was carrying on, as Emily's dad would have put it, with a student. Not least because that lecturer was her husband. Not long before the end of term, Emily decided to address all this head-on. Dr. Barclay had taken her out to Bradford, not because either of them wanted to spend time there, but because nobody Dr. Barclay knew wanted to spend time there either. This made it the safest location he could think of. "Is this a date?" Emily asked, needling him when he collected her from the station on Bridge Street in his family Volvo. He was sorry, but he couldn't offer her a lift from Leeds in case someone saw them.
"A date? Yes. Why not?"
he said, unconvincingly. Emily could hardly believe she was sitting beside her lecturer in his car, bumping through the darkness, down unfamiliar streets lit by Christmas lights. Somehow it felt even more transgressive than perching on his desk while he unzipped his trousers. She could also hardly believe there was a child seat in the back. Having caught sight of it once, she decided to ignore it for the rest of the brief journey. She had knocked back a celebratory can of Heineken on the train. It had fueled her with a dash of recklessness, even more than usual. "So, where does Professor Jessup think you are tonight?" she said.
"Told her I was going for a drink with an old friend called Dave. Didn't mention where, and she didn't ask."
What if she mentions it to Dave next time she sees him?"
"Oh, she won't,"
said Aidan, eyes fixed on the road, left hand straying to Emily's thigh.
"Dave doesn't exist."
Emily wondered, was it normal for a married couple to be so unfamiliar with each other's friends? And had Dave been invented that night, or was he an old imaginary friend, deployed for similar purposes before? He might have knocked it, but Aidan seemed to know Bradford quite well, confidently making left and right turns until they reached a pub on a quiet residential street. Pulling up 20 yards beyond it, he shut off the engine abruptly. The car quickly cooled, their breath forming clouds in front of their faces. Emily waited for him to lean in and kiss her, dared him to launch himself on her there and then. He seemed to hesitate briefly and consider it. But then he opened the door and got out, and did not walk around to her side and open hers. Instead, he barely looked at her, as if he was pretending to an imaginary witness that despite arriving in the same car, she had nothing to do with him. An unsettling memory came to her of stranger danger videos she had watched in the drafty hall of her primary school. The huge, clunky television set wheeled in for the occasion. "Never get into a car with someone you don't know, kids, even if they offer you sweets." That was pretty much the gist of it. The videos stressed how risky this was, but the risks were always non-specific, the films ending before you got to see what happened. Dr. Barkley wasn't a stranger, and he hadn't offered her sweets, only sex. Was that any better? Cards on the table, at least. But it did occur to Emily how little time she had spent wondering how all this could end. Hadn't her dad once warned her it wasn't strangers you had to watch for, but people you actually knew? Men like his friend Big Tez, who put his meaty hands all over her, right there in front of her dad, like it was some joke. Her dad didn't have too much to say about that. She dismissed the thought as she sauntered up the pavement after Aidan, making a show of not hurrying to his side, like she was doing it all on her own terms. Because she was, wasn't she? No one had forced her to be here. Big Tez aside, it made no sense to distrust everyone you knew. Meant you could never trust anyone. No one could live like that, taking no risks. Not unless they were Alice. Emily, at 19, was drawn to jeopardy, and as she followed her lecturer into the pub, she braced herself for whatever lay ahead. She would show the older man she wasn't afraid of his age, his status, or wife. The pub interior was cosy and old-fashioned, maybe a little dingy. There were booths in which you could hide away, and it was, she realised, ideal for their purposes. When Emily thought about it afterwards, she suspected Aidan had been there before in similar circumstances. He seemed so sure of his whereabouts, marching straight to a booth at the back near the toilets. Each time the toilet door opened, a waft of stale urine escaped, which she tried her best to ignore because it wasn't romantic.
"A little Christmas tipple," he said as they clinked glasses.
He seemed more comfortable calling it this than with the word date, which didn't suit him. It was a word you might hear in one of the American high school movies Emily enjoyed. Dr. Aidan Barkley was impeccably English. You couldn't tell from his accent where he came from, and Emily knew this probably meant he hadn't grown up in a house like hers, eating meals in front of the telly in a room where the cigarette smoke clung to the walls.
"You're gorgeous, you know that," he told her.
"And you're not bad either."
"I have unforgivable thoughts when I'm around you."
"Tell me."
He leaned in and lowered his voice. "There are things I'd like to do to you."
She waited expectantly.
"Places I'd like to take you."
"Where?"
"Sometimes I feel impure just thinking about you. Do you realise that?"
She hadn't realised that, no, but liked the sound of it very much. Found her excitement building as she blinked at the unreality of the scene. Felt like she was in a movie herself. Though in the movie version, she wouldn't be in a dingy pub in Bradford, but somewhere more glamorous. Once Aidan had bought them 2 Christmas tipples each, neat Jameson for himself, half pints of Heineken for Emily, who didn't want to look rough by drinking pints, she thought she'd bring up his wife again. See what reaction she got. "What do you think would happen," she said, "if Professor Jessup found out about all of this?" The question slipped freely off her lager-loosened tongue, and she awaited its effect with interest. His glass was raised halfway to his lips, and he held it there, not moving, narrowed his eyes at her with a new suspicion. His expression darkened a little. He placed his whiskey back on the table, untouched. "She won't," he said curtly, and she wondered if he was angry with her, noticed that this thrilled her. "But what if she did?" she continued in spite of herself. "Like, what if someone saw us, or she smelled my perfume on you, or she could just tell?" She idly traced her forefinger around the edge of a beer mat. He took a deep breath in, shook his head slightly as if shaking away a thought.
"Let's not worry, eh? Nobody's going to find out. It's our little secret, this."
He placed his left forefinger over his lips, his wedding ring catching the light. With his right hand he reached down below the table to caress her leg.
"I could fall in love with you if you're not careful,"
he mused. I'm not careful, she said, quite truthfully.
The problem is, I'm married and you're very young.
She might have asked him why, in this case, he had started something with her at all, but was just about wise enough not to. She may not have the best grades on her essays, other than those he marked, but she wasn't naive. Who cares about that? She said, her thoughts drifting to whether the child seat in his car would make it too cramped for anything to happen in there. And if not there, where? What was all this for if they couldn't do anything tonight? She imagined the look on her flatmates' faces if she brought him back to the flat. Not that he would agree to it, of course. What a way to blow their little secret to pieces.
Anyway,
he said. Anyway. You never told me you had a kid.
I have 2.
This was somehow worse than him having 1. She didn't know why. One child might be easier to leave. Maybe that was it. Emily was an only child, and she had been easy to leave. Married couples split up a lot, she told him. My parents did. My mum left.
I would never leave my family,
he said. That's what they always say. She was glad he didn't ask her more about her mum, didn't want to talk about that. It couldn't hurt her when she wasn't thinking about it, and this was something she'd become very good at lately. It was easier now she'd moved away. She folded the beer mat in half.
Finish your drink, he said. Then we'll take the car somewhere else.
Chapter 5. Emily hadn't told her flatmates, not because she didn't trust them. She was undecided on that, but because she didn't care to hear their judgments. Of course they would assume the older man was having his wicked way, as if she couldn't hold her own, which she obviously could, as if she wasn't in control when she felt herself to be so. The secrecy, in any case, added a certain frisson. The others would never understand. Least of all Alice, a student who never missed an essay deadline, never woke up with a banging headache or half naked in the wrong bed. The Otley Road flat belonged to Alice's parents, an awkward fact that obliged the others to tolerate her more than they might have done. Paying mates' rates on the rent, they were in her debt in all possible ways. The irony was that mate was not a word applicable to Alice. Oh, she was all right, really, harmless enough, in her own plodding way, but there seemed to exist an off-putting force field around her, which she probably couldn't help. She was the sort you'd go out of your way to avoid getting stuck with at a party. Not that she went to many parties. It didn't matter too much. Emily had other friends outside the flat share. They called her flatmates the oddballs, a little harshly perhaps. But if you needed mates' rates on your rent because your dad was never going to pay your way now you were a legal adult, and your loan had a habit of disappearing in a puff of regal smoke, you couldn't afford to be picky. Possibly she should have been pickier in hindsight, but Emily didn't do hindsight. Bad decisions weren't learning opportunities, they were fodder for anecdotes and jokes. JJ and Matty were not all that bad, in any case. They knew how to have a laugh. Despite his family money, JJ never seemed to have much himself, which gave him at least one thing in common with Emily. He'd attended a fee-paying school she had never heard of. Unsurprising, this, since the only private school she knew of was the one the rich kids attended in Woodford Green.
You don't want to be like them, sweetheart, her dad had always assured her. Those kids don't know they're born.
Not knowing you were born seemed a small price to pay for living in a sprawling new build with 2 flash cars on the driveway. Emily wouldn't have minded that at all, but knew better than to say so. JJ didn't speak of flash cars, but you could tell his dad probably drove one. Like Emily, he rarely mentioned his family, which was good since she didn't want to talk about hers either. During first year, he referred to a girlfriend from home, but no girl had ever come to visit him in Leeds,
as far as Emily knew. The girlfriend whom he had variously referred to as Becca, Becky, and Jessie apparently now studied abroad. He did not say where, and his flatmates did not ask, instinctively afraid of embarrassing him by pushing him on it too hard. He had stopped speaking of her lately. Matty never claimed to have a girl back home, nor anywhere else. Sometimes you got the impression he thought himself above it. His face was naturally watchful, as if he was suspicious of everyone around him. But his razor-sharp mind made him entertaining company, and Emily enjoyed his cutting put-downs of others, and especially of Alice. He resented feeling indebted to Alice, and Emily could hardly blame him, although she wasn't inclined to brood on these things herself.
"She loves that we all owe her,"
Matty had whispered a few weeks back.
"Just loves it. Look at her, pretending not to love it. So pleased she's managed to buy herself some friends."
Emily laughed along, knowing that a better person wouldn't have done so. But if you didn't laugh along, you became the butt of the joke. You didn't serve time at an ugly great 60s comp without coming away understanding that fact of life. Besides, it suited her to keep Matty on side. He was the kindest to her, the one with whom she would sit at the kitchen table until late, drinking whatever booze was in the flat and gossiping. They covered just about everything except their love lives. Matty, it seemed, had nothing to say about his, while Emily had too much to say about hers. Sometimes Matty would sit at the end of her bed in the front bedroom, the biggest, and help her with her assignments, even though she studied history and he studied English. "Why are you better at my subject than I am?" she said. He bowed his head modestly, mumbled something about doing a history A-level. When Alice said Emily could have the front bedroom, it surprised her. It was clearly the best of the rooms. Alice said she preferred to look out on the unkempt garden at the back, where it was quieter, more private. Emily and Matty had laughed about this afterwards. What was Alice trying to keep private? All she did was study. But while Matty was the flatmate, Emily would ask for a favour, and while it amused her to confide outrageous things to him and watch his reaction, she had told him nothing of her liaisons with Dr. Barclay. She knew that he, like the others, wouldn't appreciate the romance or thrill of it. He would see it as sordid, perverted. She did not wish to hear any of them say so, even if they were the oddballs. So she tiptoed about and lied, again and again. She might owe money, to Alice certainly, and maybe to Matty a little, but she owed information about herself to no one. Matty was waiting up for her when she got home, or at least he was still up, which wasn't quite the same thing.
"Where have you been?"
Insinuation in the question, in his expression. Or maybe she only thought this because she was being dishonest. Ordinarily, she would be glad to dissect her evening with him. Not tonight. "Told you," she said. "I was out with mates from my course. It was actually more fun than I expected." More lies. But it didn't matter. Not really. She could get used to telling lies. There was something about the subterfuge and fantasy that appealed. She watched him watch her across the kitchen table as they shared the last can of lager from the fridge. The remains of dinner were strewn around them, dirty dishes stacked by the sink. "Tell you what, you missed some drama here," he said. She raised her eyebrows, interested. "You serious?"
"I'm always serious. Alice and JJ had an argument. It was wicked."
"About what?"
"The rent at first, since apparently JJ hasn't paid any since we moved in. Then it heated up, came to a proper ding-dong. Alice accused JJ of freeloading, despite him being supposedly minted, in her words."
"Ha! What did he say?"
He said you also owe Alice rent, and why didn't she pick on you? Turns out, I'm the only one who's been paying her anything."
Ha! Emily frowned. Had she really not paid anything?
She definitely intended to. She had asked Alice to give her a few more weeks to sort it out. Had those weeks already passed? She drained the end of the can. "Is that it?" she asked, deflated. "Oh no, it gets better. Listen, you'll enjoy the next part." Alice deflects, somehow. Then JJ says the reason she lets you get away with it is because she has this creepy girl crush on you. What? Could be true, I reckon. It couldn't. Don't be a dick. She's never had a crush on anyone. You never know. I do. Her mind drifted back to Bradford, to Aidan and their corner in the pub, to what they did later in the car. Her flatmate's rows seemed like kids' stuff in comparison. She scraped her chair back noisily, aimed the empty beer can at the bin and missed. Matty rose to pick it up. "Anyway, dude, I'm going to bed," she yawned. "Already?" he called after her. He sounded disappointed. She could tell. Chapter 6. Professor Gloria Jessup knew about the girl. Of course she did. She had not been given a chair at the early age of 40, appointed head of department at 41 without possessing a sharpness extending beyond the subject of modern history. Aidan had been behaving strangely since early autumn. Something was going on. She did not yet know with whom, but his evening with an imaginary friend called Dave had sharpened her appetite for finding out. "Dave who?" she demanded, instantly suspicious of almost everything he said now. "You don't know him. Dave Spencer. I used to play cricket with him." She could have believed this, possibly, had she not already been watching him closely for signs of duplicity, had his attempt at a lie not been so transparent. He was in a good mood when he came home that night, after meeting Dave, and smelled strongly of the pub. When she pointed this out, his good mood seemed to vanish and he snapped that it wasn't surprising, since the pub was where he had been, with Dave, a man she could not know because he did not exist. She had almost laughed at the choice of name, so hilariously obvious. She wanted to laugh about this with Aidan, then remembered they didn't laugh together anymore, and naturally not about this. Unlike Dave, the girl was unfortunately real. It was Dr. Marie Hollingworth who finally supplied her name. She and Gloria were sharing a late lunch, midweek in the senior common room. Both had chosen the coronation chicken salad with baked potatoes heavy as rocks, since nothing better was left. The tables around them had emptied out, but tinsel hung from the walls, which made Gloria bitter. Here she was with a dry baked potato, contemplating a serious threat to her marriage, while everyone else prepared for a glittery Christmas. It made it worse that Marie was witness to it all. Although she was a friend of sorts, a work friend anyway, Marie could be smug and sanctimonious, despite having cause to be neither. Gloria had to swallow her pride to raise the subject at all, but it wasn't as hard as it might have been, since she happened to know that several complaints had been made about Marie lately, relating to both the quality and quantity of her teaching. Perhaps Marie was heading for a fall herself, she reflected, as she forked through the expanse of baked potato on her plate in a futile search for buttery bits. "I know you'll be discreet," she began when Marie's mouth was full, "so I wondered if I might ask you something." Marie's small grey eyes lit up. Gloria almost changed her mind, so galling was it to witness the pleasure Marie would take in all this. "I'm worried Aidan might be, favouring a particular student." She chose her words carefully, did most things carefully. "And, as you know, staff are meant to treat all students equally and fairly." Marie's face told her this fact about Aidan wasn't news to her. She wore a knowing, and yes, a smug expression. Gloria balked. The idea of Marie, or anyone, observing her humiliation filled her with silent fury. Gloria was a proud woman. Her professional reputation mattered to her immeasurably. In her mid-40s, she was soaring ahead in her academic career. Next semester, she planned to take a sabbatical to write her third book, which was 3 more books than her husband had so far published. Perhaps this was the problem, that he was jealous, emasculated by her success. She knew this could happen, but wasn't sure what she were meant to do about it. It was hardly her fault if she was more ambitious, more adept. Had he, she wondered, got involved with a student to quieten the nagging inner voice that told him he was failing and not up to it? He'd been finding reasons to stay later at work when she knew he didn't need to. There were surely no plausible contenders on the faculty who'd caught his eye. The staff were mostly male. Of the small handful of women, none seemed to fit the bill. Dr. Margaret Bridges had a long-term female partner. The others were too old for Aidan, including Bev, the secretary. Gloria knew her husband well enough to understand how attention from a student might flatter his vanity, but she still felt shocked that he could have let it fatally cloud his judgment. It hurt, undeniably it did, that after all this time he could tell her these barefaced lies. She found it demeaning, maddening. In the department, and more generally in the field of modern European history, she knew she was highly respected. Incredibly impressive. That was how she had heard herself described by a male professor at Warwick whom she met at a conference after receiving her chair. She tended to agree with his opinion. She was not the kind of woman who expected betrayal by her husband. Marie took an age to swallow her mouthful of food. "I think I know the one," she eventually said, nodding. "Yes?" It was important to Gloria not to let Marie see she was unaware of the girl's identity. "Second-year student who wears the tight jeans, yes? Bit tarty, if you know what I mean. What's she called? Emily something. A looker, but she knows it." "Emily Pierce." "That's her. I'm shockingly bad with their names. Terrible." "I don't teach that girl, anyway, but I have come across her." "Oh, yes, couldn't miss her." Marie lowered her voice, although no one was in earshot. "Seen her come out of Aidan's office on her own once or twice, but... Oh, I don't mean it like that. Sorry, He's obviously giving her extra help because she's struggling," Gloria cut in. "He won't be thinking about how it might look. But please don't mention this to anyone in case it's, misconstrued." So long as neither of them referred directly to the probable nature of Aidan's relationship with the girl, then perhaps Gloria could convince herself that Marie wasn't fully aware. But Gloria had never felt surer. His whole demeanour gave it away, the way he wouldn't meet her eye during certain conversations, the way he turned from her in bed. The decision she must make was what, precisely, to do about it. Oh, she knew exactly who Emily Pierce was. Marie was right. You could hardly fail to notice a girl like her, a less than capable student who was bound to attract a certain type of man. She wore black lacy bras under thin white tops and wanted you to notice. Carried herself as if she expected everyone who met her would want to go to bed with her. It appeared that Aidan had fallen for it, and it was pathetic, really. The girl was so far beneath him. He had always told Gloria, at least initially, how much he admired and adored her brilliant mind, how little he cared for girls who wore too much makeup. It was true, he had reiterated this less and less since their sons were born, but she'd never worried about it, or hardly ever. Life had become too busy, she supposed. They were both junior members of the faculty when they met. He had just completed his PhD on rivalry in the Tudor court. She had been a lecturer for a year. He was moderately attractive and had pursued her rather doggedly, until one lonely evening she agreed to put down her books and come out to the pub. There were no fireworks. It wasn't like that. But gradually a pleasant companionship formed between them. 6 months later, he told her he loved her. She took 6 more months to say it back to him. Had waited, hoping that when she said it, she would be certain she meant it. In fact, she had never been certain. Not even when he asked her, over a lasagna at her flat in Meanwood one evening, "When do you think we should get married?" That was typical of him, to not bother going down on one knee with a ring and doing it properly, as she deserved, but to simply assume she would take him. She half considered turning him down out of irritation, but the years were passing and she had to acknowledge her options weren't likely to broaden. She had prioritised her work until then, but perhaps it was time to think beyond it too. Going through life alone was not, she realised with a jolt, what she wanted. Without giving it very much thought, she had always vaguely imagined she would have children. Not because she harboured strong maternal instincts, but more because it was another box to tick. No, that wasn't quite right. She loved Jack and Hugh intensely. If it came to it, she would die for them. But at times she wondered, guiltily, if she preferred the idea of motherhood to much of what it actually entailed. The time it took her away from the pursuit she enjoyed, her work, her books, the feeling that she was sacrificing something, her potential, perhaps, and that this was somehow unfair. The thought of the boys made her swell with anger again, that Aidan was selfish enough to do this while they were young. Hugh was still at primary school, and something about this fact, his innocence, brought a lump to her throat. As for the girl, Emily, she knew, she had to know, that Aidan was married to her. It was more than disrespectful, it was almost an invitation to open warfare. Perhaps that was what she would get. She was asking for it, wasn't she? Too young to be with Aidan, but more than old enough to know what she was doing. She would have to be dealt with somehow. In the meantime, Gloria knew she must tread carefully. She would have to deal with Aidan too at some point, but she couldn't allow the whole thing to blow up publicly. Couldn't think of anything worse. Stealth and discretion, they must be her watchwords. That evening they sat on separate habitat sofas in their front room, each marking undergraduate essays. The boys were in bed upstairs, the washing up from dinner dried and put away. Lino on the kitchen floor swept clean. The loud tick-tock of the kitchen clock was audible in the silence that otherwise filled their neat red-brick house at the top of Gledow Valley Woods, less than 3 miles from the university. Christmas cards lined the bookshelves. No card from anyone called Dave, of course. "Gosh, some of this work is very poor," said Gloria with forced brightness. "Uh-huh." Aidan was barely listening. 1 or 2 second years seem to need a kick up the backside this term, don't you think? Backside? I don't know. They seem okay to me. I thought you were having to give extra help to one of them. Aidan kept his eyes on the essay in his hand. Gloria saw a muscle in his face twitch, just once. Who said that? Marie Hollingworth. That useless old cow. Gloria bristled. Marie had her faults, but Aidan's language was jarring. It suggested a new cruelty in him, or perhaps one that had always been there without her noticing. Don't, she said. Marie's perfectly nice. She can't help her face. Aidan grunted, evidently hoping that was to be the end of it. It was not. Of course, you know it wouldn't be appropriate to take a particular student under your wing, give them extra tuition or whatever. You don't want to open yourself up to accusations. Gloria kept her tone light, almost disinterested. Aidan finally looked up, wearily, shadows under his eyes. Perhaps he was struggling to keep up with the sexual energy of a teenager. Gloria was surprised to find that although this thought mostly horrified her, it also gave her a small, inexplicable thrill. Where on earth would he have done it with his student anyway? Surely not in his office. "What on earth do you mean?" There was a hard edge to his voice now. "I'm not giving anyone extra tuition. I've no idea what Marie's on about. Probably trying to divert attention from the complaints about her. How's the investigation into that going, by the way?" Gloria noted his own transparent attempt to divert attention elsewhere. Intellectually, she could run circles around him, she reflected with grim satisfaction. He thought he was being clever, but had no idea how far beyond him she was. "It seems there's something in it," she said slowly. 3 students have now made complaints about Marie. They're saying she turns up late to seminars, isn't up to speed with the reading material she's set. They have no confidence in her. But it's very hard to get rid of her. You could pretty much murder someone and still keep your job on staff. Aidan didn't smile at this. He picked up his red biro again, studying the essay in his lap with a performative frown. After pretending to devote 5 more minutes to the task, he announced he was tired and headed upstairs to bed. Alone, Gloria struggled to refocus on the semi-illegible ramblings in her hand. She tried to remember the last time she and Aidan had made love. On their summer holiday in Pembrokeshire, perhaps. That was at least 4 months ago, but it wasn't as if she had rebuffed him since. She did not recall him even trying. For the first time that day, she let her mind settle more fully on Emily Pierce. She didn't teach Emily herself, but the girl had likely attended Gloria's lectures at some point. Possibly she did so this term. Gloria would keep an eye on her. Resuming her marking was futile, so she stood, stretched, wandered to the bookshelves and idly picked up the Christmas cards, studying the name of each sender. Emily almost certainly wouldn't have been stupid enough to send one to Aidan, but Gloria found herself checking, just in case. There was nothing bearing her name, though she could have signed under a pseudonym. Still, Aidan was hardly likely to display a card from the girl. He was wrong to think he had covered his tracks, but he wasn't quite that daft. Gloria picked up a single sheet of thick cream card, a picture of 2 champagne flutes embossed on the front. On the reverse was an invitation to the Crawleys' New Year's Eve party, addressed to them both, their names side by side, Gloria and Aidan, as if no one had come between them. In the circumstances, Gloria could muster little excitement at the thought of the event. Perhaps she would fake some ailment that night and miss it. The boys would be at her in-laws in Otley, leaving her free to do whatever she pleased. Leave Aidan to attend the party without her. Let him turn up alone, see how he liked that. She returned the card to the shelf and climbed the stairs to bed. Her husband was already feigning sleep. Chapter 7. 2019. Alone in her room, Olivia flipped open her laptop. She was meant to be out, having fun at her age, enjoying some party or nightclub, but situations others found fun often ended in disappointment for her. Nights out too often involved standing self-consciously, watching others who knew how to carry themselves in a way she did not. They made it seem so effortless. It mystified her how they could be so at ease, or at least appear so. It wouldn't be so hard, she imagined, if she possessed Millie's looks, or Bella's money, or whatever magnetism it was that drew others to Abby. She had spent a good part of last year studying them all, trying to work out how they managed it, how they moved through the world as if they had every right to be there, almost as if the world owed them something, and not the other way around. After what had turned out to be just pre-drinks at the dry dock, the girls had decided they were going on to a club with Elliot and his mates. Olivia, again disappointed,
had made her excuses. "I'm a bit tired." "Oh, come on." "I think I'm premenstrual, actually. You guys have a good one." "Well, if you're sure." She was hurt by how quickly they gave up trying to persuade her, even if she hadn't the least intention of changing her mind. It was silly, she knew, but didn't everyone want to be wanted? Her heart was heavy in the Uber as she sped back the way they had come, along Headingley Lane, past the Spoons and the original Oak, counting off the pubs and glad not to be inside one. She didn't usually take cabs alone and hoped her driver wasn't a murderer or rapist. His details would no doubt be logged in a system somewhere. He must know that murdering or raping a passenger was risky, career-wise, even if that was something he wanted to do. It was hard to judge him by the back of his head. This wasn't all that bothered her. Millie and Elliot were bound to end up together. Olivia didn't have the stomach to watch it play out. It was obvious neither of Elliot's friends would be into her either. Another reason to leave. It was lame to plead tiredness. It wasn't what the real Liv would do, though the real Liv would. But she hadn't just left to avoid seeing Elliot stare at Millie all night like a hungry dog. She had a job to do. She opened her browser and tapped another search into Google. Emily Pierce, lead student murdered 1999 lecturer affair. None of the results included the words lecturer or affair. She clicked on a newspaper article about the murder anyway, scanning the words, skimming what she already knew. A phrase caught her eye. The promising history student. Emily didn't look like a promising student in her picture, she thought, then instantly pulled herself up on it. You are literally internalizing misogynistic tropes, she chided herself, and felt better for it. Another thought occurred, that if there was a creepy lecturer in the frame, he was probably one who taught history. Perhaps he even still did. Perhaps he killed Emily Pierce and was still shamelessly teaching history under everyone's noses, hiding in plain sight, or whatever it was. She couldn't help feeling the affair gave the story a degree of added spice. It needed a sex angle, didn't it? She knew this mainly from the internet, of course, rather than first-hand experience, but she found herself drawn further in now that she knew about the lecturer. Propelled by the same desperate momentum that at night kept her scrolling through the dregs of social media well after she should have gone to sleep, she clicked on another news story. If a paywall slammed down on her fingers, she would smash her way through it with whatever sum was required. If it took her all night, she'd stay up. Oblivious, not for the first time, to anything beyond the screen. The story she had clicked on was about the girl's post-mortem examination. Alcohol and amphetamines were found in her blood, believed to be unrelated to the cause of death. Time of death was between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m., on the 31st of December 1999. Olivia wasn't sure what to make of these clinical facts. It seemed odd, perhaps, that the girl was home alone at that time on New Year's Eve, after drinking and taking drugs. She looked like a drinker and a drug taker more than she looked like a promising student. But there she was, judging again. Olivia did another search. Emily Pierce, history lecturer murder. Holding her breath, she scanned the words with a wild hunger. Before speaking to Elliot, she hadn't wanted to know any facts that might make the murder more real. Now she sensed the answer was out there, hers for the taking, waiting to be uncovered. What if she was the one who was meant to find it? What if that was why she had ended up with this room when they drew lots? She didn't believe in fate or anything like that, but if she was going to make her mark, wasn't this almost a gift? A real-life mystery that no one had cracked. Her own true crime story, like the ones podcasters solved, or didn't solve, but racked up millions of listeners as they pieced the evidence together, only to conclude that actually no one would ever know the answer. She didn't like those ones so much. They left her feeling cheated. Preferred it when the narrative led inexorably to the culprit. Again, none of the search results seemed to include any mention of a lecturer. How hard could it be to find out who he was? There must have been rumours at the time. People gossiped about those things. People like the stepbrother Elliot had mentioned. She didn't have Elliot's number, but found him on Instagram easily enough. In the usual run of things, she would not have dared DM a guy like him. This wasn't the usual run of things. "Does your stepbrother know the name of the lecturer the murdered girl was sleeping with?" she typed. Hit send before she could think about it, before the nerves set in. It was 50-50 as to whether he would read it on a night out. Or maybe 70-30, since most people check their socials throughout the evening. She scrolled some more, flitting between web pages, her face lit by the glow of the screen, the real world around her fading to nothing. Time passed without her clocking it. "Ask him," Elliot wrote back a little later. Another DM followed immediately afterwards, the digits of a mobile number. She stared at it, not knowing if she dared. Hell, she'd come this far, she couldn't stop now. This wasn't like her. But so what? She messaged the number. "Sorry to disturb. Your bro Elliot gave me your deets. I'm living in Emily Pierce's old room. Think you were at uni with her. Just wondered, do you know name of lecturer she was seeing?" She hit send, again without stopping to let the fear in. Then she remembered her manners. She was, after all, a well-brought-up girl, somewhat expensively educated. She tapped out another message. "Apolls if she was your friend. Be sorry for your loss." He wouldn't reply. She was sure of it. She reread the news stories, searching for details, clues she might have missed. She wanted more pictures of Emily, but there seemed to be only one. When her phone buzzed, it startled her. The stepbrother had replied. "Don't remember, sorry." Her heart sank, but her phone buzzed again. "BTW, what's your name, and why you want to know?" "Olivia Kavanagh, long story." No further message arrived, so she returned to her computer screen. Then another buzz. "Just asked a mate. They think Dr. Barkley?" She pumped her fist in delight. A silent, solitary celebration. She was getting somewhere now. The name was not out there online. She had uncovered it through her detective work. "THX," she wrote. Now she typed with renewed frenzy, her fingers racing over the keys. "Dr. Barkley, History Leeds." No relevant results. She tried various spellings until, finally, she came upon a Dr. Aidan Barkley, Berkeley, who taught history at Cardiff. The biography on his webpage confirmed he had taught in Leeds until 2000. The timeline fitted perfectly. His picture showed a man in late middle age, a thin grey-white beard covering a strong jawline. Olivia was tempted to think his eyes looked haunted, but people's eyes couldn't really look haunted. That was just a turn of phrase used in airport bestsellers. She tried to picture this man committing a murder in this room. She couldn't see it. It felt altogether too abstract. He looked so normal, like any middle-aged man she would pass in the street and ignore, like someone her parents might even be friends with, if they were friends with academics, which they weren't. Her dad's friends were always in business, and she wasn't really sure what her mum's friends did, but they didn't teach history and kill their students, as far as Olivia knew. Dr. Aidan Barkley's page contained an email address. She could write to him so easily. But to say what? Where would she start, and why? Because she had to know. Couldn't sleep in this room without knowing what had really happened in it. Would feel a sense of control over this enormous, senseless thing if she got to the bottom of it. There was that, and also this. If she solved it, no one would see her as the meek one anymore. Her name would appear in the news, would appear in lights. She shook her head, shook the thought away.
If a whole police force hadn't solved it, she was hardly likely to. Still, there was nothing stopping her from seeing what she could do. She might try her hand at student journalism this year. Why not? If she could find out anything at all, it was bound to make a good story. Yes, she could picture herself as a journalist one day. Not one who stood in front of a camera, but one who burrowed away, unseen, unearthing diamonds and solving important things. She opened her email and started to type, just to see how the words looked. At school, she used to type out messages to boys she liked, declaring her feelings in florid prose, only to then delete every word. She never dared hit send, too sure of rejection. Dear Dr. Barclay, I am a student living in Emily Pierce's old room on Otley Road in Leeds and have just learned of the awful tragedy that... She stopped and deleted her last 4 words, replacing them with what happened to her on New Year's Eve 1999. What next? She could hardly say she had heard a potentially spurious rumour that he had been involved with the dead girl. I'm very upset and shaken, especially because her killer was never caught. Sorry for emailing out of the blue, but I was wondering if I could... Could what? Politely ask him if he happened to be the killer? If it was true he had been sleeping with his now dead student? Who had killed that student, if not him? Olivia shivered, her body convulsing in a way she couldn't control. Not shivering, in fact, but shaking, and she didn't know why. Usually there was a reason, like when she stayed up too late, or the first time she drank too much. On that occasion, the booze had made her feel good at first, as if she had shed a skin she didn't realise was too tight until it was gone. Then, without warning, it made her feel sick and unsteady. She kissed Benji for the first time that night, before the shaking started. Still linked the kiss in her mind with her subsequent nausea. It wasn't really Benji's fault. It was after midnight now, and she hadn't changed out of the t-shirt and flimsy jacket she had worn to the pub. Rereading the words on the screen, the insanity of them awoke her like a blast of cold air from an open door. She was about to delete the ridiculous email, power down her laptop and crawl into bed, when a noise from close by made her freeze. A tapping on her window, so sharp and full of intent she knew it could not be a tree branch. And anyway, there wasn't a tree there, was there? She couldn't actually remember. Hadn't really noticed. No, the noise could only have been made by a human hand. Her stomach plunged, as if she was careering downhill. The blinds were down, so she couldn't peer into the darkness beyond the glass without raising them and coming face to face with whoever was there. Had one of her flatmates forgotten their key? But they would call or message her. They wouldn't tap on her window with their actual hands. Only a lunatic or old person did in real life what could be done on a phone. The act of coming home alone now struck her as madness. What had she been thinking? This week was seriously getting to her. It had sent her instincts for self-preservation awry. She considered hiding under the bed, but now the doorbell was ringing, a loud, insistent peal that cut right through her. It was quickly followed by the sound of the letterbox being pushed open from outside. A male voice inserted itself through the gap. "Olivia! Hi! Let me in." It sounded quite like Elliot. She waited, still hardly daring to breathe. Because what if the disturbance of air particles travelled to the man at the door and confirmed her presence? "Olivia, it's me. You there or what?" Although she had spent just a short time in his company, his voice was familiar, with that northern accent, which it turned out came from near Manchester, some suburb or town that she and her friends had accepted with blank looks. But what was he doing here? And where were the others? He rang the bell again. Shaking harder, Olivia opened her bedroom door and tiptoed to the hall. Approaching the front door, she wondered why it hadn't occurred to anyone to tape up the letterbox. She clutched her phone in her hand, as if it could protect her from whatever was about to happen. Emily Pierce's final moments could have been just like this, she thought. Walking towards this same front door, to greet a man who had a familiar voice. "What are you doing here?" she called out, her voice croaky and strange. "Let me in, will ya? It's fucking freezing." He sounded so genuine, so lacking in malign intent, that she felt quite foolish suddenly, embarrassed by how caught up she had been in her amateur murder inquiry, blindly sucked into a portal she had confused for reality. It happened easily enough. Relieved, she slid back the bolts to find Elliot grinning on the doorstep. Must be drunk, she thought, though this did not explain everything. "Where's everyone else?" she asked, bewildered. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a confident sweep of his arm that set her nerves jangling again. "Went on to Prism, but I couldn't get in. Left me ID at my flat." He shrugged, like it was normal he should be here. "But why are you—" "Came to see you." He smirked playfully. "Bet you lot have some booze here." Yeah. I was about to go to bed." The attraction she had felt earlier was now interlaced with worry. Her anxious mind was helpfully churning up details of real-life sexual assault stories she had read online. "Come on, don't be lame," he said. That word was like a red rag. She couldn't let him think she was lame. Safer to give him what he wanted with the minimum of fuss. Best not antagonize the guy. After one quick drink, she would go to bed, pleading a headache, or better, menstrual cramps. That was bound to get rid of him. "We have a bottle of botanical rosehip gin that Bella brought. I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you want a botanical rosehip gin and tonic." "Sounds gross, but go on," he said, like he was doing her a favour. He followed her into the kitchen and watched her fix the drink as she tried to control the shaking of her hands. It felt important to her that he didn't see this. Don't let them see your fear. Was that for dogs, or did it apply to men too? "The murder's shook you a bit, has it?" he asked. "It's pretty horrible." "What's your theory, then?" He idly opened and closed cupboards, as if he were looking for something, perfectly at home here. She wondered how long the others would spend in Prism, how soon they might be expected to show up and save her. "Theory? I've no idea. I literally only heard about all this the other day." "But you're kind of into it, aren't you? Want to know what really happened. That's why you asked about the lecturer. Did you message my stepbrother?" She placed the gin and tonic in front of him wordlessly, hoped he wouldn't notice she had deliberately made it weak. Fueling him with more alcohol didn't seem wise. "I assume it was a burglary gone wrong, like the police said," she said, sidestepping the question. "You're not convinced, though, are you? And you're sleeping in her room. Makes sense you want to know." "Why are you here?" she asked. "Oh, do you want me to leave?" No attractive boy had ever sought her out, and yes, he was being quite creepy, but then, what if— A glimmer of possibility appeared on her mental horizon. "Listen," he went on, sounding sincere for perhaps the first time since she'd met him. "Would you mind if I saw the room? My stepbrother's told me so much about this. It was kind of a big deal for the guys who were here when it happened. Would be cool if I could see the scene myself." "The scene? That's my bedroom you're talking about." Olivia was momentarily pleased to have hit upon this reply. The charge in the word bedroom hung between them. "Sorry," he said, without sounding it. "That was insensitive. But can I?" "Fine." Heart thudding, she walked past him to her bedroom, him falling into step behind her. She asked herself what she was doing, but her mind offered no good answer. "Wow," he said, as if taking in the eighth wonder of the world. So, this is it.
It's just a room, and it's where I've got to sleep for the next year. Please stop making it worse. She grabbed her tartan Marks and Spencer nightwear from the top of the bed and shoved it beneath her pillow.
Nice PJs,
he said, and she winced. A family photo was displayed on her bedside table. It showed her sister and their parents on holiday in Florida 3 years ago. She placed it face down for reasons she couldn't name. Elliot was hovering by her desk when she turned around, feigning interest in one of her course books. She wondered what would happen if Millie returned. Millie would hardly imagine anything could be going on. Olivia would never pose a threat to someone like her. The thought made her feel bitter. It made her want to prove Millie wrong.
Want to get me another drink? He asked.
Already? She said, and instantly wished she hadn't.
No offence, but you don't make a good G&T. It was so weak.
He laughed and held out his glass, cocky as you like. Helpless, she took it and turned, skin prickling with unease. When she reappeared with his refill, he was standing in the middle of the room, an odd look on his face, as if he had been caught in the act of something or other. He seemed twitchy, and she wondered if he was high as well as drunk. She handed him the glass and he took a sip, grimaced, then seated himself on her bed, uninvited. "This is fine," she told herself. "I don't need to feel frightened." Chapter 8. Olivia awoke with a sore head and empty bed. The pain could not be explained by the small volume of alcohol she had consumed the night before. Sure, she had a low tolerance, but it wasn't quite that low. The stress must be getting to her, the state of being always on edge. It was like her sixth form anxiety, but worse. She felt braced for something to happen at any moment. At school, the anxiety was more like a low background hum. Periodically, it revved itself up into something more urgent, then died back down again, an amorphous thing that lacked either shape or focus. Now it was different. She was waking every morning with a racing pulse. The empty bed was expected. Her bed was always empty of anyone except her, and sometimes as she lay in it, she wasn't even certain she was there. She examined the smooth, unblemished skin on the backs of her hands, the ring her parents gave her for her 18th birthday, silver with 3 small diamonds. Her mum said it was timeless. Olivia didn't really like it anymore. It wasn't a style her new friends would wear, but felt too guilty about its cost to remove it. Felt guilty about her mum, who had chosen it with love. She wondered who, apart from her parents and sister, would genuinely suffer if she disappeared. Elliot had stayed in her room for some time last night. They had sat together on her bed, talking, kind of. She couldn't remember what about, only that she had kept her guard up throughout. But against what? A part of her had wanted him to leave. Another part wanted him to kiss her. Gently, so she could enjoy it without any fear. While they were chatting, his phone went off, and Olivia could hear Millie's voice hollering over the background club noise. "Where did you go?" Elliot winked at Olivia. Seriously, she thought, who winks apart from dirty old men? She made a mental note to tell Abby and Bella. Only then she remembered she couldn't. She should never have been sitting with him on her bed. It broke some unspoken rule. She was sure of that. "Got ID'd, so I didn't get in," Elliot said into his phone. "Where are you now?" shouted Millie. "Waiting for you at yours." Millie's reply was inaudible. Olivia's heart sank. What an idiot she had been. Mortified, she felt her cheeks burn up at her foolish hope. When he hung up, she said shortly, "You can wait in Millie's room if you want. I'm seriously going to bed now." He shrugged, stood and walked out. She had merely been someone to fill his time until the girl he actually wanted showed up. And Millie, screw her, had phoned Elliot, but had not even messaged Olivia to make sure she had made it home safely. To check she had not been murdered, She hadn't heard from Bella or Abby either. Opening Instagram in bed the next morning, she was greeted by a new post from the Real Abs at the top of her feed. Abby, Millie, Bella and Elliot's mates goofing around, their faces lit by the flash against the darkness of the club. The caption said, "Vibing and thriving at Prism Leeds." She tried hard not to hate them, because she loved them, she reminded herself. They were her best friends, and you had to forgive best friends for sometimes making you feel like a nobody. They almost certainly didn't mean to. She had to stop being so sensitive. She swiped to the second picture, another shot of the 5 of them mugging for the camera. The third and final shot in the collection was taken at the dry dock. Elliot appeared in this one, and so did Olivia. Half of her, anyway. The frame cut her down the middle, as if she was part of the background scenery. Olivia tapped the heart icon, giving it the necessary like that she did not feel. She rarely felt those likes, but continued posting them anyway. The flat was silent, her friends presumably sleeping off all the fun they'd had without her. She desperately hoped they hadn't been taking anything harder than balloons. Scared of drugs herself, she didn't want to have to take them just to prove she wasn't. People they knew at uni talked about Ket and MD, and the threat crept ever closer. Olivia's other hope was that Elliot was gone. She couldn't bear to face him again, to watch him sleaze over Millie in the kitchen as they toasted the granary bread and ate the cheese the flatmates had bought together. Rolling over, she noticed the pale blue light on the side of her laptop. Must have forgotten to power it off last night. Sliding out of bed, she retrieved it from the desk, then retreated back beneath the duvet, cradling it like a baby. Waking from standby mode, the screen opened into her inbox, which apparently she had also forgotten to close. 3 new emails sat at the top, 2 university memos and one that made her heart leap into her throat. She blinked several times to be in no doubt of what she was seeing. Still, it made no sense. She stared at the name of the sender, waiting for her brain to provide an explanation. Aidan Barclay. But how? Could it be that by some strange coincidence someone with that same name had contacted her? Someone unconnected to Emily Pierce? But it wasn't a common name. She dug her fingernails into the palm of her hand to check she was awake. The pain told her she was. Holding her breath, she clicked open the message. Dear Olivia, thank you for getting in touch. I am sorry to hear you have learned about Emily only after moving into her room. This must be a terribly unpleasant shock, as it was for us all at the time. I'm afraid I didn't know her well, only as one of many students I taught at that time, but her loss affected the whole department deeply. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you may have, but I'm not sure how helpful I can be since I don't know much more about this tragedy than what was in the news. However, since I happen to be coming to Leeds next weekend to visit a friend, perhaps we could meet. Best wishes, Aidan. Olivia swallowed hard. How was this even possible? She remembered the email she'd started typing to him the night before. She also knew that she had never pressed send. But when she scrolled down, she saw his message was a reply to hers, which had, it turned out, been completed and sent. She tried to blink away whatever distorting film was glued to her retinas, but the words remained on the screen, words she had apparently typed. Sorry for emailing out of the blue, but I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions about Emily. Olivia's mind raced. There was no conceivable way she could have completed the sentence and sent the email, then wiped those actions entirely from her memory. She thought back to last night, mentally retracing her steps until she reached the part where Elliot entered her room. Then the moment she returned to the kitchen to fix him a second drink, leaving him unobserved. Could he have done it?
Barring a sudden and unexplained bout of amnesia, this was all she could think of. She considered whether he might have spiked her drink, causing her to forget a chunk of the evening, but she hadn't had a drink at home other than a glass of water. Could he have slipped something into that? Why would he have bothered? No, it didn't add up. There was no part of the evening she couldn't recall. It was all there. She returned again to the only logical conclusion she could think of, though it didn't seem to follow any familiar logic, that Elliot had sneaked to look at her mad, half-written message, completed it himself and sent it. For what? A laugh or something? Was this a normal prank? Ha, 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 if so. She reread Aidan Barclay's reply, and that, too, was odd. He was offering to see her. It occurred to her now that this was a terrifying prospect. Emily Pierce's possible killer wanted to come and meet her. He knew exactly where she lived, right down to the room she slept in. She would have to get out of here quickly and stay somewhere else. But no, that was just like the old Olivia, who would flee at the first hint of danger, like she did at the Year 13 Leavers Ball when some of the cool girls, Nikki, Megan, Melissa P., were about to take MD in the Manor House Hotel bathrooms as she walked in. "You've got to join us now," they told her. "Otherwise you'll be a key witness and we'll have to kill you." She didn't find this funny. Turning on her department store kitten heels, she went running back to the timid girl she belonged with. Spent the rest of the evening studiously avoiding the others, who had struck a stupid fear into her, one she spent weeks trying to shake. But the new Olivia, the real Liv, had already decided this was no longer her. She had determined to discover who killed Emily Pierce, as no one else had before. A plan began to take shape in her mind, one that was crazy and would develop its own unstoppable momentum. She would meet Aidan Barclay somewhere public, where he couldn't harm her, find out what he had to say for himself. While he was talking, she would secretly record him, just in case he let slip anything incriminating. He was hardly likely to suspect her, a young, unassuming student with no real skin in the game, to be up to the job of catching him. He might just let down his guard, and then she would have her answer, her story. Might even land a book deal off the back of it. Women barely older than her had been offered book deals for less. At the very least, she could definitely do a podcast. Anyone could make a podcast. She would have a whole plot for hers, sensational and ready to go. She started to type a reply. "Dear Aidan, thank you so much for getting back to me. I would love to meet you when you're in Leeds. Would the Wool House taproom on Otley Road work? Let me know a day and time and I'll be there. Olivia, kiss." She deleted the kiss, then hesitated. Her finger hovered over send. It would be the craziest thing she had ever done. It would be the boldest. Screw Millie and Bella and screw the real abs, she thought as she clicked. A physical weakness immediately overcame her. She set aside her laptop, lay down and practiced the breathing techniques she had learned from a mindfulness YouTuber. Inhale for 4, hold for 6, exhale for 8. Or was it hold for 4? 6 seemed a lot. She felt she could pass out in that time. Inhale for 4, hold. Breathing was overrated. It had never really worked for her, but she did the exercise anyway. Because a YouTuber with that many subscribers couldn't be entirely wrong. It's okay, she told herself. She would be in a public place, just down the road from the flat. She would let everyone know where she was going, could even bring someone with her to sit covertly at another table and watch. But she wanted this to be her thing. And anyway, she knew what her flatmates would say. They would think she had lost her mind and try to stop her. They'd think she wasn't up to it. Better not to tell them until it was done. Then they could only be impressed. Better also if she didn't confront Elliot about the email. Best to say nothing at all, which was, conveniently, always her preferred option.
She stopped the pointless breathing and checked her phone. Checking your phone, she gathered, was the opposite of mindfulness. But mindfulness wasn't working. Her phone showed a message from Bella. Finally, one of her so-called friends had found it within herself to care if she was alive. "You up yet, Liv? Want to go get a coffee?" Her heart swelled with gratitude. It generally did when she received some small sign from the others that they still wanted her in the group. She forgave Bella in a flash, unsure why she had even been annoyed. "Defo," she typed back instantly. "Ready in 5. They sat on the fashionable wooden seats in Coffee North, a snug new place on the corner of Wheatwood Lane. 2 flat whites between them. Bella picked the almonds off an almond croissant. "I think I have an almond intolerance today." "How was last night?" asked Olivia. "I didn't hear you come home. A late one, was it?" Bella yawned, covering her mouth halfway through as an afterthought. Either she felt so comfortable that this was a gesture of intimacy, of friendship, or she simply didn't care what Olivia thought. Olivia wished she could stop overthinking everything. The real Liv wouldn't do this. "It was a real laugh, yeah. Got home about 3 a.m. You should have stayed." The last words were spoken without conviction, but Olivia felt a fleeting joy at home. Their home. The one she shared with Bella and the others. It didn't feel like home yet, but that would surely come, once things were different. "Sorry," said Olivia, aware she should quit her bad habit of excessive apologising. "I was just really tired." She let a few beats pass before adding offhand, "Was Elliot still waiting for Mills at ours when you all got back?" Bella rolled her eyes. "Yep, pretty sure he stayed over." "What do you think of him?" asked Olivia, heartened by the eye roll. It suggested Bella was an ally. "Bit rapey, maybe?" "I know what you mean." She felt a new rush of affection for Bella now. Might as well tell her the truth, or some of it anyway. "You know, he came to our flat after I got back last night and hung around, started necking your gin." Bella raised her eyebrows. "Cheeky." "It was a bit," said Olivia, deciding not to mention the part where he entered her bedroom. The conversation cheered her. It seemed unlikely Elliot would become Millie's boyfriend if Bella didn't think much of him. Not that boyfriends were appointed by committee. She wasn't deluded enough to think her opinion of anyone's partner would matter at all, but she suspected Millie would prefer the approval of the others. She herself wouldn't contemplate a relationship with any boy who hadn't been approved by the gang. Bella sipped her flat white. Olivia wished she liked coffee and didn't have to pretend about that too. When would she finally develop some grown-up tastes? "So," said Bella, in the tone of someone remarking on the weather, "how do you feel about the dead girl now?" Olivia hesitated. "Fine, really," trying not to think about it much. "And you?" "It's still freaking me out, to be honest. I wish we could move out." "I reckon we'll get used to it," said Olivia. "It was a long time ago. Think how many people must have lived in the flat since." Yeah, I suppose so. I wonder what happened to her flatmates. The dead girls, I mean. She must have had flatmates if she was a student. Must have been awful for them. Maybe they found the body." This was the most they had discussed the case since the night they first heard about it. Olivia wished Bella would stop calling Emily the dead girl. It didn't sit right with her, but maybe that was also the coffee, burning like acid in her throat. "Good point," she said slowly, her mind whirring into gear. She remembered Elliot's comment about one of the flatmates mentioning the glass from the broken window. How it sat on top of Emily's ransacked possessions, not beneath. Where was this flatmate now? And where were the others, if they existed? She should have already thought of this herself. Chapter 9, 1999. Mattie sat alone at the kitchen table. The flat had been quiet since JJ stormed out after his argument with Alice. She had retreated to her room, no doubt to channel her anger into an essay. He had no real reason to resent Alice's good grades. His, too, were consistently high, and he could say with some pride and truth that he put in far less effort than she did to achieve a similar result. Academically, he was gifted. He possessed a strong intellect, the ability to quickly grasp what was needed and deliver it, without having to engage in the subject or care. He and Alice both studied English, so if there was competition between them, then it was down to this. He never felt he was competing with JJ or Emily. JJ studied economics, which none of the others understood or took the slightest interest in, and Emily's talents lay outside the academic arena. This did not mean he wasn't jealous where she was concerned. He had watched last year as she picked up boys and dropped them soon after like playthings, congratulated himself on his ability to guess how soon she would tire of each. He knew which ones would be one-night stands and which ones would last a few weeks before she grew bored. But it was scant consolation. None of them cared for her like he did. He was there for her when no one else was, including her feckless parents, who seemed to be rarely in contact and failed to give her the money she needed to live on. Alice wasn't the only one in whose debt Emily had fallen. She also owed him more than £800. Some of it he had given in small loans here and there, which she had never paid back. She was good at forgetting, but he remembered everything. Then there were the meals out, the drinks he always paid for with his student loan. He enjoyed the private sensation of providing for her, even if she showed no sign of recognizing it. She couldn't completely fail to notice how much he did for her, couldn't fail to feel grateful and indebted on some level. He decided he'd wait up for her. Why not? She'd said she was going out for some drinks with mates from her history course, and he didn't expect her back late. She never spoke very highly of the history crowd.
I thought you said your course mates were mostly losers, he'd said before she left.
I never actually said losers. I said I couldn't imagine being best friends with any of them. It's not the same thing. She grinned at him conspiratorially, as if to say, they'll never be as close to me as you are. He wondered what was keeping her and began to fear the worst. She must have hooked up with one of the history boys. If so, it would be the first time in a while. When they moved in together in September, he feared he would have his nose rubbed in her sex life all too often. But she'd only brought one guy back since the start of term, and then no one else. Sooner or later, Mattie's moment would come. He just had to be patient. Tonight he resolved to stay up until the only possible reasons why she wasn't back were that she'd either got laid or died. He did not have to wait much longer, as it happened. Just after midnight, her key turned in the lock. As soon as the front door opened, he knew it was her, and not JJ. A sixth sense, maybe, or the scent of her perfume reaching him, his body attuned to it in some quasi-Pavlovian way. "Oh, hi," she said, entering the kitchen and appearing pleased to see him. "You're still up, are you? Cool." She was slightly slurring her words, but he liked her when she was drunk. It made her more intimate and open to him.
Where have you been?
He tried to sound disinterested, to keep the note of whining insinuation out of his voice. Didn't believe her answer. She averted her eyes when she gave it, which he knew people did when they lied. What was she hiding from him? He put this thought to one side, too much looking forward to telling the story of the row between JJ and Alice. Sure, she would find it entertaining. But when he reached the part about the money, he could see her visibly cooling. In an effort to save the anecdote, he rushed on to the part where JJ accused Alice of fancying Emily. Had imagined her shrieking with disgust, doubling up with laughter. The look she gave him crushed him. Blank, unamused, unimpressed. She seemed distracted. That was what it was, and his hope of them sharing an hour of late-night gossip was dashed when she rose abruptly and announced she was going to bed. Matty cursed himself. Shouldn't have mentioned the money. He had overplayed his hand and she'd punished him for it. He should have known, should have told the story better. Another opportunity wasted. It was almost Christmas already, almost the 4-week holidays, and when was she going to appreciate what was right there in front of her? Chapter 10. Alice was not judgmental. She was fair and tried to be kind, to see the best in people. But realistically, there was only so far you could go with that approach. Emily Pierce pushed her to her limits. Like JJ, Emily owed her. Or at least, she owed Alice's parents. But since her parents had put her in charge of collecting the rent and paying it into an account set up for the purpose, the contents of which were to one day be Alice's anyway, it was she who suffered her flatmate's financial incompetence. JJ was good for the money. He must be. He came from a wealthy family, had gone to a fee-paying school just like Alice had. He couldn't be all that broke, unless he was spending it all on drugs or something equally awful. You couldn't rule that out with someone like him. He was slippery, evasive. Not a day went by when she didn't regret taking him, and especially Emily, as flatmates. But she hadn't had too much choice. Her other university acquaintances, she couldn't honestly call them friends, had rapidly divided into groups and found their own flat shares, none of which she was invited to join. And so here she was, trying to make the best of it, trying to keep a lid on her simmering anger. At first, Emily had seemed like someone she might learn to rub along with. High-spirited and genial, she didn't behave like she thought herself above Alice. Quite obviously she wasn't. It was obvious to Alice, anyway, if not to anyone else. They had struck up a friendship of sorts in first year, when they met through Matty, who Alice knew from her course. Emily had gate-crashed the English lit drinks and ended up sitting next to Alice in the sky rack. "You don't sound like someone from the West Country," Emily had told her, but she'd said it sweetly, and Alice hadn't minded her then. She wanted to return the compliment, tell Emily she didn't sound like someone from Essex, but Emily sounded exactly how Alice imagined someone from Essex would. She wasn't a snob, but until university she'd never mixed with anyone like Emily Pierce, with her nose piercing, her crass remarks and borderline indecent clothing. Alice couldn't be a snob, because hadn't she been prepared to give Emily the benefit of the doubt? But the longer she lived with her, the more the doubt grew, and by their 3rd month of cohabitation, she'd had enough. Matty was her favourite, although she would never admit this, feared that he would not say the same about her. But she couldn't help it. She was impressed by his knowledge, how widely he read. These things elevated someone. In his watchful reserve, she detected an introversion like hers, and suspected they could be soulmates if they gave it a chance. She was taken aback when the brash, outspoken history girl he knew from his halls of residence hurtled up to their table that time in the sky rack and greeted him in an overly familiar way. Alice had watched, bemused at first, and then displeased when Matty sprang from his seat to buy Emily a drink. "Do you want one, Alice?" he asked, because he'd been chatting to her until Emily arrived, and because he was polite to a fault, another trait she admired. Bridling a little, she declined. She was proud and decided she wouldn't fight this girl for Matty's attention. She would befriend her. She could have started hating Emily then. In retrospect, she should have, but she couldn't bring herself to. When Emily slid into Matty's place at the table beside her, she chatted away so guilelessly that Alice couldn't help but fall under her spell. She'd shout things like, "No way!" and swear and giggle and poke her tongue into the side of her mouth in a way that Alice had to concede was kind of bewitching.
When telling you something, she'd grab your arm in excitement, make you think she was pleased to see you. You could tell she knew how good-looking she was, yet she didn't seem bitchy or fake like the pretty girls Alice went to school with. Had no airs or graces, flirted with everyone she spoke to, male or female. She would reach across the table and grab a handful of your crisps, then carry on talking as she shoved them down her throat. She smoked too much and wore too much perfume to cover it. Slapped and grabbed people's bums to greet them, in a kind of jokey way that Alice found mesmerisingly coarse and confusing. Emily had no boundaries and was everything Alice was not. Like a whirlwind, you couldn't help staring at her. But if at first it was clear why Mattie found Emily appealing, it didn't take Alice long to conclude there probably wasn't much going on behind those made-up eyes. Really, how could there be? She was usually drunk for a start. Mattie was too smart to have a meaningful relationship with her. As a housemate, she was obviously not who Alice would have chosen, but the rooms needed filling, and Emily seemed delighted when Mattie suggested she take one. Alice could have made some excuse. But who else was there? Emily seemed to have plenty of friends, but she didn't have plenty of money, and Alice wasn't charging much. Couldn't really, as she'd already offered a reduced rent to Mattie for her own reasons. In a rash moment of generosity, and since no one was queuing up to live with her, she gave Emily the same deal. She wouldn't acknowledge to herself that she wanted Emily to like her. Too late she realised her mistake. Before they moved in, she hadn't known, but perhaps should have guessed, that Emily was careless. She would often leave a window open when she went out. It was a ground-floor flat. How stupid could she be? Very, actually, because last month she had also left a lit cigarette balanced on the edge of a plate on the kitchen table. Could easily have burned the place down if Alice had not discovered it, ash falling everywhere. "Emily, I'm sorry, but is this yours?" she'd said, quietly seething, trying not to sound uptight. Of course, she knew it was Emily's. The telltale pink lip gloss around the filter was proof enough. "Oops," said Emily. "Forgot about that. Could have started a fire, you know. Good thing it didn't then." Alice had tried to keep calm. She really had tried her best, for the sake of good relations, but she couldn't allow this to pass without further comment. "Remember, this is a no-smoking flat." She winced at how prim she sounded. "I know that, but it's raining outside." "Which is not really my problem. I'd catch my death out there." "It's just that my parents own the property." Alice knew it was weak to blame her parents. All the blame lay with Emily. "Fine. It won't happen again." But it had happened again, because Emily respected nothing and no one. That much was now clear. In her role as de facto landlady, Alice had started sneaking into Emily's bedroom when she was out. Found it reeked of stale smoke, found her own china mug on the bedside table, a lovely cornflower blue one she had brought with her from Devon. Emily had repurposed it as an ashtray, and its rim was now chipped. Alice couldn't complain, shouldn't have been snooping anyway, that's what the others would say. She was also socially aware enough to realise how petty it would seem to keep on moaning. They were students, after all, and this, she accepted with dejected resignation, was perhaps just how students behaved. Using other people's mugs as ashtrays, eating in bed, pissing in the nice porcelain sink when there was a proper bathroom just down the hall. In the back of her mind she thought maybe it wasn't how students behaved, so much as how badly raised people behaved. She had never met Emily's parents, but knew her mother had walked out at some point when Emily was younger. Must have had an adverse effect on her upbringing. These were mitigating circumstances, in theory, and Alice tried to be forgiving. But you had to draw the line somewhere. During the short time they had lived together, Emily had crossed the line more times than Alice could count. In the end, she sympathised with Emily's mother for leaving. She wished she could do the same. Tightly wound after her argument with JJ, she paced her room, trapped inside her own flat. Matty, who had failed to defend her, remained behind in the kitchen, didn't come to her room to offer comfort. Not that she had really expected him to. He only had eyes for Emily. Everyone could see it. It had come to feel like a monstrous betrayal, one she was forced to confront every day. The flat share had turned into a nightmare, and she still had 2 terms left before she could rid herself of both Emily and JJ. She'd have never reached this point if she'd known who they really were before they moved in. Chapter 11. Then she brings up the rent, starts banging on about it, claiming I haven't paid any, which is a lie. I'm sure I have, or I paid a deposit or something, said JJ as they walked through the Merrion Centre, past the shabby shop fronts and garish signs. Emily was only half listening. This place is depressing. It reminds me of home. It's foul, agreed JJ, incongruous in his slow-knee trousers and shirt. His public schoolboy appearance looked like it had been ordered straight from a catalogue. But, Em, did you hear what I said about Alice? Shit, you should have heard her last night. I did hear you dragged me into it, said Emily, snapping to attention. Reminded her that I owed her too. Thanks a lot for that, mate. Who told you that? Take a wild guess. Alice? No, you idiot. Matty. Interfering twat, said JJ. Look, I'm sorry I got you involved. Just felt like I was under attack, you know. It seemed a bit unfair. If it makes you feel any better, she's hounding me for rent money too. Oh, really? That's kind of surprising because she's clearly a bit obsessed with you. Emily sighed. I don't know why you say that. Do you really think it, or are you just being a dick? I get the sense she hates me. Did you know she sneaks around in my bedroom when I'm not there? She left something in there once, a book, so it was obvious she'd been in. I tore out 3 pages from the middle and put it back in her room when she was out, just to see what she'd do. Pissed me off she'd been creeping around behind my back. And what's she even looking for anyway? Feels like I'm being spied on. See? Said JJ triumphantly as they exited the shopping centre onto Merrion Street, where the traffic rushed by so close to their faces their hair was caught in the tailwinds. That's stalker behaviour right there. Oh, stop it. You're being a knob. She stepped out into the road and almost into the path of an oncoming van. JJ grabbed hold of her Afghan coat and pulled her back towards him. Watch out, you'll get yourself killed. Yeah, OK, whatever. Where are we going for lunch? I'm fucking starved. Nice little place called McDonald's. I thought McDonald's was too scummy for you. Take me somewhere better, why don't you? Who said I was taking you anywhere? The girl seemed to think the world owed her. Not like Alice at all. JJ knew perfectly well that he did literally owe her, and although she was proving harder to get around than he'd hoped, he still bore her a grudging respect. But Emily acted like a pretty face was a meal ticket for life. Matty might fall for her charms, but they would never work on him. She wasn't the right sort at all, just trash. Finally, after a year of trying, he was starting to enjoy some success this term, inserting himself into desirable circles, befriending boys who'd attended expensive schools, students who wore the right clothes and came from the right places: Surrey, Gloucestershire, Oxfordshire, West and North London. Oh my God, you are so up yourself, dude, Emily told him whenever he looked down his nose at something she did or said. He took it as a compliment, as proof that his plan was working. He wasn't sure what his new friends were doing today, so here he was in town with Emily, looking for a bite to eat. It was preferable to sitting in the flat, but he would ditch her without hesitation if a better offer turned up. She was tough. She had other friends, and there was always Matty, who worshipped the ground she walked on. Soon JJ would have no real use for girls like Emily. He was moving into a different league altogether. "Shit," said Emily, suddenly grabbing him by the wrist and dragging him into a clothes shop. The way she spoke was vulgar. He only swore in a way that sounded refined. "What is it?" "Just saw someone I don't want to see." "Who?" "Lecturer who keeps asking me for an essay I haven't written." JJ thought this odd. It seemed unlikely a lecturer would accost a student in the street and demand their work. Emily had been behaving strangely lately. He didn't especially care why. He had more important things to worry about, such as the millennium. "So," he asked her, once he had got her safely inside McDonald's and ordered them each a Big Mac and fries, "have you made up your mind about New Year's Eve yet? Will you be in Leeds?" She took a huge bite of her burger and chewed it slowly for several seconds before answering with a shrug. "There'll be a piss-up back home with my schoolmates, so I'll probably stay down after Christmas, come back at the start of next term. Not sure I can be arsed returning early and hanging around. I can eat for free at my dad's, even if his food is shite." "Oh, come on, Em. It'll be fun." "Will it?" "Course, there'll be loads going on. This is a party city, unlike Colchester or Chigwell or wherever the bloody hell you're from." "You're being really persuasive, you know." "You'll live to regret not being here, I promise you." "Yeah? I'll probably take that risk." When Matty had mentioned an available room in a decent flat on Otley Road, JJ hadn't spent much time worrying who his flatmates would be. He knew Matty a little, from around. They had played pool together at the Union. He seemed inoffensive, a guy who wouldn't be any trouble as a flatmate. Smart, bookish, not the type of person JJ was looking to associate with long-term, but tolerable for now. He had met Alice once before taking the room, learned she had wealthy parents and had been to private school, and that was that. Of course, she had turned out to be a major disappointment. She lacked the connections he needed, but it didn't matter enormously because he also needed accommodation, and the fact she wasn't socially useful saved him the bother of working to keep her on side day and night. He hoped Alice would change her mind about spending New Year's Eve in Leeds. In her absence, he could throw a party in the flat and invite all the new friends he was cultivating. A perfect opportunity to establish his place at the centre of those overlapping circles he currently orbited. Having a pretty girl there wouldn't hurt, and Emily was easy on the eye, if nothing else. "Why aren't you doing something in your mansion?" she said. "Wouldn't that be a better party? Tell you what, I'd come to that and bring all my mates." "It's not a mansion," he muttered, gazing distractedly out of the window onto Briggate, where shoppers bustled past. "Just a detached house with some grounds." "Is that all? Poor Jakey. Just a massive detached house with some grounds? I'm so sorry." He lobbed a flaccid chip at her, and she ducked, laughing. Then a familiar figure caught his eye through the glass. "Hang on," he said abruptly, sliding off his plastic seat and hurrying out of the restaurant to intercept a floppy-haired boy who was striding towards the hedgerow. "Arthur, mate," he called to the boy. Arthur turned around, a second-year student who had been to Eton, or maybe it was Harrow. "Jakey!" Arthur gave him the kind of handshake he imagined rappers would exchange. He took note so as to practice it on others. "All right, mate?" They exchanged no meaningful words, but the encounter itself was important. JJ was glad Emily remained inside. Arthur would have been distracted or deterred by her. He realised, though, that in his haste he had left his wallet on the table. He glanced nervously over his shoulder. Arthur seemed to take it as a hint, or else had reached the natural end of his conversational abilities and said he had better get on, mumbling something about meeting someone somewhere. JJ might have minded, might have wished to be invited along, but his thoughts were now on his wallet and its contents. "Cool. See you around, mate," He nodded, before hurrying back through the doors. Emily fixed him with a strange look when he sat down. "Everything okay?" he asked, slightly breathless. "Why wouldn't it be? What did you rush off for?" "Spotted a mate outside. Went to say hi, that's all." He grabbed his wallet from the table and shoved it firmly into the inside pocket of his coat. He could not trust Emily Pierce. Could not trust anyone, really. But especially not her. Chapter 12, 2019. Olivia quietly closed her bedroom door and returned to her desk, the unpleasant taste of coffee on her tongue. She immediately flipped open her laptop. It was becoming a bad habit, but better perhaps than compulsively scrolling through her friends' social media posts, uncovering further reasons to feel inadequate. She typed a search into Google. Emily Pierce, Leeds student, murdered flatmate. The first page of results shed no further light. Among the top results, on the second, was a headline that caught her eye. Flatmate of murdered Leeds student pays tribute to warm-hearted friend. Olivia read on, the world beyond her screen again fading to nothing. Emily Pierce was a fun and warm-hearted young woman whose loss has been devastating, a flatmate of the murdered student said yesterday. Alice Wheatley said she was shocked and heartbroken by the 19-year-old's death. Emily was such a sweet girl, she was always looking out for others, said Wheatley, 20, from near Totnes in Devon. Words can't express how difficult it has been to come to terms with her loss in such horrendous circumstances. Pierce was living with Wheatley and 2 other students on Otley Road in Leeds at the end of last year. Her 3 flatmates were celebrating the millennium at a city centre nightclub when an attacker broke into their building and found Pierce at home alone. Detectives have said they believe the 19-year-old was murdered in a bungled break-in. Her killer remains at large and police are appealing for information. The university, where Essex-born Pierce was studying history, has moved to reassure students. A spokesman said, "We are appalled and saddened by Emily Pierce's death, which has understandably caused immense distress among the students and staff. We are satisfied that the police are doing everything they can to bring her killer to justice and wish to make clear that no one should feel unsafe while studying in Leeds." No one should feel unsafe. Ha! Thought Olivia. Nice try. She clicked out of the story. Alice Wheatley must know the truth about Aidan Barclay. Living with Emily, she could not have been oblivious to the affair. Since the flatmate's name was not unusual and no picture accompanied the article, the only extra information she had to go on was that she was from Devon. The others were up and chatting now in the kitchen. Quickly, she opened Facebook and searched for Alice Wheatley. There was, as she had feared, a string of women with the name. It would take her ages to look at each profile, rule out all the Americans, then trawl through the others to work out whether they were the right age, the right Alice. She began clicking on the profiles. If Emily's Alice was 40 now, she was just the right age to be on here. The site was full of people in their 40s and older. They'd created their accounts years ago and never got to grips with the privacy settings. Stuck in the past, listing their secondary schools and universities from decades ago. Come on, she thought. Where are you, Alice Wheatley? I bet you know something. You know what happened to Emily. She tried almost a dozen profiles, but her efforts were rewarded with nothing other than endless pictures of random women and their life events, their children's birthdays and holidays abroad. The exercise felt futile. She would never find her this way. Plus, she had now been put off having children or posting pictures of her holidays online. On the verge of accepting defeat, she spotted a profile that caught her attention. This Alice Wheatley had studied in Leeds and now lived in London. She clicked on the photo, and hope sprang back irrepressibly. It showed an unremarkable-looking woman of perhaps 30-something. Straight, shoulder-length brown hair, a pleasant smile, a plain cream-coloured jumper. Somehow she didn't look like someone who would have been friends with the Emily of Olivia's imagination. She looked around for any more clues and saw this Alice had attended Henrietta Anderton Girls' School. Olivia put the school into Google Maps. A 17-minute drive from Totnes in Devon. It was looking promising. Excited, she began scrolling through the woman's profile. She appeared to enjoy undertaking personal challenges for charity and was a keen sharer of change.org petitions, animal rights, something about climate change, something about single-use plastic. Earlier that year, she had attended a friend's 40th birthday party in Balham, where she'd had such an awesome time. According to a status update in 2015, Alice had started a new job at a law firm called Benson Stansfield. Next, Olivia tried Alice's photo albums. There was no Facebook in 1999, so no guarantee there would be pictures from the time, but people sometimes posted old photos. They were stupid enough to post all sorts. Just look at the real abs. A future employer's goldmine of reasons to reject you, or an amateur detective's dream. She started clicking through the pictures, feeling like a voyeur. Holidays in Croatia, in Sicily, in France, gatherings of friends in London. Someone banged on her door. "You in there, Liv?" came Abby's voice from the other side. "We're going out to get brunch." Olivia remained silent and footsteps faded away. More pictures, more snapshots of a stranger's life. Strangely public and offered up to any prying outsider who took an interest. And then, there it was. A newspaper article shared by the woman whose posts had otherwise been so frustratingly dull. Student murder suspect released without charge. She clicked on it and, as she was sure it would be, the murdered student in question was Emily Pierce. The article was dated 2010 and written by a journalist called Kate Marsden. A name that seemed familiar, though Olivia didn't know why. A man arrested last week in connection with the 1999 murder of Leeds student Emily Pierce has been released without charge. Jason McIntyre, of no fixed abode, was questioned over the unsolved killing of the 19-year-old, carried out as partying students saw in the millennium. He had previously served 9 months in prison for breaking and entering at a separate address in Leeds. Olivia did not read any further. She could always return to it later. More pressing were the comments beneath it. "Can't believe there's still no justice for Emily," wrote someone called Sal Jagger. "Hope you're doing okay, hun," wrote a woman called Tanya Best. At which point Alice herself had weighed in. "The search goes on. My heart goes out to her family." This was it. It had to be. Proof that this was the Alice who lived with Emily. Why would a different Alice Wheatley be so invested in justice for her so many years later? Olivia returned to Google, typed in Alice Wheatley, Benson Stansfield. The firm's website provided Alice's email address, and Olivia didn't hesitate this time. Didn't give herself time to consider whether it was wise. She opened her own email, pasted in the address and began to type. Hit send and exhaled. Then, near the top of her inbox, she spotted Aidan Barclay's reply. Chapter 13. He wasn't exactly trying to go incognito. This was no spy movie, and it was beneath Dr. Aidan Barclay to stoop to a full disguise. But he was anxious not to attract recognition when he stepped onto the platform at Leeds railway station. He kept his head down, covered by a navy blue beanie hat, just in case. It didn't suit him, but that didn't matter right now. Leeds may be a big city, but still it was all too easy to run into someone you knew, or someone you used to know.
Aidan was anxious to avoid any awkward encounters. Most of all, he hoped he would not see Gloria. There was no convincing way to explain his presence here. She had seen through his lies in their marriage, and he didn't doubt she was capable of still seeing through him now, 20 years down the line. He tried to imagine what he would say if he did bump into her. Running through a mental list of possible explanations, he came upon none that would strike his ex-wife as plausible. She could smell bullshit from 200 yards away. There'd be no good way to talk himself out of this one. The girl's email had come as a shock. All those years of hearing nothing about Emily, not a single mention by anyone, no more newspaper articles, no more shameless reporters trying to dig things up. And then, suddenly, this. It reawakened something in him. How could it not? He hurried through the ticket barrier and onto the main concourse, which hadn't changed very much since he'd left. There was now a branch of the trendy food chain Leon, which he supposed was Leeds' attempt to move with the times. He found himself, as he so often did, trying to guess whether Gloria would like it. She had kept him on the straight and narrow, maybe too straight and too narrow, until Emily appeared. It wasn't his fault that Emily had desired him. It also wasn't his fault if he still found his female students attractive sometimes. Not illegal, anyway. Emily had been 19 years old, a fully consenting adult, and most importantly, she had started it. The way she looked at him. What was he meant to do? Any straight man with a pulse would have succumbed. He was only human, wasn't he? But he knew it looked bad. Of course it did. He tried not to dwell on the details. Whenever the memory of her sprawled on her bed, immobile and lifeless, threatened to surface in his mind, it was as if one of those heavy red velvet curtains in Victorian theatres lowered itself on the scene. Being offered a post at Cardiff had been a huge stroke of luck, given the rumours swirling around him at the time, but it wasn't much of a life. A lonely bachelor flat on the ground floor of a small, terraced house in Roath. The occasional drink with a colleague after work. A dinner invitation in Pontcanna now and then. When the cricket was on, he would watch it. When it wasn't, he sometimes visited the local pub, mainly for the feeling of being in a room with other living people. For an hour or two he would sit nursing a Jameson, nodding hello to the barman and other regulars. Other than that, he had books and the web, and it was probably better if he stuck to books. But once you knew what was there for the taking, it was hard not to go online and keep taking it. During one empty weekend, he had found a few of his female students' social media accounts, extracted a fleeting pleasure from scrolling through their pictures on his desktop computer at home. It felt illicit, even if these girls had freely posted the images for the world to see, including, incredibly, photos of themselves dressed only in swimwear or gym wear. He could hardly believe he was allowed to gaze at these for as long as he liked. He didn't have these apps installed on his phone, only Twitter for the news and whatnot. It felt like a step too far to have access to pictures of students in his pocket. Incriminating, even. If only these sites had existed in Emily's day, then he might have some better images of her. Instead, he had to make do with the same stock photo all the newspapers had used, which had lost its power to satisfy him years ago. He had worn it out too soon. Should have rationed its use. Now he relied on his memory to conjure up further images. He hadn't dated since the collapse of his marriage. Soon he would be 64, which felt far too old for romance. He wouldn't know what a woman of his age wanted. Not that he wanted a woman of his age. He wanted another Emily. His sons had been surprisingly forgiving, but the distance meant he rarely saw them now. Both had moved to London, which, like most other places, was inconveniently far from Cardiff. They were busy with their own lives.
Jack was married and worked in a dull-sounding corporate job that Aidan didn't understand. Hugh lived with his boyfriend somewhere out east, in a neighbourhood so edgily fashionable it frightened Aidan when he visited. All bikes and graffiti and too much ugly concrete. He didn't understand young people anymore and felt increasingly remote from his students. In the face of each female undergraduate, he searched in vain for Emily, or for some reminder of her. He hated her for dying, still brought her back to life beneath his covers in the darkness at night, but it wasn't enough. Nothing could ever be enough after her. But now here was this Olivia girl. He was still figuring out what that could mean as he walked out of the station, sidestepping the rowdy drinkers who spilled out of the Weatherspoon pub. He checked his reflection in the glass of a car window as he made for the taxi rank. Wondered if a young woman could find him attractive anymore. Yes, he was older now, but he wasn't yet elderly. There were rock stars and actors older than him who still, according to the papers, retained their sex appeal. It was true that time could have been kinder to him. These days, the mirror showed a haggard, sallow face he barely recognised. But he wasn't decrepit. God, no. He gave the cab driver directions and fastened his seatbelt. The enterprise was inherently fraught with danger. At the same time, it was a source of more excitement than he'd had for a long time. He watched as the streets passed by, scenes from his old life flashing before his eyes, the art gallery he had visited with Gloria back when he was convinced she was the woman for him. They both liked art, as well as theatre and opera, and he realised later he had mistaken these shared interests for something more. The dry dock, where Emily liked to go drinking among other student dives. The Fenton, where he and Gloria had sat, back when he found her bracing, if abrasive, enticing, if not always willing to be enticed. He scanned the streets for familiar faces, but only strangers passed by. Some of his old colleagues still taught history here. Gloria had left and taken up a post at York, but still lived quietly on the outskirts of Leeds, in a 3-bedroom house in Bramhope, near the countryside she loved. The boys spent every Christmas with her. It was never even suggested they would come to him. Climbing out of the taxi onto Otley Road, he felt his heartbeat quicken. The memories returned again. Emily lying motionless in the lamplight, eyes wide open. Where was the red velvet curtain? He couldn't bring it down now. The day was unseasonably warm. Climate change, he supposed, and he was starting to sweat. He pulled off his hat and unbuttoned his overcoat, checked his phone a few times. Naturally, he had looked up Olivia Kavanagh before he came here. She was somewhat plainer than Emily, but then so were most girls. It wasn't a fair comparison. No one could compete with a girl as beautiful and as dead as Emily. But Olivia had a nice smile. She looked more innocent than Emily, but that was something he had loved about the girl he still thought of as his. Her air of having been around the block a few times, even at 19. Must explain why the media's sympathy had run dry. They were terribly excited at first, when her picture emerged and editors realised how beguiling she was. But when reporters dug deeper and discovered she was what people would have called in the old days a good-time girl, they had slightly cooled on the story. Not quickly enough for his liking, though. It had tortured him for weeks. She would be almost 40 now, if she were still alive. He wondered if she would have kept her looks. Of course, in his fantasies she had. In his fantasies she remained 19, her waist unthickened by age, her breasts still full and pert. He wiped the sweat from his temple with the back of his hand. Considered turning back, but he was here now, and had travelled far. After all this time, the stone buildings were still blackened with industrial dirt. You'd think they would have cleaned them up. The trees still loomed high above. Students walked on past him as if he wasn't there.
Part 2. Chapter 14. Kate Marsden's phone buzzed on the bedside table, Smith's bedside table, because she had ended up staying at his. Again. She had to stop doing that. It was unprofessional and... Actually, she couldn't remember the other reasons, apart from that it was unlikely to end well. It never did. She considered ignoring her phone, but at this hour it could only be the news desk and something urgent. When they called early, it was never good. It was never to say, "Please, Kate, take your time, go eat some breakfast, relax." "Hello?" she mumbled, bringing the arm that clutched the phone back beneath the duvet because Smith's flat was always cold. Smith was lying with his back to her and showed no sign of having been disturbed. "It's Stan from the news desk," said the news editor, unnecessarily. She knew his voice too well. Her sleep had been ruined by it on countless occasions. He did not apologise for calling her at whatever hour this was. Apologies weren't Dan's style. "You got anything on?" For a moment she thought he meant clothes, the answer to which was no. Luckily, he didn't pause for an answer, but hurried on. "We need you to get yourself to Leeds. Don't know if you saw last night, but a student's been found dead, and it's looking like a murder." He spoke of cataclysmic events so matter-of-factly that Kate could hardly be blamed for responding with similar nonchalance. At 42, she had been in the business long enough to know how it went. A tragedy or scandal broke. Everyone descended on the scene, excavated what they could, and then, when the well ran dry or the interest waned, moved on to the next big thing and began the process again. It was just how it was. It was the job. She sighed and wished the news desk had called Smith instead of her. That Dan had no clue she was lying beside another of his reporters gave her a shiver of pleasure. It was quickly dispelled by the thought of going to Leeds. She had nasty memories of the place and tried to avoid it. "Okay," she told Dan. "I'll get going straight away." She didn't need to ask for further details. She would find the story online. Every event and micro-event was reported and repeated infinitely within seconds of it happening, or while it was ongoing. It was like stepping into a giant hall of mirrors, and it had its upsides and downsides. Information was easier to come by for journalists, but also for everyone else. Facts weren't sacred anymore. They were free. And by the time the newspapers hit the shelves the next morning, they were old. Attention spans lasted a fraction of a second, the time it took to scroll from a tweet about a fatal stabbing to one about a celebrity fashion fail. It wasn't like when Kate started out, more than 2 decades earlier, as a trainee reporter at the fag end of the raucous 90s. The young ones who came in now had no idea. What they had instead was an army of social media followers and a brand, somehow accrued in the time it took them to travel from university to the newsroom. "Give us a call once you're up there, soon as you like." Dan was more than a decade younger than Kate, yet addressed her with the confident authority of a man whose job involved commanding reporters infinitely more experienced than him. Kate grunted her reluctant assent and was about to hang up when Dan added, "Bill said you covered that one in Leeds 20 years back, some other student who was killed." "Emily Pierce, yeah," sighed Kate. "I covered that." Bill was one of the few old ones left on the desk, remembered every bloody thing. "Great stuff. You'll know the ropes then." Neither of them bothered with goodbye. There was never time for niceties. Kate flung her phone back onto the bedside table and allowed herself 5 more minutes in bed. Smith's back was still turned against her, his warm body solid and motionless. God, she thought, another student killed in Leeds. It was a big place, of course. Most people would have forgotten Emily Pierce by now. It was so long ago. But Kate hadn't forgotten. You didn't forget a case like that.
One you'd covered before you grew jaded and had racked up years of experience. One that got under your skin and inside your gut, living in you for weeks and months afterwards. An unnervingly pretty girl, an unsolved murder, a father shaking with grief, a shame-faced estranged mother standing in the shadows, pale and scared and thinking it was her fault. You didn't forget that kind of story in a hurry. She wanted to wake Smith and tell him, but he seemed so soundly asleep. He had been out until late last night and had messaged her on his way home, asking her to come over. She had hesitated briefly, afraid of appearing too keen in agreeing at such short notice. Sprawled on the sofa in her Brixton flat, watching television in yoga pants, baggy sweatshirt and no makeup, she suspected the correct answer to her colleague's invitation was no. But life was too short to sleep on your own out of pride, although she had done plenty of times, so she slipped into something less comfortable and hurriedly applied some powder. She need not have bothered with that. Smith was bone-tired when she reached his Kennington flat, and they went straight to bed. That was okay, she told herself, as she wanted it too. She was using him just as much as he was using her, she reassured herself. Next morning, eyes closed, she contemplated the drive to Leeds, which she knew from past experience would take at least 4 hours from South London. She was growing too old for this. By now, she should really be a specialist, not a general news reporter. Or else she should be on the news desk, a general commanding the troops, or on another section of the paper, in a role that required less dashing about, less dropping of everything, cancelling of plans and not knowing when you would be home. That was a young person's game. But Kate seldom had plans that could not be dropped. Above all, she was still hooked on the adrenaline rush of breaking news. There was nothing else like it. Moving into features journalism, or even public relations, was what other women reporters did once they hit 30-something and had children. Kate had not had children. She had hit and then left her 30s without becoming a mother or a wife. Instead of a second, third or fourth degree tear, she had heard all the childbirth lingo from friends and it didn't make her want to try it. She had a home that was all her own, artfully decorated and beautifully child-free. All her books and framed pictures arranged exactly how she liked them. And now she had Smith, too, even if they weren't official and were strictly casual. She imagined there must be a young person's slang word for their arrangement, but didn't know what it was because she was not a young person. Loads of women have babies at 42, well-meaning friends liked to reassure her, using a special sympathetic voice that made her skin crawl. They would mention Lucy from NCT or Zoe from the school mum group to support their case, as if Kate might suddenly meet the father of her imaginary future child, get pregnant and give birth all before her next birthday. The father wasn't going to be Smith, that was for sure. He'd made it clear he wanted neither children nor marriage. "I'm not that kind of guy," he had explained, as if that was an explanation. Plenty of men were not that kind of guy either, but they still got married eventually and ended up fathering a brood. She had seen it happen over and over during the past 10 years. Still, it didn't matter. She could deal with Smith's refusal to bow to convention, and more to the point, she would have to. It was not as if she was flooded with offers these days. There had once been plenty, but the interest had waned several years back, once everyone else was coupled up. For a while it had seemed she would never again meet a man of roughly her age who was single and not a psychopath. But that was before the night that she and George Smith ended up at her lovely, childless Brixton flat with its books and its pictures after a boozy work-leaving do just over a year ago. He was dry and cerebral, a good conversationalist when he was in the right mood. In bed, she was pleasantly surprised by how forward he was. Not rough exactly. She knew it would make her a terrible feminist if she wanted to be manhandled, But he did take charge, and this she liked. She might be a better feminist if she took charge herself, but wasn't it enough that she had a career and owned her own property and didn't define herself through the prism of a patriarchal whatever it was? Oh, she yawned, her thoughts trailing off as she dragged herself from bed with a groan that woke Smith from his determined slumber, as intended. "Where are you off to? What time is it?" he mumbled through his beard. "Desk called and asked me to go to Leeds. Some girl's been killed or something." He offered no reply, and she assumed he must have fallen back to sleep. It was hardly a remarkable event, a killing. It was expected they would jump out of bed and head out there whenever someone turned up dead in an interesting way. The task was to transform a chaotic jumble of comments, impressions and half-truths into 600 or so coherent words. A narrative. Maybe 850 words if the killing was especially compelling, or the victim tragically middle class, or if it was just a particularly slow news day. Smith would be relieved it wasn't him being dragged from his bed on this autumn morning, and Kate envied him lying there beneath the warmth of the duvet. Another good hour of sleep ahead of him. Trying not to feel bitter, she pulled on her clothes, grateful she had brought clean underwear. She never left home without spare knickers and a toothbrush. It was one of the first lessons she had learned as a reporter. She was also glad her car was parked right outside, beneath the amber glow of the streetlights and still unticketed by any of Lambeth's silent but ruthless battalion of traffic wardens. It was never truly dark in London, something she only noticed when she was away from the city, beneath the proper starlit skies you saw in the countryside. "Well," she said, tugging on her boots, "I'll see you when I see you. Wish me luck, won't you?" Smith rolled over in bed and grunted a muffled goodbye. Behind the wheel of her polo, she felt the familiar thrill of being on the road. In these past 2 decades, it had never left her, that sense of adventure and possibility, not knowing what would happen or where she'd end up. There remained a romance to it, dimmed only slightly by the passing of time and the nagging worry about her carbon emissions. She wasn't sure if there existed a public interest defence for those. Pulling out onto Kennington Road, she fumbled for the dial on the radio, one eye on the early morning traffic. It was never truly quiet in London either. The double-decker buses were already steaming down the bus lanes, ferrying to work the early shifters and carrying home the city's hidden army of nighttime security staff and cleaners, who moved through the empty offices, then disappeared back to damp flats on housing estates. Taking their place when the sun came up was a different tribe, smartly dressed and better paid, clutching their Pret flat whites and searching for meaning in their phones. It was the nighttime workers, the ones who emptied the bins and tidied the desks, who must know so many of the city's real secrets. Twisting the dial, Kate finally found BBC Radio 4, which had a habit of untuning itself each time she turned off the car engine. As she accelerated onto Waterloo Bridge, the presenters chattered on. Beneath her, the murky grey Thames, which she might not see again for a day or a week. That depended on how interesting the killing turned out to be, on how sympathetic and relatable the victim. She had reached suburban North London and was crawling towards the M1 before the story came over the airwaves. Police in West Yorkshire are investigating the murder of a 19-year-old student whose body was found in her bedroom yesterday, announced the newsreader with due solemnity. The victim has been named as Olivia Kavanagh, an undergraduate studying in Leeds. She was found in the flat she shared with 3 other students in the Headingley area of the city. Detectives say she was stabbed in the neck and are searching for her attacker. They say there is no evidence of a break-in at the property on Otley Road. Kate frowned. Why was that street name familiar? Wasn't that the road where the other girl was killed? Emily? She had an urge to pull over and check. The story would be bigger if, by some unfortunate coincidence, the 2 killings had occurred along the same street. almost exactly 20 years apart, both involving students. Odd details like this could lend a story extra zing, the added spice that encouraged a reader to click or to linger longer once they had. It might increase dwell time by a few crucial seconds before the audience moved on. Olivia Kavanagh. Kate liked the sound of that name. Olivia's often came from affluent backgrounds. The fact she was a student was also reassuring, although the other one, Emily Pierce, had not turned out to be what everyone had hoped. As a 22-year-old trainee reporter, Kate had quickly understood how Emily's value fell once the facts about her emerged. How it would have been preferable if Emily's parents hadn't split up, if her mother hadn't left when the girl was young, if Emily had been more virginal, more obviously blameless. It sounded harsh, but they were only giving the readers what they wanted. Kate had given up arguing for a better billing for stories she felt deserved it. It didn't make any difference. "It's human nature," Smith had reminded her. "Stuff seems more interesting if we can imagine it happening to us. That's just how it is." At Leicester Forest East Services, Kate swerved off the road and parked. Standing in the Starbucks queue, she took out her phone and tweeted. "Breaking. Body of 19-year-old student Olivia Kavanagh found in her bedroom in Leeds. Police have launched murder inquiry. On my way there now." This was terribly dull, but she never really knew what to say. The editors liked reporters to be active on social media, promoting their work and building a profile, but no one had ever taught Kate how to do this. The trick was to inject personality, but she couldn't think of a way to tweet about a murder while demonstrating her own charisma or wit. She should probably engage more in spats, but the thought of this repelled her. The idea of sharing anything of her true self online was bad enough, but inviting strangers to attack you for your views? Why did anyone want that? She tried to do a web search next for Otley Road and Emily Pierce, but at this point her 4G signal decided to cut out. Could she be bothered to get onto the service station Wi-Fi? As the barista called out Kay and she realised he meant her, she decided that no, she could not. She would check it later on. She had only been back on the road for 10 minutes when Smith called. "You there yet?" "What are you, the news editor today?" She was secretly pleased to hear from him. She never took for granted that he would still be into her the morning after. "No, of course I'm not there yet. I don't know if you know this, but Leeds is 200 fucking miles away. Though Dan probably doesn't know it either. He'll be annoyed I haven't already arrived and done a sit-down with all the girls' friends." "Yeah," said Smith, who she'd put on speakerphone and whose voice sounded much more than 100 miles away. "Well, I've been put on the story too." "You're coming to Leeds?" Distracted, Kate jerked the steering wheel to avoid a lorry whose lane she was veering towards, ignored its gesticulating driver. "No, I'm off to Hertfordshire, where the victim grew up." Hertfordshire. That was good too. Home county stories did well. "Dan sent me to doorstep the parents." "Lucky you," said Kate, who had never overcome her squeamishness about confronting devastated relatives and persuading them to talk about their heartbreak. "Are you on the road yet?" "On my way there now." "That's a shame. I was hoping you could check something for me while I'm driving." "What's that?"
"The address. This girl was killed on Otley Road in Leeds."
"So?"
"So, I'm showing my age here, but I covered another student murder in Leeds 20 years ago. A girl called Emily Pierce. You probably don't remember the story, but she was killed in a flat on Otley Road too."
"Yeah?"
"I'm pretty sure. Don't know why else I'd remember that street name."
"I'll check for you when I stop if you want."
"Be great if you could. I remember it was a bloody long road, so it's probably nowhere near, but it might make a line in the story if I'm right."
"The desk will go nuts for that," Smith agreed.
Chapter 15. It was almost 11 a.m. when Kate reached Otley Road and pulled into a petrol station forecourt to check her emails. No one had sent her the house number, but she had received a brief, typo-strewn message from Dan informing her that Steve Gardner would be there. Kate suspected Dan deliberately inserted typos to convey how busy he was. Steve, based in Sheffield, was the photographer they typically used for Northern stories. Kate had worked with him before and knew he would have wasted no time in reaching the scene. This was always handy for reporters, as snappers could pass on useful information about who had been spotted around an address and who had not. She gave him a call now. "I'm on Otley Road. Where should I head to?" she asked. He told her the house number and said he had been stationed outside for the past few hours. "There in 2 minutes," she said. She parked on a side street and hurried towards the crowd of reporters, photographers and cameramen gathered on the pavement. Her stomach flipped as she approached. Even 20 years on, this stretch of road was undeniably familiar. She didn't hear Steve's greeting as she neared, didn't notice him standing in his heavy-duty raincoat, camera equipment dangling from his neck. Something else had caught her eye. The gargoyle above the front door of the house that the media had massed outside of. Even from a distance, she could see half its face was missing. From the pavement beyond the front path, on the far side of the police tape, she stared at it open-mouthed. Uniformed officers stood either side of the door, their faces stern and impassive. The broken gargoyle, that telltale emblem of horror, was visible over their heads. It was, without doubt, Emily Pierce's house. The question was whether anyone else had yet realised. The police looked oblivious, though Kate could not imagine what alternative expression they might wear. She turned around and took in the pack behind her. The local press and broadcasters had a head start, of course, but a couple of reporters from other nationals had beaten her to the scene too. Not that it mattered much. Civilians, which was what Kate and her colleagues called non-journalists, might have believed a fierce rivalry existed between titles, and sometimes it was true, but on the road you kept your rivals close, and they did the same. Good lines were shared, on the understanding that no one could cover all bases at once, and that everyone's life was easier under a tacit system of collaboration. If Kate obtained some information her opposite number on another paper lacked, she would point her in the right direction, or even, with certain trusted reporters, share select quotes, knowing her competitors would do the same for her. She greeted the others from the Nationals with a familiar nod. "All right?" "Lovely day for it, eh?" "Got anything yet?" "Bit of colour, a few quotes off neighbours, nothing juicy." Nothing juicy. So they didn't know. No one present in this pack had covered Emily Pierce. You came to recognise the faces and bylines when you'd been in news as long as Kate had. You knew which snappers were working for which titles. "Oi," said Steve. "You not going to say hello?" "Sorry," she said. "I was miles away. Quite literally, until this broke. How's it going?" "Not bad. Just taken a few shots from the street so far. Front of the house and all that. No one's been in or out except the cops." "Okay, great. That's good." She considered telling Steve what she knew, but instinctively shrank from mentioning it. Instead, she said, "Ground floor flat, is it then?" "Aye, that's the one." She had already known, even in the absence of any stray shards of glass this time, or any outward hint of where exactly this new girl was killed. Somehow she had felt sure it would be the ground floor. Again. She shuddered. A horrible coincidence. It had to be. But quite an impressive one. It wasn't as if undergraduates were murdered every day in Britain. Usually, when a student turned up dead, it was drugs. Either that or they jumped off something for a laugh. Kate distanced herself from the pack so as not to be overheard, then gave Smith a call. He picked up on the 5th ring. He was working on the story now too, she reasoned, so he had a right to know. "Sorry, I haven't had a chance to check on that historic case yet," he said. You don't need to. I'm here, and guess what? It's not just the same street. It's the same fucking flat. How spooky is that?
You sure?
100%. I recognized it straight away. There's this gargoyle above the front door, and half its face is missing. For some reason, I remember that. You'll probably find pics online to prove it, though I can't remember how much copy actually went online back then. But seriously, look it up, Smith, and you'll see.
You told anyone about this?
Not even the snapper. But it's got to be the top line.
I guess so, if you're sure it's definitely the same flat.
I told you I was.
Will you run it by the cops?
Ask if they think it's connected. Suppose so, though I doubt they're going to say yes. I mean, it doesn't seem all that likely, does it?
Not at all. It's just some random student digs, isn't it? I don't see how it could be linked to something that happened 20 years ago.
Still, a bit weird, though, don't you think? He paused.
Perhaps. As soon as you write that it's the same house, the others will be all over it.
Inevitably, yes. I want to do a bit more digging first, so I can be out ahead on it. Just in case, you know?
Just a thought, but maybe you should hold that line back,
Smith suggested.
Give us some more time. Could make a good day too, when we're scrabbling around for something fresh. It doesn't look like the parents will speak. They've put out an IPSO already.
This meant they had gone to the press regulator to request that the papers be respectfully asked to back off. It was normal enough now, and could sometimes come as a relief to reporters, who would otherwise be asked to land the emotional sit-down chat before anyone else did. But then we risk someone else working out that it's the same address and running it before us, said Kate. That would be highly annoying, and the desk would go mad. Bill knows I covered the Emily Pierce case.
Is there anyone on the doorstep now who covered that case too?
Kate scanned the faces in the pack again. Don't think so. But sooner or later, someone's going to clock it.
Look, hold off for now and I'll do some digging. See if I can find anything to suggest a connection, offered Smith. Since the parents aren't going to talk, I'd rather go sit in a cafe with my laptop than have to go back to the office.
That would be amazing, thanks. I know it's unlikely the two are linked, but we should still have a sniff around. Kate returned to the pack and brought up on her phone the stories already running online about Olivia Kavanagh's murder. The limited versions published so far contained little more than a few lines from the police. She saw the girl's picture and knew this one would be big. Olivia Kavanagh had that look about her, of someone who could be your daughter, someone who, crucially, could be the daughter or granddaughter of the reader. A pleasant, open face, smiling and innocent-looking, archetypal girl next door, not like Emily Pierce, who never looked quite blameless enough. Kate had been sceptical about the burglary theory last time. Or maybe that wasn't entirely true. She accepted it on face value when the cops put it out there at that first fevered press conference at Millgarth Police Station. Didn't know any better. She had only been in the job a short time and was yet to develop a healthy cynicism about the lines handed down by police top brass. That would evolve later. Back in January 2000, she bought into it all. The simple explanations, easy answers, half-truths and full-blown lies. She wasn't to know any better. That was why you needed reporters like her on the front line now. Hacks who had been around long enough to carry within them the institutional memory that the bright young things, the 25-year-olds running the show, couldn't possess. She had been like them once. She had sat on a hard plastic chair in a packed-out room in Yorkshire and lapped up the story. Believed an indecently attractive girl, smothered with her own pillow, was the victim of a burglary gone wrong.
Was she hell?
Snarled Jeff McKee, veteran crime reporter from one of the broadsheets, when the pack reassembled after filing. They sat in a dingy smoke-clogged pub in Leeds city centre, chewing it over together.
That was no burglary, and the cops know it. They just haven't got anything else. They're hopeless, this lot. It was them who let the Ripper keep at it for years. Can't catch a killer when they're staring him in the face.
Kate had listened in silence and sipped her glass of wine, too junior to have an opinion on any of this.
"Go on then, big man, what's your theory?" a tabloid journalist taunted McKee. "What do you think happened? Shag gone wrong, you reckon?"
McKee nodded sagely.
"That's probably closer to the truth."
"Oh, come off it, lads," said another broadsheet reporter, Sandra something or other. "You only think that because the girl is dolled up in her picture. You just want a nice, sexy story."
"Course we do. It shifts more papers," one of the men had reasoned.
Even then, Kate knew this was true and understood the others would look for anything that made the Emily Pierce story sexier if they could. But they couldn't do much, even back then, with nothing but rumour to go on. Crucially, disappointingly, the rumour about the pervy prof who was said to have been sleeping with the girl could never be proven or printed. "Why can't we run it?" Kate wanted to know when this intriguing new detail emerged.
"It's totally unsubstantiated,"
Chris Minchin, crime correspondent on her own paper, a mid-market title, had patiently explained down the phone from the newsroom.
"No one knows if she really was having it off with him. There's no proof at all. And by linking him with her, there's a risk we'll look like we're suggesting he did her in. It'll never get past legal."
"What if he did do her in?" Kate asked.
Chris sighed. "We have no evidence, and clearly neither do the cops."
This was unsatisfactory to Kate, so Chris went on explaining.
"Folks say all sorts when someone's killed, but that doesn't mean you can publish it all. It's our job to filter out the crap. If you bring me something concrete on this affair, something copper-bottomed, then we can probably do it. But the blokes denied it in very strong terms and made a bunch of legal threats for good measure. So for now, we'll have to steer clear. I'm afraid that's how it goes."
The conversation did nothing to dispel Kate's impression that the murder wasn't random. Maybe she had read too many crime novels, or maybe it was the journalist's yearning for hidden truths waiting to be found. Another problem was that none of Emily's flatmates would speak to the press in the immediate aftermath. They were all too traumatized, presumably, or following legal advice. It was before the days when you could dig into someone's life online and extract endless material. Knowing how easy it was now, Kate took care to share little of herself on social media, but was glad, for professional reasons, when others failed to take similar precautions. Back then, she had persuaded a couple of the murdered girl's other friends to talk, but they had little to offer beyond the blandest quotes. She was the life and soul of the party. She was such a bright spark. She was so excited about the future. She didn't deserve this. Well, of course not. Who does? It was all too generic to move the story on, and in the end the news agenda shifted to some other matter. Kate was ordered back to London and put onto something else. She vaguely remembered one of the flatmates had spoken out once the new term had started, but she couldn't recall her saying anything sensational. Now, back at the scene 2 decades later, the details returned to her quickly. She never had found any proof of the pervy prof affair to hand to Chris Minchin. He had lost interest anyway when another big crime story broke, one that was more conveniently located down south. A few years later, he had left journalism for a better-paid job in comms. Kate felt a sense of sadness to think how little he would care about the Emily Pierce case now. She wondered how many people still did come to that. Surely the father and the estranged mother, if they were alive. But was there anyone else to whom Emily would mean anything 20 years on? Kate sighed and glanced back at the doorstep. The white-clad forensics officers were filing out of the property, looking as forbidding as ever. She had always wondered about them, carefully sifting through crime scenes, working up close with the bodies, then going off to eat their meal deals for lunch like anyone else. How in the hell did they stomach it? Reporters dealt with suspicious deaths more than your average person, but most of them rarely, if ever, had to get close to the blood and gore. Conscious of a stirring in the pack behind her, she turned around. The journalists, whose number had swelled further since her arrival, were studying their phone screens and murmuring. "What? What is it?" she asked, her heart sinking. "The house," said Mira Natu, a reporter Kate knew from a rival mid-market title. "Looks like some other girl was killed here in 1999. Shit." "That's it," bluffed Kate. "I thought this place looked familiar from a case I covered back then." "You were around then?" asked Mira, looking up with mild interest. She was under 30, but Kate forgave her for this. She was, in fact, happy to see her. She could do business with Mira. "Yes, I'm ancient," she replied. "Ah, but you don't look 50. "That's because I'm not bloody 50. Don't they teach maths at school anymore? I was a trainee back then. It was my first big murder story." "Cool." Kate checked her phone to see how they had so quickly blown her exclusive to pieces. An agency reporter must have pieced it together because several websites were running the exact same lines, word for word. That's how you knew they had all taken agency copy. Speed was everything now, though Kate couldn't see why it mattered. The first to the story was only first by seconds. As soon as it was out there, it would be snatched and republished dozens of times by other news sites, which had done none of the digging and yet reaped similar rewards. A 19-year-old student found dead in her bedroom in Leeds yesterday was killed in the same flat as a student who was murdered there 20 years ago. Well, that was it. The floodgates had opened. There would be no peace for days now, maybe weeks. 2 girls, both students, both murdered in the same place 2 decades apart. Editors would be wetting themselves with excitement. And she, Kate, would get it in the neck for not having alerted her desk. She opened Twitter to see how widely this new line was being reported and saw that she'd received a direct message. This was not unusual. She kept her DMs open in case anyone ever wished to slide in with an outstanding scoop, which they generally didn't. The message came from someone who called themselves Scorpion. It was the content that shocked her. "Leave this alone, Kate, or you'll be next." The words were followed by a coffin emoji. The timestamp was half an hour after she had posted her tweet from the service station. Scorpion, whoever he or she was, had 0 followers and had never posted publicly. Their bio said, "Joined October 2019, but offered no other information. Their avatar was, unimaginatively, a scorpion, one with evil red eyes. Kate's first instinct was to dismiss this as a troll or bot. But it seemed too personal. The use of her first name. The coffin emoji, which, while laughable, was also unexpectedly chilling. The fact the message appeared to have been provoked by her post telling the world she was on the way to the Olivia Kavanagh crime scene. "Everything okay?" asked Mira, glancing up momentarily before continuing to tap away furiously on her own phone screen. I don't know," murmured Kate. "I've just had a mad DM." "Oh, yeah?" Mira continued moving her thumbs at lightning speed over her cracked phone screen, which sat in a hot pink protective case that didn't seem very protective. "Like a threat?" Mira stopped typing and looked up. "Is it?" Kate's legs felt weak and she looked around for somewhere to sit. Finding nowhere suitable, she leaned against the old Yorkshire stone wall separating Olivia and Emily's gravelled front garden from the street. Are you okay?" asked Mira, and Kate realised from her tone that her own face must have paled. "Show me the message." Kate held out her phone while Mira craned her neck to see the screen. "Just a troll, surely. I get them all the time, usually racists." "Probably just a troll, yes. I don't know why it's bothered me. Maybe it's because the grammar seems too good. Seems kind of careful and deliberate. Maybe not all trolls are semi-illiterate, though mine do tend to be.
You obviously attract a better class of troll. Congratulations.
Kate couldn't manage a laugh, which prompted Mira to reassess her.
Sorry, are you really bothered by it? I mean, what are they even saying to leave alone?
The story, I assume. Mira looked confused.
Why?
Kate had no answer to that. I should call my desk, she said eventually. They'll be losing their shit because they know I covered that other case 20 years ago.
Will you tell them you got a death threat?
Kate shrugged. Was this really a death threat? She had never received one before. Not on Twitter, and not below the line, where readers commented on stories and routinely tore women journalists apart as if they weren't real people. Do you get paid to write this drivel? Was a common query. One of Kate's colleagues in the features team had adopted it ironically as her Twitter bio. Other frequent comments included variations on, "Do you call this news?" and "This paper gets worse every day." These sat at the kinder end of the spectrum. Some of the women writers received far worse. But Kate was not aware of anyone receiving a death threat, even via a personal account. Waiting for someone on the news desk to answer, her breath came quick and shallow. As usual, the phone rang and rang. She could picture the landline ringing in the middle of the newsroom in London, on and on, while everyone ignored it. Finally, Dan answered. "It's Kate."
"What have you got?"
"Sorry I didn't have a chance to tell you about it being the same house. I only realised just before it broke. It took me ages to get here. Traffic was terrible. And yeah, then I clocked it." She was talking quickly, heading off an interruption. The desk were generally desperate to get a conversation over with and get you off the phone, because whatever time of day you called, conference was always just about to start. "Dan, there's something else too. I've had a DM from a random Twitter account threatening me to leave the story alone or I would be next. Slightly freaked me out."
"Surely just some nut job, no?"
"Yeah, I suppose so."
"They said stay off the story."
"Yes. Well, no, not exactly. They didn't say the word story. They just said, leave it alone. But I don't know what else they could have meant. It was shortly after I tweeted that I was covering it."
"Nothing going on in your, private life that this could be about?"
"No!" Dan sighed, clearly losing patience, the work piling up with every second that was lost to this exchange. "You know what? Don't worry. Forget it," said Kate, who couldn't bear him to see her as vulnerable, even if someone potentially wanted to kill her. "You're right. It'll just be some nut job."
"I can send someone to join you if you want. Probably should anyway. This one looks like it'll be big. Editor's mad keen already."
"It's fine. I'll be fine."
"Listen, you hang tight. I'll get another reporter up there as soon as I can."
"No, really, Dan had already hung up. Chapter 16, 1999. Time was running out. Autumn term would soon be over, then Emily would be gone. She would disappear over Christmas for 4 long weeks, during which Aidan would have to make do with the diminishing pleasures of family life. His wife's worsening mood, domestic claustrophobia, the endless demands of his children. 4 weeks didn't sound long, but they stretched out before him like a jail term. He lacked a concrete plan to detain the girl at the end of their final seminar, but knew he had to try something, anything. His heart lifted when the session ended and she carried out her usual performance of packing up her books and pens slowly and laboriously. He wondered if any of the other students had noticed. It seemed likely they had, but while he knew this should worry him, it didn't. He made a show of shuffling papers around on his desk as they filed out. Then the door closed and he and the girl were alone. She shot him a lip-gloss grin. "Thanks for the drink and everything else last week. It was fun."
"I haven't stopped thinking about it,"
he said, eyeing her up and down, savouring the contours of her body before he emerged from behind his desk and crossed the room to where she stood. He took her head between his palms.
"When can I see you again?"
right now.
Not here. It's not enough.
Well, the back of your car wasn't the most comfortable, to be honest. He ran a thumb over her lips. They were sticky and pink, her breath sweet.
We could go somewhere else. Where do you want to go? I can take you anywhere.
What, like now? What if I said New York?
He looked at his watch. I have a departmental meeting in 25 minutes. How about we go somewhere over Christmas?
I'm going home for Christmas, down south.
Do you have to?
Basically, yeah. You'll be with your family anyway. She did air quotes around the word family.
After Christmas, then. Why don't you come back early?
How early? The seed of a plan took root in his mind.
New Year's Eve. Friends have invited us to a boring party, but they're more her friends, really. No one would miss me there. I could fake a headache, skip the whole thing, and meet you somewhere instead.
Tempting. I don't know what I'm doing for the big night yet. She shrugged, gently freeing herself from his grip. Matty and JJ want me to come back to Leeds for it. I haven't made up my mind.
Matty and JJ?
My flatmates. I think I mentioned them.
Oh, yes, sure.
What would we do, me and you, if we spent New Year's together?
Anything you want.
He perched on the table where his students had sat a few minutes ago, ran a hand up her inner thigh. Vegas, she said. Bangkok.
I was thinking of somewhere a little more local.
But imagine the scandal if anyone saw us out together, Dr. Barclay. She said it playfully, but she was right.
We'll drive somewhere out of the city, where we won't be seen. A hotel in the Yorkshire Dales. My Gloria won't be home until the early hours. We could see in the new millennium together.
Then you leave me when the clock strikes 12 and race back home to your bed like Sleeping Beauty. She laughed and gave him an affectionate shove in the chest. His blood pumped hard at her touch. He didn't correct her on the fairy tale. For all he knew, no one had ever read them to her. Perhaps now she was creating one of her own. The thought gave him a pleasurable sense of his own power.
If there was a way I could spend the whole night with you, I would. Believe me. But like you say, we don't want to cause a scandal.
I don't actually mind causing a scandal. It's you who needs to be worried. She moved his hand further up, and he glanced nervously towards the unlocked door. Voices rose and fell outside.
I'll book us somewhere nice, he said, lowering his own voice. I promise. Somewhere fancy. You deserve it.
She probably hadn't stayed in fancy hotels before, though he realised he knew little about her past. It was easy to make assumptions. What will we do in this hotel, Professor?
I'm not actually We'll have a 3-course meal and drink champagne. I'll buy you something to wear, for dinner and for afterwards. I'll treat you like
the Julia Roberts character in Pretty Woman?
Well, no, not like that.
OK, she said, suddenly pushing his hand away. Let's do it. Take me to a 5-star hotel. A 6-star hotel. One with a pool. I'll bring a bikini.
You do that. I'll arrange it all. All you need to do is wait for me at your digs, and I'll pick you up at, let's see, 8:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve. Where's your flat? Hang on, I'll grab a pen and write it down.
He scribbled her address on the back of a manila envelope.
I'll park on the nearest side street. You know my car now, the dark blue Volvo. What will you tell your flatmates? You know not to breathe a word about any of this to them, don't you?
Do I?
He tensed and she laughed. Be good now, he said, and kissed her hard on the lips, tasting the saccharine lip gloss. Don't go running off with other men while you're away. Don't think I won't know.
I'll be good as gold, she said, turning to leave.
Wait, he called out after her. Could you do something for me, Emily?
Turning back, she flashed him the smile that made him weak. A knowing, expectant grin that lit her eyes with mischief. Yeah?
I'd love a photo of you, something for me to remember you by during our time apart."
She looked amused but not displeased. "Sure," she said. "I'll find one."
"Perhaps you could tuck it between the pages of the essay you'll be handing in at the end of the week." She laughed, apparently tickled by this profane idea.
"OK then, Dr. Barclay. It is Christmas."
He needed more, but wasn't sure whether to say it. Thought, what the hell? He'd come this far, may as well. The girl wouldn't take it badly. Would she? Not after all she'd done for him already. He took a breath and mentally stepped off the edge. "One more thing, if I may," he said. "I'd also like a pair of your panties." Her grin faded just a little.
Chapter 17. Emily wasn't worried about cutting short her time back home. Her dad wouldn't care too much, she reckoned, since he hadn't yet asked the dates of her holidays anyway. She'd show up when she showed up, and leave when she was ready. It wouldn't make much difference, and he didn't need to know ahead of time. She didn't often call him from Leeds. He was no good on the phone, didn't know what to say beyond asking was she okay and behaving herself. Hardly worth freezing her arse off in a phone box for that. To her mum, there would be no need for explanations. She hadn't seen the woman for months. Was it more? And had given up hoping she'd show up on Christmas Day laden with gifts. That was fine. Emily was used to it now. If she was lucky, her dad would slip her some cash. Well, he would if he had some on him, and if she caught him at the right moment after the pub. If not, she might have to help herself, but he'd surely want her to have it. The New Year's Eve plan put a spring in her step as she left Dr. Barclay's office. He'd messed up her lip gloss, and her hair was all over the place, but she liked the idea that someone might see her like this. Surrendered herself to daydreams of a fancy hotel with a pool, drinking champagne beneath the sheets in a silk camisole. It was, as he had said, what she deserved. She'd fob off her flatmates, that would be no problem either. She had several weeks to dream up a plausible story. Perhaps she could succumb to a headache herself, shortly before Matty and JJ ventured out for their celebrations. It could work, as long as they left the flat before 8:30 p.m. She would need to ask Aidan to pay for her taxi back to the city the following morning, as it seemed unlikely that rural public transport would be the answer to any question on New Year's Day. But these were minor details that would sort themselves out. The plan would work come what may, and this thought cheered her as she headed towards the doors separating the history department from the stairwell. It was just before she reached them that she realised she wasn't alone. A presence had appeared behind her, a shadow accompanied by the smell of musky perfume, like the sort older women wore. "Emily Pierce, isn't it?" She swung around, startled to hear her name. "Professor Jessup!" "I don't believe we've had the pleasure yet." Jessup extended a cold hand, her face rigid, with a false smile. There was nothing Emily could do but shake the hand. Her eyes darted around, but there was no one else in sight. Had Aidan's wife seen her leaving Aidan's office? It seemed very possible. But wasn't it equally possible that she, Emily, had been in there for work-related reasons? There was no proof to the contrary, aside from her spoiled lip gloss and tousled hair. Thinking about what the woman would make of that turned out to be mildly arousing. Jessup radiated something beyond disapproval. "Tell me, are you enjoying your seminars with Dr. Barclay?" Yes." Emily nodded dumbly, her back against the double doors. She considered easing them open by leaning against them, then turning and fleeing down the stairs. Pictured the doors swinging back again and hitting Jessup in the face. But these would not be the actions of an innocent student who had just left a seminar with another woman's husband. "Always the last to leave, aren't you?" Jessup's smile seemed to have grown even more glacial. Emily considered the best way to answer, adrenaline coursing through her veins in a not unpleasurable way. "Am I? I hadn't really noticed." "Oh, I think you are, and I think you know that too. But I'm sure there's a good reason. Maybe you need a little extra help with your work. Sometimes students unfortunately find that the course is beyond them. And some do end up leaving for a less intellectually challenging environment. If you have any concerns, perhaps we could discuss this option. It was not a question or an invitation, but a threat. Thanks, but I'm fine with the course. I'm enjoying it a lot, actually. Especially Dr. Barclay's classes. He's very good. And yet, from what I've heard, you're not quite at the same level as the other students. This stung a little, admittedly. For all Emily's bravado, Jessup had briefly succeeded in throwing her off course. I'll catch up over the holidays. That is good to hear, and I'm glad we finally met. I heard a lot about you. Jessup fixed her with an unflinching look. Eyes narrowed, mouth drawn into a thin frown, Emily nodded goodbye and backed her way out through the doors. Outside, she grinned to herself and wondered what would have happened if Aidan had emerged from his office in time to find his wife trapping her up against the doors. That would have been interesting to see. Realising the time, she hurried across Woodhouse Lane, oblivious to the traffic, and onwards to the sandwich bar where she had agreed to meet Matty for lunch. Sorry, I know I'm really late. Seminar ran over.
For that long? I bought you a sandwich and a Coke.
You're the best. She started digging in, ripping the film off the bread and stuffing it into her mouth while he watched. I've been thinking, she said through a mouthful of food. Maybe I will come back to Leeds for New Year. You still going to be here? His face lit up.
Definitely.
Then he seemed to check himself.
I mean, probably. My mates back home are going to want me to stay, but JJ's getting tickets for a big club night here, so I reckon I'll come back. I'll make sure he gets you a ticket too.
Emily couldn't quite remember where back home was for Matty. Somewhere in the Midlands, was it? He didn't have an accent that betrayed it and never spoke much about it. Oh, she said, remembering her last lunch with a flatmate. Do you want to hear something weird about JJ?
Course.
She took a swig of Coke, wiped her mouth on the back of her hand, let the moment of his anticipation stretch out. Turns out he's been lying to us all. Chapter 18, 2019. Kate remained on the doorstep all day, growing progressively colder. In an equal proportion, her enthusiasm waned. You never knew on a job like this how long you might end up waiting around outdoors, but you could guarantee that once the chill seeped into your bones, no hot drink or Greg's pasty could save you. The best doorsteps were those where you could park right outside the address. Then at least you could retreat to your car, run the engine and turn up the heater. You couldn't do this indefinitely, but those brief spurts of warmth were precious, if environmentally ruinous. The other good type of doorstep was the rare one where the neighbours took pity on you. On one particularly long, cold evening, stationed outside the Berkshire home of a 70s television star accused of a string of sex crimes, a kindly local resident had delivered mince pies and takeaway coffees to the frozen press pack in the street. That was a classy touch. No sign of such munificence today. Stamping her feet to keep the blood flowing, Kate wondered what was taking Smith so long. After Dan had hung up, she had called Smith and told him about the threatening DM. Not because she wanted him to join her, but if anyone had to, she would prefer it to be him. He reacted as she hoped he would.
This sounds well dodgy. I'm going to get myself sent up there to be with you,
he told her over the phone. Oh, you don't have to do that.
I'm not having you stand around there on your own waiting to be stabbed.
Well, I doubt I'm going to be stabbed, and I'm with the pack.
You should take these things seriously, Marsden.
Everyone else has been telling me it's probably just some troll or nut job.
Maybe it is. But what if it's not?
What are you suggesting?
That someone really doesn't want me reporting on this story? Who knows? Better to be safe than sorry.
If you insist. Dan did actually say he was going to send someone else up anyway, so get off the phone and volunteer. 15 minutes later, Smith messaged Kate to say he was on his way up from Hertfordshire. But the hours had passed, and even allowing for heavy traffic, he should really be... Her phone started ringing, and as she pulled it from her pocket, she spotted him approaching on foot from the direction of the city centre. He had his phone to his ear, and the name on her screen was his. Her heart leapt as she saw him, striding with such purpose and confidence, like only a man joining someone else's story could. In spite of herself, Kate felt as if salvation itself had arrived in dapper work clothes and with a neatly trimmed beard. She took in his heft, his reassuring solidity, his small paunch tidily tucked away beneath a crisp white shirt. Somehow it was endearing rather than off-putting. "What took you so long?" she called out as he came near.
"Good to see you too."
"How did you know where to find us?"
"I didn't. I just drove along Otley Road until I saw a bunch of journos standing around. You weren't very hard to spot. I've parked just down the road on a side street. Bloody hell, it's cold up north. I always forget that."
She couldn't embrace him because no one in their professional world knew of their relationship. It wouldn't be completely disastrous if they were rumbled. It was not as if either were married, as far as she knew, but Kate hated the thought of her private life becoming a source of gossip. Ironic, she knew, considering the time she spent digging up details of other people's.
"So,"
said Smith, whipping out a notepad and pen from his leather satchel, nodding a brief greeting to the pack.
"What do we know so far, and how shall we divvy this up?"
"We know she had 3 flatmates, all girls. None are talking, but we haven't been ipsoed at this end yet, so that's something. One of the girls in the flat seems to be a big Instagrammer, so we've all tried DMing her, but I don't think she's replied to anyone yet."
"What's her name?"
Smith asked, studying his phone screen. "Her handle is The Real Abs. I think she's called Abby, but don't bother with her. I've already made an approach."
"How do we know she lives here?"
"Because she posts about it all the bloody time."
"Excellent. Got the other flatmates' names?"
"Yep, they're all tagged in her pics. Tell you what, why don't you take over on the doorstep, because I'm fucking dying here. I'll go check us into a hotel and do some digging online. I'll email you everything we know so far. I'm afraid it's not that much."
"What are the cops saying?"
"Sod all, really. Only what they've put out there publicly. They're being exceptionally unhelpful otherwise." Smith rolled his eyes.
"Your teeth are chattering," he said.
"Didn't I tell you I was freezing?"
"Go on then, you go and find us somewhere to stay. Somewhere nice. They've hopefully got around to building a few smart hotels here by now."
"You know our accommodation budget doesn't stretch to smart hotels, but I'll do my best."
"No travel lodge, okay? And nowhere that's full of stag doos. You'll, have to book us 2 separate rooms, remember?"
She shot him a withering look. "I'm not an idiot."
"Let me know how you get on."
"And you." The front of the hotel was rust-red brick, handsome on the outside, in the way that those grand old Victorian buildings could be. Dated on the inside. Too many patterned carpets, Kate noted as she stood in the silent reception area, gazing at the unlikely stained glass windows rising from the staircase. It called itself a luxury establishment, where the classic meets the modern, but Kate had her doubts already. "I rang about 15 minutes ago to book 2 rooms, she told the receptionist. "Name?" "Kate Marsden." No, I'm afraid not. But I just... Oops! Tell a lie. There might be. I'll just look." The receptionist moved her computer mouse painstakingly slowly. Her manner did not inspire confidence. Kate was growing impatient to get into her room and lock the door behind her. Surrounded by the rest of the pack, she'd felt safe. Nothing could happen to her out in the street with a crowd of journalists and overlooked by 2 cops. But here, a few minutes' walk from the railway station, meters from the hotel's tall arched entrance,
its wrought iron gates wide open, she felt suddenly exposed. "Look," she said, swallowing back her exasperation, "I literally just phoned and reserved 2 rooms. I was told there were 2 doubles available. I'm sure it must have been you I spoke to." "Did you say your name was Martin?" "Marsden." "No, there's no booking under that name, I'm afraid. But we do have 2 lovely rooms available if you'd like to check in now." "Yes, I would like to check in now, as per my previous—" "Never mind. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I've got some work to be getting on with." "Right you are, love." Minutes later, Kate was standing in an upstairs bedroom, peering out at the street from behind a long net curtain, the thick drapes pushed aside. Nothing to cause alarm out there, just the Portland stone facade of the opposite building. The odd passer-by hurrying along the pavement towards the station. No one looked up at her window or even stole a glance at the hotel as they went by. If anyone was watching her, they were staying well hidden. She texted Smith the hotel name, Canal House, though there was no sign of a canal. Hoped it wouldn't be too long until he joined her. She would make sure they shared a room tonight. Perhaps his room would be best, just in case. That way she could fall asleep in safety. She slipped off her shoes and reopened Twitter. Scorpion had not messaged again, and the account was still yet to tweet anything publicly. A dumb troll, she told herself. A sad man sitting in his mum's basement. But somehow it didn't ring true. She closed the drapes on the dusk, pushed her unease to the back of her mind and arranged herself on the bed, propped up against the cushions as she waited for her laptop to stir to life. Too many cushions for sleeping, but the right amount for sitting up doing work. She looked around the room properly for the first time. The only hint of the hotel's location was the artfully framed black and white photos of the area hanging on the wall. An old bridge, which she assumed must be somewhere in Leeds. A rural landscape that was probably the Yorkshire Dales. Bit of a cheek trying to claim that as part of Leeds. But whatever. They surely could have found a few other picturesque scenes from the city to showcase. But if the bridge was the best they had, she could hardly blame them for filling the bare wall space with rolling hillside and sheep. She opened her newspaper's homepage. Olivia Kavanagh's murder sat second from the top, beneath yet another Brexit story, the sight of which made her weary. She would be anchoring the Leeds murder story for print. The online version, cobbled together by a desk-bound reporter in the newsroom, comprised a mixture of agency copy and colour from the ground she had filed earlier. Devastated students left messages of shock and sadness pinned to bouquets of flowers outside the flat, etc. She would have to produce something better for tomorrow's print edition and was already up against the deadline. A message flashed up on her phone. Dan, demanding to know the ETA of her piece. Why was he still in the office when he was on earlies? It would do him good to go home and rest occasionally. He always had dark circles under his eyes, but was not the type to care. More likely to show them off as a badge of honour, the mark of someone who was always on, and who thought that made him a hero. Kate had seen people like him come and go over the years. They burned brightly and intensely before disappearing from the newsroom altogether. Sometimes they washed up in public relations. Those were the ones she pitied, although it was always possible they enjoyed the regular hours and higher salaries. Kate couldn't think of anything worse. Ignoring the gnawing hunger she didn't have time to satisfy, she began to type. Smith phoned shortly after she had filed.
"I'm knocking it on the head for today. Where are you?"
"I'm in the hotel. I texted you the name." Her heart lifted at the thought of him being so close.
"Right. Oh, yeah. Sorry."
"Are you coming, or is the Pat going out for dinner? I'm starving. My last meal was a sandwich from that petrol station near the house. 0 natural ingredients."
"I'm exhausted," said Smith. "I reckon I'll grab a bite at the hotel, but you join the pack if you want to. I don't know what they're doing. They've mostly drifted off now."
"Forget it. We can eat at the hotel together. There's a bar downstairs that claims to serve food of some sort.
OK, I'm on my way.
He arrived at her hotel room door looking harried, almost half an hour later.
I just had to pay 18 quid to park about half a mile away. They better bloody let me expense that.
Oh, yeah, I should have mentioned this place only has about 5 parking spaces. Also, there's a receptionist who appears to have never used a computer before. He still didn't look happy, so she went over to him and pulled him towards her by the lapels of his warm wool-blend coat. "Hey," she said into his chest. "It could be worse. We've got a night on expenses in an almost luxurious hotel where the classic meets the modern. Maybe we'll have longer, if people haven't grown bored of Olivia Kavanagh by tomorrow."
Even murder has its upsides,
he mumbled, kissing her absently on the top of her head. "That's the spirit. Now, how about some dinner?" The hotel contained what it called a bar and lounge. It amounted to a few leather bar stools and red velvet armchairs arranged around shiny little tables, mostly unoccupied. A man sat at the bar, chatting loudly to the barman. Otherwise, the place was empty. "Private dining," said Kate, heading towards a table near the back of the room and taking a seat that offered a view of the doorway. Smith followed, acknowledging the barman without smiling. As soon as he had sat down, Kate leaned across the table and said in a whisper, "Do you think I should call the police?" Smith mimed surprise.
The hotel isn't that bad. It just never received the memo about the 21st century happening.
"Ha ha, very good. I mean about that freaky DM, in case it really was a death threat. Aren't you meant to report those?"
Can't imagine it would be worth it. What would they do about it?
"Yeah, you're right. And it probably was just some stupid troll anyway." She was attempting to comfort herself, in the hope that Smith would echo her words and add authority to them. Just like he did when she was worried she had libelled someone or made an error in her copy. She studied his face for signs of reassurance, but this time found them missing. He looked grave and concerned.
"I don't know about that," he said. "I don't think you should dismiss it out of hand. But the police, they've got their work cut out for them already, and they're not exactly famous for their competence, that lot."
Yeah, the Ripper, I know. But that was ages ago.
And the other girl.
Emily Pierce. True, they were pretty useless then too, but that was 20 years ago. You'd like to think they might have changed.
Her killer's still out there, though. They haven't caught him yet. Or her.
Well, no, they closed that investigation years ago. Oh, sorry. She looked up at the waiter who had silently materialised beside their table. "I'll have the salmon, please, and a glass of the house white."
"The barbecue chicken breast," said Smith, "and a pint of Tetley's."
"That sounds disgusting," said Kate as the waiter walked off. Smith just shrugged, still unsmiling. Kate hoped the food and beer would put him in a better mood. Sometimes he could be grumpy. She had grown used to that, trained herself to believe his moods weren't caused by or directed at her. She, too, would feel better after food and alcohol. It had been a long day, half of it spent on the motorway, the other half standing around on a noisy main road. It didn't sound at all glamorous, but she knew she would still look back on it and cast it as such in retrospect, as long as she wasn't killed by the Twitter troll before she got home. "So," she said with forced brightness, "what do you reckon about the case? Olivia Kavanagh doesn't seem like the kind of girl who'd get herself killed."
"In what sense? Because she's different from Emily what's-her-name?"
Kate shrugged. "Maybe."
"Did Emily seem like the kind of girl who'd get herself killed?"
"Not exactly. But, I don't know, you could sort of imagine she might have got herself involved in something dodgy, especially once those rumours about her affair with the lecturer came out. But this one, Olivia, she doesn't seem like that."
"Maybe it was just a random attack then."
"How could it have been? There was no break-in. It must have been someone she knew, or at least someone she opened the door to.
I guess so.
But why would anyone want to kill someone like her?
Maybe she wasn't as innocent as she looked. Maybe she was involved in something herself.
Her Instagram is really boring.
You know, sometimes you can't tell absolutely everything about a person by looking at their Instagram.
Kate laughed. This was the Smith she wanted with her tonight. She wanted to feel better, to forget. You don't have any theories, then? She pressed him. You usually do.
I reckon.
He gazed up at the incongruous chandelier on the ceiling, furrowed his brow at it, then met her eye, straight-faced.
I reckon it was a sex game gone wrong.
She was stabbed in the neck, exclaimed Kate, briefly acknowledging the waiter as he handed her a plate containing a salmon fillet and 2 thin stalks of broccoli that didn't quite amount to a single vegetable portion. Jesus, Smith, what kind of sex game involves stabbing someone in the neck? None that I'd ever want to play. Just so we're clear on that.
OK, then it was a domestic,
said Smith, barely acknowledging receipt of his congealed-looking barbecue chicken breast. Said Kate. I'm not convinced. There's nothing to suggest she was even in a relationship. There's something odd about it, don't you think? She just looks so sweet and innocent.
Don't judge a book by its cover, Marsden.
All right, she grinned. She had barely noticed her wine arriving, never mind that she had downed half of it.
Anyway, he said, we don't have to talk shop all night.
What else do you suggest we do? She didn't mean it to sound like innuendo, but didn't mind at all when he swallowed a mouthful of beer, cocked an eyebrow and said,
I have some ideas.
Chapter 19. Next morning, it was Smith who received the wake-up call from the news desk. Dan again, barking questions down the line, pumped up on espresso. Kate, lying very still, could hear from her side of the bed.
Editor's still mad keen,
said Dan as Smith rolled his eyes.
I'm hearing there might be a police press conference this morning, so we'll need one of you there. Maybe Kate, if she's still worried about that threat. Cop shop will be nice and secure. That leaves you free to carry on looking for friends who'll speak. Other students or whoever. Someone's got to say something today. Couple of the papers have quoted some kid called Elliot. He didn't say much, but it might be worth tracking him down. See if you can't charm him into being a bit more talkative.
Smith continued to roll his eyes at Dan explaining how to do the job. He had been a reporter for almost as long as Kate had, and shared her contempt for 29-year-old news editors who thought they had invented journalism.
Keep me posted anyway, said Dan. Be good if I've got a line to go into morning conference with. Sure thing,
mumbled Smith, hanging up as he said it. He was more willing than Kate to be rude to Dan. Somehow he got away with it. The men on the desk bore him a certain respect, not because he was necessarily a better reporter than anyone else, but because he carried himself as if he was. Sometimes that counted for as much. There was a quiet authority to him that meant you didn't underestimate George Smith. Kate had always been drawn to it. He grounded her with his stillness, his wisdom, the way he moved through the world as if it could take nothing from him. Throwing an arm around his bare chest, she mumbled into his shoulder. I'm off to the press conference, am I? Lucky me. And you get to swan around having fun with the students. Smith grunted. Shall we see if they serve breakfast here? Said Kate, her arm rising and falling on Smith's torso. Mesmeric enough to keep her there for hours, if circumstances were different. But the circumstances were that someone had been murdered, and provincial hotels often served breakfast at unhelpfully restrictive hours. Kate did not want to be late to the press conference, and would need to find out what lines, if any, the other papers had before she took any phone calls from Dan. It was safe to assume they had not been badly scooped. Dan would have certainly let them know about it. Kate rose and parted the curtains an inch to reveal a grey Yorkshire sky heavy with drizzle. Actually, she said, I think I've got the better job this morning. Looks like it's going to piss it down while you're chatting up students in the street. She remembered yesterday's Twitter message, Following a good night's sleep, it had already receded into something less menacing. She resolved not to look at it again. She and Smith parted ways after a disappointing continental breakfast, one that Kate could not imagine would satisfy anyone actually from the continent. Dry miniature croissants, half-burnt toast, the option of muesli or porridge, neither of which seemed anything but stodgily British. She must contrive to have herself dispatched on another foreign job soon. It had been a while since the last one. The body of a Southampton businessman pulled from a picturesque lake in the French Alps. A pleasant interlude for Kate. Less so for the businessman. 3 nights in an Alpine hotel, eating raclette every evening and congratulating herself on her life choices. She replied to the WhatsApp photos of friends' kids with one of a large glass of white wine, snow-capped mountains in the background. Today's police press conference would be hosted at the Leeds District headquarters at Elland Road, beneath the shadow of the Leeds United Stadium. The cop shop, as Dan self-consciously called it, was an ugly, modern, cream-coloured building that resembled a giant shoebox, but at least it was warm and dry on the inside. Corporate and anonymous, yes, but with plenty of parking spaces. Despite the vast size of the building, the designated room was slightly too small for the press to fit comfortably into. Perhaps this was intentional. The police didn't want to make the press too comfortable these days. Additional ground troops had been deployed by most of the Nationals since yesterday, and Kate waved cheerfully to those she recognised. It was always uplifting to see familiar faces on the road. When Mira walked in, she gestured to the empty seat beside her. "What happened to you last night?" asked Mira as they waited for the detectives to appear and take their seats at the front of the room. "I was shattered. Just grabbed some food at our hotel after filing and went to bed. You should have come for drinks. Maybe tonight, if we're still here. I reckon we will be, don't you? It's all blown up now, with the line about the cold case. Where did you find that kid Elliot you spoke to yesterday?" "He was hanging around after you'd left. Didn't say much, though, as you'll have noticed." "Hanging around where? Outside Olivia's flat?" "Yeah, he just turned up, so a few of us grabbed him and shook him down for quotes. He seemed a bit overwhelmed by it all." "But he knew Olivia. That's something, isn't it?" "I didn't get the impression he knew her all that well, to be honest." "I thought you wrote that he was her friend." "Poetic license," Mira grinned. They each removed their dictaphones from their bags, ready to record whatever meagre crumbs the police would throw them. Cops had become too skilled at saying very little in as many words as possible. It wasn't like it used to be, before Levison had shone light into dark corners, put the frighteners on everyone, cops included. "Was Smith not there when Elliot showed up?" asked Kate casually, watching the detectives file in with faces as grey as the moody sky outside. Mira shrugged. "Not sure. I don't know where he was at that point. I'd have given you the quotes, but they were so thin I didn't think they added much to the sum of human knowledge." "It's fine. My desk didn't seem too bothered anyway. But thanks." One of the detectives tapped his mic on the table in front of him, sending a high-pitched screech through the PA system. The table was covered with other mics, bearing the broadcaster's alphabet soup of logos: BBC, ITN, LBC, Sky News. "Testing," he said, sounding like the harried organiser of a village fete. Cameramen shuffled in the wings with their equipment. Kate was always glad to be unencumbered. Writing for newspapers, all you ever needed was a pen, a notepad, and a dictaphone. There was a time, a few years back, when the editors had tried to force reporters to take photos and shoot video. The reporters were so aggrieved at this imposition, and the quality of their images and footage so poor, that the idea was soon abandoned. A hush fell over the room. "Good morning, everyone," intoned one of the cops. "Thank you for joining us at this press briefing today. My name is Detective Chief Superintendent Peter Gallagher, and I'm here with my colleagues Detective Inspector Michelle White and Detective Inspector Parminder Singh. I'm going to read out a brief statement of the facts we know so far,
and then there will be a short amount of time for questions.
Reporters shifted in their seats, flipped to clean pages in their notepads. DCS Gallagher resumed his funereal monotone.
At 10:15 p.m. on Sunday, 13th of October, police were called to an address on Otley Road in Leeds, where a young woman's body had been found. The victim was tragically identified as a student called Olivia Kavanagh, who was 19 years old. Officers at the scene reported that she had suffered a stab wound to her neck. A murder investigation has been opened, but so far no arrests have been made. Olivia's 3 flatmates are helping police with their inquiries. Olivia comes from Berkhamsted in Hertfordshire, where her family has asked that the media respect their request for privacy at this devastating and difficult time. Any questions?
Great. That tells us literally nothing we didn't already know, muttered Mira under her breath. The flatmates, though, whispered Kate. Helping with inquiries? Yeah, but do they mean it like that? Both had raised their hands to join the sea of others. Who found her body? Asked someone from behind them.
We won't be sharing that information at this stage, replied DCS Gallagher tersely, his eyes already moving onto the next person. Can you tell us anything about a possible motive for the murder? We're keeping an open mind at the current time. Next.
When you say Olivia's 3 flatmates are helping police with their inquiries, began Mira, raising her voice.
None of them are currently under arrest or considered a suspect in this case. All are assisting police voluntarily.
Are police looking for anyone else in connection with the murder? Shouted someone from the back of the room.
Police inquiries are ongoing, and any member of the public who thinks they have any information relating to this case should come forward as soon as possible.
DCS Gallagher leaned in towards D.I. Singh, and the pair conversed briefly, unintelligibly, behind their hands. Then DCS Gallagher straightened and resumed his expressionless stare into the middle distance.
We're particularly keen to hear from anyone who saw a person or persons entering or leaving the property on Sunday.
More hands shot up. Was Olivia Kavanagh in a relationship with anyone?
We won't be commenting on that.
Is there CCTV covering the property? Asked someone in the row behind Kate's.
There is no CCTV covering the approach to the property or the front door.
Finally, Kate was picked. Are you considering any potential connection between Olivia Kavanagh's murder and the 1999 murder of Emily Pierce at the same address? Might as well ask, she thought. It was out there now on all the news sites. There was nothing to lose.
No, said DCS Gallagher firmly. There is no evidence at this stage to suggest a connection between the 2 cases. Again, we are keeping an open mind, but we are currently treating this as a tragic coincidence and do not have reason to believe there is any link.
There was a stir in the room and more hands went up. Kate shot back, before the cops could move on. Can you say which room Olivia was killed in and whether it was the same one as Emily?
We will not be sharing further details at this stage.
Kate sighed and sat back in her chair, her caffeinated mind buzzing. She didn't believe in tragic coincidences. Apart from anything else, they were far less interesting than tragic connections. Tragic, though. The word was overused by writers in a hurry to convey the full scale of human suffering within a limited word count. One sub-editor on Kate's paper, Duncan, struck it out on principle wherever he found it. Likewise, the word iconic, which was now applied too liberally to have any meaning. A hamburger cannot be iconic, Duncan once shouted furiously from the back bench. The reporters all agreed it was an iconic newsroom moment. The answers to the final questions were equally unilluminating. DCS Gallagher brought proceedings to an irate close, rubbing his hands over his tired red eyes. Kate didn't envy the cops. Like journalists, they were under pressure to find out the truth, but it was different for them. No one's relatives were waiting on Kate for answers. The detectives filed out. The broadcasters surged forward to reclaim their mics. The spell was broken. The day could now continue on its drizzly course. Kate needed a friendly cop, like the ones from Scotland Yard who used to speak to her pre-Leveson. She wasn't likely to be able to cultivate any among this lot. There had been a friendly detective in West Yorkshire 20 years ago. What was his name? Something beginning with T. She could just about picture him. Bald, puffy around the eyes, in need of some dental work. Tony someone. In novels there was always a helpful retired copper on hand to offer a vital clue. But Tony was sure to be dead now. He seemed ancient 20 years ago, wheezing from all the fags and reeking of booze, and Kate hadn't formed a lasting relationship with him. She hadn't yet known how to do that. Perhaps her colleague James Digby, the current crime editor, known to everyone as Digger, just as George Smith was always just Smith, may know someone in the force who still had a pulse. She would call him later. Dan had messaged as the press conference ended, requesting a fast and dirty write-off for online. She bashed out 500 words on her laptop from her seat in the police district headquarters, working off her shorthand notes and more or less copying and pasting the details known since yesterday. By the time she had finished, Mira and most of the others had left. A couple of broadcasters were finishing their pieces to camera. Kate returned alone to her car and called Smith.
"Well?" he asked.
"Waste of time, really."
"I could have told you it would be."
"I'm pretty sure I actually told you it would be. So how are you getting on? We need to find Elliot."
"I've got him."
"Seriously?"
"He showed up outside the house again this morning, which seems like a bit of a red flag, if you ask me."
"Definitely suspicious. Probably killed her. What did he say?"
"It wasn't so much what he said, it was how he said it. Came across as pretty shifty."
"Shifty? How?"
"Like he knew more than he was letting on. I'm sure he did."
"Anything printable?"
"Not a lot. Said he hadn't known Olivia very well. Claimed he only met her for the first time at the start of this term. He's in the year above, 3rd year. Sounds like he was banging her flatmate."
"Oh, really? That's interesting. Which one?" A brief silence. Kate guessed Smith was flicking through his notepad to check.
"Millie,"
he said eventually. "The pretty one?" "That figures. Cops said they're all helping with inquiries, so I doubt they're going to talk today. Reckon we can squeeze any more out of Elliot? Did you get his number?"
"Wouldn't give it to me. Honestly, he seemed dodgy as fuck. I don't know why."
"Do you reckon he did it then?" Smith exhaled loudly down the phone.
"It's possible, isn't it?"
"But why would he have?"
"Maybe he's just a psychopath."
"Did he seem like one?"
"Hard to say. You can't always tell."
"Did we get a picture?"
"Steve snatched him while we were talking."
"Want me to take over on the doorstep? You go sit indoors for a bit, try and find some students online to talk."
"I'm happy enough staying here. You go sit in a cafe. Your feet must be killing you after all that sitting down at the presser."
Kate didn't argue. She drove back to Otley Road and found a cafe that promised both Wi-Fi and bagels. She wanted to be close by in case anything happened. It wasn't that Smith wasn't capable, he knew what he was doing, but this was her story. It had become hers not when she received that first call from Dan, which already felt like weeks ago, but the moment she realised the flat was Emily Pierce's. No one else here had covered that case and knew how it felt at the time. There was no one to whom the name meant much at all. Chapter 20. For almost 20 years, Kate had pushed the girl's unsolved murder to the back of her mind. Except when a homeless man was wrongly arrested some time later and almost immediately released, she had had little cause to think of it. Now, Olivia Kavanagh had ignited something in her, a sense of ownership of both girls' stories, an itch to know what had led to their deaths, beyond her usual appetite for a decent tale. She seldom felt this way about the cases she covered. Usually she could bracket them off, no matter how desperate or grisly they were. had learned to dispatch them to a place in her brain where she didn't have to think of them as real life, as real people's lives. But this was different somehow. These endings made no sense. The girls were like she once was, young and hopeful, standing on the cusp of adult life as it stretched out before them with dizzying allure. She might know in theory that all deaths were equal, but in reality, some hit harder. They just did. Because of all this, while Kate was glad Smith was with her, she was anxious to take the lead. She ordered a white Americano and halloumi bagel to supplement her continental breakfast. Took a seat near the window. "Send me a pic of Elliot," she texted Steve, then added a follow-up. "Please." You had to keep the snappers on side. A few minutes later, the image arrived by email. A handsome kid, chisel-jawed, edgy haircut. She stared hard at his profile. "Is it you?" she wondered. It somehow seemed improbable. Still, she was armed with almost none of the facts and nothing of the background. The police did not seem interested in Elliot yet, but that meant nothing. Kate had covered cases where the killer was wandering around giving colourful quotes to the press until some inconsistency in their account was spotted and they were hauled in. In the case of one particularly upsetting double murder, which dominated national headlines for weeks, a sharp-eyed agency reporter noticed that a neighbour's quotes to the media didn't add up. The man in question, who was friendly with the victims' families, turned out to be the culprit. Kate had to speak to Elliot herself, if only because she had nothing better right now. The guy had returned to the scene at least twice since Olivia's body was discovered, and it wasn't all that uncommon for the killer to hang around afterwards, observing, perhaps enjoying, the aftermath. But without Elliot's surname, which he hadn't disclosed, it wouldn't be all that easy to find him on socials. Frustrated, Kate reopened Steve's snatched picture and stared at it hard, as if doing so would allow some meaning to emerge. Her reverie was interrupted by a young northern accent she did not at first realise was addressing her. "Excuse me, miss, are you checking me out?" She jerked her head up, then immediately slammed shut her laptop. "Oh my God, I'm sorry." "Are you a detective or something?" "A journalist. I think you spoke to my colleague earlier about Olivia Kavanagh. You're Elliot, aren't you?" The boy glanced around the cafe as if afraid he was being followed, then tilted his chin briefly upward. Kate read this as yes. "Can I buy you a bagel, a coffee?" she asked. "Yeah, all right," he replied, to her surprise. 3 minutes later, they were sitting face to face. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "What am I doing here?" He gave a short, mirthless laugh. "I live here, don't I? Above the chippy over there." He waved his hand vaguely out the window. "I was walking back to my flat when I saw my own face on your screen, which was pretty weird, actually." "I'm sorry," Kate said again. "You're not going to print my picture, are you?" "Can I ask you about Olivia?" Kate said, swerving the questioning. "I've already talked to everyone about Olivia." "Not to me. And you haven't said very much to the others." "Because I don't know very much. Like I've already said to your newspaper buddies, I only met her recently. She lived with the girl I'm kind of seeing. Seemed nice enough." Kate took a deep breath. Questions flooded her mind. Above all, the question of how to keep him talking. "Have the police interviewed you?" "Nope." "Did Olivia's murder shock you?" He repeated the mirthless laugh. "Wouldn't you be shocked?" "Yes," she said, nodding, chastened. "Of course." She paused for a respectful few seconds, then began again. "Was Olivia involved with anyone, romantically?" "Not that I know of. But, like I said, I barely knew her." "Millie is the flatmate you're seeing, yes? How is she holding up?" "Not amazingly, obviously.
I haven't really been able to speak to her.
Have you tried?
Yeah, been messaging and calling her. She just sent me one reply to say she couldn't speak.
Perhaps the police told her not to.
Perhaps.
Elliot, Kate said, leaning forward so that her dictaphone, which was discreetly switched on and concealed in her coat, might stand a chance of picking up his words. Can you think of any reason at all why anyone would kill Olivia? He wriggled in his seat, looking uncomfortable. God, thought Kate. Smith was right. This kid knew more than he was letting on. You're talking to me in confidence, she said gently. I can keep your name out of it if you can tell me anything that might be relevant.
Ha!
He was shutting down. Kate had to ask the next question before he pulled the plug on the conversation. I expect you've heard that Olivia was killed in the same house as another student who was murdered 20 years ago. He nodded almost imperceptibly, the same short upward thrust of the chin. Her name was Emily Pierce. Kate pushed on quickly. Can you think of any possible connection between the two girls? Anything that might link these two murders? She was clutching at straws, but sometimes straws were all you had. Elliot shook his head, but not convincingly. It was something in his face. Consternation, that's what it was. She let the silence hang uncomfortably between them. People usually talk to fill silences if you left them. It was an old trick, and it worked gratifyingly often, but Elliot offered nothing to fill this one. He ran a hand over his face as if trying to rally himself. Kate inched forward in her seat again.
If there was something that happened that could be, like you said, relevant.
He was trying to choose his words carefully.
Like, if I told the police something I know, which might end up being useful, could I get into trouble?
Kate swallowed, gingerly fingering her dictaphone, as if it were possible to tell by touch alone if his words had reached it. What sort of thing do you mean? She tried to sound disinterested in case any hint of excitement scared him off.
I mean, can I ask you something in complete confidence? You know how police investigations work, yeah?
Kind of. Like, a little bit. I'm not an expert or anything. He glanced around him again, dropped his voice so low it was almost inaudible. His lips barely moved. If I had done something that might have ended up with Olivia getting killed, but I didn't intend it to, would I get done for it? Kate swallowed. What do you mean? What did you do, Elliot? It's hard to answer in the abstract. If you tell me what you did, I can try and advise. He hung his head for several seconds. It's okay, she whispered, checking no one was hovering within earshot. The cafe was half empty, the two women closest to them lost to their own conversation. A young man, artfully scruffy enough to be a student, appeared engrossed in his phone as he waited for coffee. You can tell me. You mentioned that other girl, Emily Pierce, he said. She nodded, held her breath.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is one thing about that.
Chapter 21, 1999.
You've got to be kidding me,
said Mattie, shocked. I shit you not, said Emily brightly.
Why would JJ lie about who he is?
Emily shrugged, apparently enjoying his reaction. I have absolutely no idea. Maybe he's a con man.
But if he isn't Jake Jeffries, then who is he?
I told you, he's Liam Craig, and he's 25.
But that's insane. Are you sure it was his picture on the driving licence and not somebody else's? How could he be that old?
It was 100% him, I swear.
Did he realise you'd seen it?
Don't think so. I only sneaked a very quick look while he was outside McDonald's, slipped it straight back into his wallet before he came back.
And you didn't say anything about it to him afterwards?
She shook her head. Nah, didn't want him to know I'd been looking through his wallet, did I? Though he did leave it right there on the table, so what else was I going to do?
Matty shook his head, still trying to make sense of it. He and JJ weren't exactly soulmates, but they were friends, certainly, and friends didn't lie about who they were. Who was this guy he had lived with since September?
Reckon we should front him up about it, said Emily, helping herself to Matty's crisps.
Matty considered this. It would be better to wait and be sure that we've got this right first.
And how are you going to be sure? Steal his wallet and have a look yourself?
Something like that. It was a crisp autumn day, the sun high in the sky, so they decided to walk all the way back to the flat. 50 minutes or so, with Matty making Emily repeat what she had seen on JJ's driving licence when she flicked through the contents of his wallet. She'd done it innocently, of course. Hadn't planned to steal any cash. She wasn't like that. She wanted Matty to know.
Hey, he said, touching her arm as they cut across Woodhouse Moor.
I never thought. You know, if you need money, you can always ask me.
She withdrew her arm from his touch and said nothing. I know what we'll do, she said, changing the subject. Next time JJ's out, we'll search through his room and see if we can find more intel on Liam Craig. It's funny, that name sounds familiar. Like, basically half the boys at my school were called Liam Craig, or just Liam, or Craig. I got with this guy called Liam once, but he was full of shit, went around blabbing to everyone about it afterwards.
Matty didn't care to hear how many Liams or Craigs she had got with. She would have to understand this. Not entirely persuaded by the plan, he nevertheless agreed to it. He reasoned that as their flatmate, JJ owed them the information. If he wasn't prepared to give it freely, they would have to help themselves. Their personal safety could be at stake, for all they knew. That alone justified them sneakily rifling through his possessions. They would just need to await an opportunity. The best thing about the plan was it bound him and Emily closer together. Now they had a shared secret, and the longer it remained a secret, the better. It would be different once everyone else knew. Let's not mention this to Alice for the moment, he suggested. Not till we know a bit more. We wouldn't want to alarm her.
Ah, look at you, all protective of Alice now. You got a soft spot for her?
No, he said, flushing. I just mean we better be sure before we say anything to anyone else.
I'm already sure. But fine, whatever you think.
Emily appeared not only sure but fairly unconcerned by her discovery. Her mind seemed to be elsewhere. It wasn't the first time Matty had noticed a new distractedness about her. A ripple of unease ran through him. 3 days passed before a chance to creep around in JJ's room arrived. He was going out to meet friends with names like Otley, Charlie and Harry. There may have been an Arthur involved. I think we can imagine their type. Matty smiled to Emily after JJ had left. Unable to penetrate the public school crowd himself, he had retreated into a position of disdain towards it. A grammar school boy, he was keenly aware this gave him no passport to circulate within higher-up circles. Shameless social climber, he said of JJ more than once. Emily didn't seem bothered. She called JJ a snob to his face, but didn't join in with Matty in sniping behind his back. Matty found this disappointing. If she didn't understand how stuck-up JJ was, then she couldn't fully appreciate that he, Matty, was the opposite, someone who would never look down on her for being an Essex girl. It was early evening on a Thursday, and since Alice was not yet home, Emily and Matty found themselves alone in the flat. Emily had sunk a glass or two of cheap white wine and was in high spirits. "I'm scared," she said, giggling, not sounding scared at all. "What if we discover he's actually a serial killer?" "With a list of all his victims hidden in his room," said Matty. "Unlikely, but you never know." "What if Alice comes home? How do we explain this?" We'll say we're looking for something, a book or whatever. Keep it vague. Where is Alice anyway?
Probably just at the library.
Is it still open at this time?
Bet she's found one that is.
Although no one else was around, they eased open JJ's bedroom door as quietly as they could and tiptoed in. Everything was immaculate, and the room betrayed little personality. On the wall were a couple of giant band posters, Oasis and the Stone Roses, generic enough to be irrelevant. No photo montage in sight, despite it being more or less mandatory for students to exhibit evidence of school friends, a crazy holiday abroad, a sports team they used to play for, and, once they were in second year, some mental uni nights out. JJ's room bore no sign of family or friends, nor of the enigmatic girlfriend he used to mention. It was all a blank. It had never struck Matty as odd until now, though it wasn't as if he spent much time hanging out in JJ's room.
God, said Emily, look how psychotically tidy he is. That's not normal, is it? Screams serial killer to me.
Everyone's tidy compared to you, said Matty. Come on, let's see what we can find.
They didn't know where to start, so began gingerly picking through JJ's belongings, pulling books at random from a shelf, searching haphazardly through his chest of drawers. In it they discovered only neatly folded clothes, which was disappointing, although Matty couldn't have said what he'd hoped to find there.
The desk, said Emily, after several minutes. Let's check the drawers for paperwork.
But there was nothing obviously incriminating contained in the desk drawers either. Only pens, papers, folders, club flyers, a Leeds A to Z, a few opened envelopes addressed to Jake Jeffries, mostly from the university. They both sighed in frustration.
Honestly, said Emily, I know you don't believe me, but I swear to God What? What's that?
Matty wasn't listening anymore. He was turning over an envelope in his hand. This one was not addressed to Jake Jeffries, but to Liam Craig. Emily grabbed it and read out the printed name, finally triumphant. Then she examined the sender's address on the back. Norwich Crown Court. She passed it back to Matty for his inspection.
I don't get it, she said. Why would Norwich Crown Court write to him?
Very good question, said Matty. Christ knows.
God, maybe he is a dangerous criminal. What do we do about that?
He thought about it, then shook his head.
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
It's not our business, Em.
It's absolutely our business to know who we're living with, dude. I'm sorry, but I'm fronting him up.
I wouldn't, said Matty. Might be unwise.
You're mad, said Emily. I want to know who he is and what he's done. His bedroom is next door to mine, and he could be literally anyone. I want to know who the fuck Liam Craig is and why he's lying to us.
You seemed pretty chilled about it until about 2 minutes ago.
2 minutes ago, I didn't know he was a criminal.
Matty sat down on JJ's bed and ran a hand over his clean-shaven chin.
We don't know that for sure. Maybe he was a trial witness and had to change his name for witness protection.
What are you on about?
It's in TV shows. When a witness is at risk of being attacked or knocked off for giving evidence against someone, they're given a new identity so they can't be found. Maybe, if we outed him, we'd be putting him in danger.
Yeah? Well, maybe he's putting us in danger. What about that? What if someone comes after him here? They might get the wrong guy and kill you instead, you know. That's in TV shows too.
That's not going to happen.
She shrugged. Matty stared at the Oasis poster, Liam Gallagher's face snarling out from it. He jerked his thumb towards it.
Liam's a fan of his namesake, then?
It's been staring us in the face all along.
There is one thing he hasn't lied about.
What's that, then? Emily asked.
He presumably does come from Norfolk, like he says, or he's passed through it at some point.
Why's that?
Because Norwich is in Norfolk.
Oh, right. I don't find that massively comforting.
No, I suppose it's not.
Emily sat down beside Matty on the bed. The smell of her perfume hit him like a drug and made him weak. It took some effort to stop her from seeing this. It was still too soon. He had to remember that. "So, what have we decided?" she asked. "You really think we can't say anything to JJ, even if we promise not to blow his cover?"
Best not to. Think about it. It's lose-lose, whether he's in witness protection or whether he's
"A criminal."
He has no reason to turn on us if he thinks we've bought into his lie.
Emily arranged her mouth into a pout. "Don't you think we should at least tell Alice?"
Why?
"Oh, I don't know. I think she probably deserves to know."
Do you really care that much about Alice? If we tell her, she'll freak out and kick him out of the flat. Then she'll have to raise our rent to cover the shortfall.
Or she could find another tenant.
Everyone has accommodation now. All the students, anyway. Do you want to live with some random old person you don't even know?
Turns out we don't know JJ either.
You don't really think he's killed anyone, do you? Come on, Em. People end up in court for all kinds of reasons, most of which aren't murder. It could have been a driving offence.
People don't change their name over a driving offence. And isn't Crown Court for serious stuff? My dad had a mate who... Well, never mind, but I bet you it's something bigger. Matty wished they had never gone snooping at all. The flat share itself could collapse. He could be torn apart from Emily forever. No longer beneath the same roof. The spell between them would be broken. Things had to carry on as before, and that meant not telling JJ what they now knew. There was no real reason to worry. He seemed so obviously harmless. Not a big guy or anything. Matty reckoned he could overpower him if it came to that. As a girl, it was natural Emily might feel more vulnerable, but she wasn't the anxious sort. She'd have another drink and forget it. This would all blow over soon enough, he reassured himself.
The thing is, he said, we have to remember that we're not blameless here. That's the problem.
What do you mean?
You went through JJ's wallet. I know you didn't take any money, but what if he decides to say otherwise? You could be done for theft. That's my other worry.
Eh? But
It's okay, he said, a reassuring hand on her back. I know you're telling the truth, but who knows what JJ might say if we back him into a corner?
Emily cleared her throat and avoided meeting his eye. He must have set up a whole entire bank account under the name Jake Jeffries to pay the rent, she said eventually. Otherwise, Alice would have noticed the name was different.
Except he doesn't seem to have paid any rent yet, said Matty, and I'm pretty sure he paid the deposit in cash, which I didn't think anything of at the time. It all makes sense now.
You should be a detective, or, like, a reporter or something. He realised after a second or two that she wasn't being sarcastic. Let's get out of here, she said eventually. Doesn't look like he's been dumb enough to leave anything else lying around. He was stupid to leave that envelope in his desk.
Maybe didn't expect us to sneak in, said Matty, or expect you to open his wallet and nick his cash, he was tempted to add, but it seemed he had Emily convinced, for now at least.
They crept back out, closed the door gently behind them and returned to the living area, where Emily dropped to the sofa, removed a pack of Regal from her jeans pocket and sparked up.
Alice will kill you for smoking in here, said Matty.
Not if JJ kills me first, she said, blowing a jet of smoke sideways out of her mouth.
How about a drink? He asked.
She nodded mutely, and he went to the fridge and removed the bottle of white she had opened earlier. This makes me uneasy, she said as he filled her glass.
Why? Whose wine is this?
Not the wine. I mean living with JJ, now that we know, or don't know. It's kind of unsettling, don't you think?
We'll give him no reason to hurt us,
said Matty calmly. Then, against his better judgment,
I'll protect you. Anyway.
Chapter 22. JJ hurried down Otley Road towards the city centre, weaving between the students in fancy dress on the Otley Run pub crawl. He was on his way to meet Arthur and friends, having at long last landed an invitation to their night out. But what should have been a moment of triumph was marred by a nagging worry. More than that, it was a grinding fear behind his ribcage that wouldn't subside, no matter how many drunken superheroes or sexy female police officers clutching fake handcuffs staggered past him. He was a fool to leave his wallet on the table in McDonald's with Emily fucking Pierce. He didn't know whether she had looked at his cards when she'd nicked those 2 tenors that were in there, stolen them so shamelessly as if he wouldn't notice, or as if she knew he couldn't do anything about it, since destruction was mutually assured. This was what disturbed him. He should never have left his driving licence in there. What the hell was he thinking? Except that he hadn't yet figured out how to replace it using his new name, which he'd never officially registered. He didn't know when he might need to run away in a hurry, so he'd kept his licence hidden behind his other cards, assuming no one would ever be in a position to rifle through them. In the days since his error, he had tried to recall Emily's expression straight after he returned to the table. At the time, he thought she'd looked at him a bit strangely, but now he wasn't sure if he had imagined that. If she had seen the licence, wouldn't her face have shown some more obvious mark of surprise or confusion? As far as he could remember, she had not behaved any differently with him on the way back to their flat either, so there was that. But he couldn't quite shake the feeling that both she and Matty had since been acting oddly. The sole explanation he could think of was that she knew and had told him. The uncertainty was torture, but he tried to console himself. Forewarned was forearmed, and he was ready for the worst, should it happen. If his flatmates were to confront him, he would be prepared. The problem was he still hadn't worked out what he was prepared to say or do. He pondered this as he hurried down Kirkgate, avoiding puddles and people. The only idea his brain seemed to hold was that Emily may now have the power to ruin him. His fear temporarily faded when he spotted Arthur and the gang waiting in the queue for Townhouse, a vast old red brick building around the back of the Corn Exchange, into which only the decently dressed were allowed. He hoped he would cut it in his chinos, suede shoes and Ralph Lauren shirt, bought at a knockdown price in TK Maxx. Rejection would be mortifying. He feared that even if his outfit passed muster, the bouncers would still detect something off about him. Though he liked to think he hid it well, every time he met someone new, he worried they would somehow be able to tell, or even that they would recognize him. Silly to worry, really, because only one article had appeared in the local paper, referring to him by his real name, Liam Craig. Crucially, no photo was printed, and the story was never picked up by the national media, as far as he knew. What a stroke of luck that had been, one that he hardly deserved. Still, he had since dyed his hair a dark blonde and grown a floppy fringe to be on the safe side. In the past, he had worn heavy stubble, whereas now he was always clean-shaven. No one who knew him before would pick him out in a crowded bar 175 miles away from home. He listed these facts to himself, like a mantra, as he strode across the cobblestones towards the nightclub queue, swaggering as if he wasn't scared, towards Arthur and Ollie and Charlie and Harry, all dressed much like he was.
"All right, mate,"
they greeted him warmly, with the practised handshake of belonging. They smelled of expensive aftershave, and like they had sunk a fair few pints already. JJ clearly had not been invited to the warm-up drinks.
"Come on your own?" asked Arthur. "Thought you'd be bringing your pals."
"They were being lame," JJ bluffed. "Couldn't drag them out tonight."
He hoped it wouldn't matter. It was not as if this lot could genuinely want to hang out with a guy like Matty.
Even Emily was obviously using him, stringing the poor chap along. "What about that girl you live with?" asked Harry. "Alice? No, the other one, the fit one." "Oh, yeah, she's staying in too. That's a shame." So was that why he had been invited? Because they thought he'd bring Emily along? But she was far too rough for them. He should remind them of this. He said, "To be honest, I'm glad she's not here. This isn't really her scene, if you know what I mean. She's your typical Essex girl, is Emily. Usually a bit of a mess on a night out." The boys smirked, and JJ longed for a drink to take the edge off his nerves, longed for a change of subject. Arthur said, "We'll have to forget about the bet tonight." "The bet?" JJ asked, trying to sound indifferent. The boys exchanged knowing glances, jostled each other a little. He remembered they were at least 5 years younger than him, although they didn't know it. He had nothing to fear from these kids. "What bet?" he repeated. "No, it was just a bit of fun," said Arthur. "Forget it. It's going to sound harsh, and I know she's your mate." JJ stared at him and blinked. "It's nothing," said Harry, slapping him on the shoulder. Jovial but forceful. "They think she's easy, that's all." No time to reply. The bouncers were ushering them in. The 5 passed through the doors and into the darkness and noise. Arthur, Harry, Otley, Charlie, and with them, Liam Craig, who, unlike the rest, had grown up in a shabby 2-bedroom terraced house around the corner from the bookies where his dad used to spend almost every waking hour. Liam Craig, who was arrested, prosecuted, and convicted of a serious crime 5 years earlier. Inside Townhouse, he bought the others a round of shots and studied how they drank them, how they carried themselves, how they ordered at the bar when it was their turn. No one seemed to suspect him, and after his 3rd vodka, he began to relax. This was it. He had made it. He had broken into their circle. Now, he just had to stay there. If delivering Emily to them was what it took, then so be it. Whatever they wanted her for. No doubt the obvious, the thing they thought she would give them if they asked, or even if they didn't. Maybe they would take it either way. If he was a real friend, he might have taken her aside, had a quiet word with her. But she could make her own bad decisions. They were all adults here. He dared to hope she would extend to him a similar indifference. His business was his own, after all. Same went for the contents of his wallet. Perhaps it was possible she would appreciate this if she had been through it. He noticed how Arthur and his friends implicitly understood each other, how they seemed to know, without discussion, when it was time to progress from the bar to the dance floor. This was the closest he had come to the rarefied air of a social circle like theirs. It was a learning opportunity. He had chosen Leeds for its size and its location. It was important that he attend a large university in a major city to effect his transformation. It offered maximum anonymity. Being so far from Norwich was another plus point. No one he knew from home had studied here. Not that he knew anyone from home anymore. Some of the kids from his school must have gone on to uni, but he had lost touch with the few he used to hang around with. By now they would have graduated and found jobs. Back at the bar with a sweaty Arthur, an hour or so later, he decided to press home his advantage. "What are you guys doing for New Year's Eve?" he shouted over the music. "I'm planning a big one in Leeds if you're up for it." Arthur ran a hand through his floppy hair. He was wearing one of those gold signet rings that looked faintly absurd on boys his age. JJ wondered if he ought to obtain one himself. Perhaps wearing one signified insider status, like being in the Masons or something. The social codes and signs and whatnot. He would have to learn them all so as not to be caught out. "Could be tempted," said Arthur. "My parents are in Hong Kong at the moment, and I can't be arsed flying out there. Might go to my sister's in Scotland for a bit." I think Charlie's planning to be in Leeds for New Year, so yeah, we'll see.
It wasn't exactly a commitment or an agreement to team up with him, but it was something.
I reckon Emily will be there, said JJ, studying Arthur's reaction.
The boy grinned.
Anything going on between you two then? We were just messing about earlier, you know. It's all cool, isn't it? Nothing's going on between us, JJ said. She's definitely just a mate, but she'll probably come out with me and Matty on New Year's Eve. Maybe we'll see you guys.
Awesome, said Arthur, who was fairly drunk and couldn't be expected to remember the conversation later.
Are you seeing anyone else then? He added. Or just keeping it free and easy?
JJ said, free and easy for now. He wasn't ready to get close to a girl. Not yet. There would be too many questions, too many chances for his secret to be uncovered. He would wait until he had left university and moved away with a new life story to tell. He didn't mind staying unattached in the meantime. In fact, it suited him. He'd allow himself one-night stands. They'd be safe enough. So far, his number of those remained at 0. A crowd of wasted students heaved around him, sweeping him into their depths, knocking him to and fro as he followed Arthur back to where the others were standing. The group was eyeing up some girls who were dancing nearby, lip-syncing to the song, arms in the air, sweat on their skin, fags between their fingers, ice cubes sloshing in their drinks. All in good time, JJ told himself. The rewards he would enjoy eventually would exceed anything he had taken for himself in the past. Chapter 23, 2019. Kate paid for her coffee and bagel and for Elliot's untouched food and stepped outside. She no longer noticed the cold, no longer noticed anything, because she now had something to go on. A thin thread, it was true, but maybe it would lead to the full picture. Elliot would never have given much away to the whole crowd of hacks outside the flat, but by keeping him on his own for as long as she had extracted something crucial. Or potentially crucial. It was too soon to tell, and she mustn't leap to conclusions or she'd end up embarrassing herself. She had been in the game long enough to know that if you got too excited about a lead early on, you stood a good chance of ending the day red-faced, or at least disappointed. Olivia Kavanagh, she now knew, had not only lived in Emily Pierce's house, but occupied the same bedroom, the one at the front in which Emily was killed. Understandably unnerved by this, it appeared Olivia had decided to try and find out more, and had started to write an email to Emily's old lecturer, Dr. Aidan Barclay. Kate had forgotten his name long ago, but when Elliot mentioned it, it had a familiar ring. Elliot had told her he'd completed the email and sent it behind her back. A thoughtless moment of mucking about, he'd said. She had pressed him on this, against her better judgment. But why would you do that? He'd shrugged. I was drunk. It was dumb, I know. She went out of the room and I just thought it would be funny. Thought I'd tell my stepbrother afterwards, 'cause he was studying here when the other girl was killed. I dunno. I see, said Kate, though she didn't really. It sounded like laddish stupidity. She was so many years beyond studenthood that such immature pranks were bewildering. Oh, she'd had plenty of fun during her own undergraduate days in Newcastle, but not that sort. So you sent this message to Dr. Barclay from Olivia's account, saying she wanted to ask some questions about Emily. That was it? You didn't give details about Olivia or anything? She repeated. Basically, yeah. No. And do you know if he replied? No idea. I never told Olivia I'd sent the email. For all I know, he didn't reply, and she didn't even know I'd sent it. But then she got killed, so... He shrugged, looking downcast, and his remorse seemed convincing enough. Kate found herself wanting to reassure him. I'm glad you mentioned this. It could be important, and it's big of you to own up. Do you know of anything else that might be relevant? Between you and me, of course.
Not really. Just that Olivia was obviously freaked out by being in Emily's room. That was my fault too.
How so?
It was me who told them about Emily. Well, I told Millie, and she told the others. And now Olivia's dead. But that's obviously not your fault.
It was not obvious at all, but it felt like the right thing to say. She persuaded him to give her his number and promised not to repeat anything he told her.
Sure you won't go to the cops?
Sure, she said. It occurred to her that there was almost certainly some ethical or legal reason why she shouldn't promise any such thing. But sometimes you had to be pragmatic. This wasn't quite what the lawyers would tell her, but they weren't the ones meeting crazy young men in cafes 200 miles away from the newsroom. It wasn't in her interest to go to the police with this, not for the meantime. She didn't trust them with her lead, her potential exclusive. First, she must speak to Aidan Barclay himself. When she reached Olivia's flat, the pack had dwindled to just a few journalists standing around looking bored. One was Smith, who was staring at his phone. There was little now to be gained from staying on the doorstep indefinitely, bothering the neighbours. Yesterday they could write about all the students who came to lay flowers, even though none had offered anything but the blandest quotes. It's like such a terrible shock. It makes me feel none of us are safe. I didn't really know her, but she seemed nice and friendly when I saw her around. Uninspiring stuff, but useful for padding out a story still thin on facts. Today, according to Smith, the trickle of students coming to lay flowers had almost completely tailed off. Had any of them said anything remotely interesting?
Nope, just more of the same.
No soulmates or boyfriends turn up yet?
Doesn't seem so.
Well, anyway, listen, she said, her voice falling to a whisper. I may have something. He looked at her quizzically. She beckoned him to follow her a few meters down the street where they could not be overheard. Safely out of earshot of the others, she relayed to him the details of her meeting with Elliot. Smith stared at her, mouth slightly open.
Okay, that's... wow.
I know.
Do you reckon he's telling the truth?
It would be a strange thing to invent.
Unless he killed her and is trying to distract you with this cute little story to throw you off the scent.
True, but I don't think he killed her. Doesn't seem the type. He seemed genuinely worried that he'd accidentally got her murdered by sending this email.
Maybe he's worried because he intentionally got her murdered by stabbing her himself.
Kate shook her head. With what motive? I didn't get the impression he was bullshitting. He'd have to be a pretty good actor. Smith still looked sceptical.
All I'm saying is we should treat this with a shed load of caution.
I won't be mentioning it to anyone else for now, but I think I should go and speak to Aidan Barclay. Smith looked unsure.
Is he still in Leeds?
Elliot said it was a Cardiff University email address, so I'm guessing not. Smith ran a hand through his beard and shook his head. Kate tried to read him. What, you think I'd better not doorstep him in case he's a double murderer?
It's not that. I'm just not convinced we should buy into this kid's story. He could be sending us on a wild goose chase. He's already admitted to being a prankster. If he's capable of secretly sending an email from someone else's account, he probably isn't Mr. Reliable.
But if he did send that email, he has by definition been telling me the truth. Smith nodded slowly. Look, we're getting sod all here at the moment, said Kate. How about I slip off to Cardiff, go knock the pervy prof, and see what he has to say for himself? We'll keep it on the down low. Not just from the rest of the pack, but from the desk as well.
Kate,
I don't want them getting too excited or telling me not to bother. It's always best not to tell them your every move, don't you think? If I make no headway, I'll come straight back to Leeds and no one needs to know I even went. Smith still did not seem convinced. Not surprising, since he would have to lie to the desk on her behalf and to the rest of the pack while she was gone. She hoped he would lie persuasively enough.
You do realise Cardiff is a bloody long way from here, he said.
I have done a bit of travel around the UK in the past 2 decades, yep. Kate whipped out her phone and looked up how long the journey would take. Bloody hell, 4 hours, whether I go by road or rail. Car it is, then.
When would you leave?
She looked at her watch. How about now? Can you cover the doorstep and whatever else kicks off here? I'll see you back at the hotel later on tonight. Mind if I sleep in your room again? Just in case, you know?
I wouldn't want you anywhere else.
She couldn't kiss him goodbye in public, but she smiled and brushed his arm with her fingertips fondly. She hoped no one was watching. She really could fall in love with him, she decided. It was comforting to think of returning to a strange city at the end of a long day's driving to curl up beside him in a hotel bed. She was too old and wise to fall hard for someone like a 20-year-old might. Or if not too old, then too guarded. She had built up her defences over the years, afraid of getting hurt if she let them down. It had happened before, long ago. The boyfriend she'd had in her 20s, a university romance that lasted until he decided he needed some space to discover who he was, then announced his engagement to a colleague in the art world within 18 months of their breakup. But it felt so easy with Smith. Kate had trained herself not to want too much, and finally she had hit the perfect balance. She only wanting what he could give, he giving no less than she hoped for. She felt more content with him than she had been in years on her own. This spell of enforced togetherness in Leeds was an unanticipated gift, taking them away from the usual distractions and leaving them dependent on each other, almost like a real couple. As she turned to walk away, back in the direction of her car, he reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her back.
Are you 100% sure about this?
He asked, his eyes misty like someone in a film saying goodbye to their lover. She registered this look and filed it away in her mind so that she might bring it out on the journey and enjoy it at her leisure, somewhere on the motorway to Wales. I'll be back before you know it. Call me if there's any major development. If you have to lie to the desk, tell them I'm following a tip somewhere in Leeds. Keep it vague. Say you'll pass me a message if they need me.
What if they call you directly?
I'll make something up. Do you think I haven't lied to the desk before? On the verge of adding, I love you, she stopped herself and waved goodbye, her heart swelling with unfamiliar gladness. This time she carried on, past the house where Olivia and Emily were killed, past the few waiting journalists, and back to the residential side street where her car was parked. It did not occur to her to worry about meeting Aidan Barclay. Chapter 24. Early evening, Kate pulled off the M4 outside Cardiff, joining the slow-moving rush-hour traffic that clogged every lane. Red brake lights, fine drizzle, her car heater pumping out stuffy air. She had the radio on, the news on Radio 4, and was listening for a mention of the Olivia Kavanagh case. Smith had not called, nor the news desk. She assumed Smith had been fielding their requests, or else they had forgotten about her. On a busy news day, it was easy to forget who was stationed where. On the radio, it sounded like a busy news day. Some political story was kicking off, and Kate found herself zoning out. She had asked Smith to look up Aidan Barclay's address, and also to see if anyone else was listed there. They had business access to an online database called Finder, an indispensable source of addresses and phone numbers on which they relied for tracking people down, now that no one used phone books. Kate had only a dim idea of how all this personal data was collected. As she understood it,
The information was scraped from the electoral register and various other sources, with phone numbers harvested when someone failed to tick a box saying they did not want their details shared. People were careless with their details, which was lucky. "How did you get my number?" they would sometimes demand when she called them up out of the blue. They actually asked this less often than she would expect. "Oh, it's on this database," she would mumble, before swiftly moving the conversation on to what she wanted to know. At a service station somewhere outside Birmingham, she had run into the loo and checked for a message from Smith. There it was, an address in Cardiff, and a kiss. She didn't really know the city, went there once for work, years ago, and once for a hen-do involving a tiring and pricey combination of indoor adventure golf, afternoon tea, cocktails, a Mexican chain restaurant, and dancing. A boogie, as the maid of honour had called it in one of the trillion WhatsApp messages about the weekend. Any two of the planned activities in combination would have turned Kate off Cardiff forever. She had had to participate in them all, and it left her hoping she'd never have to return to the place again. But a couple of years had passed, and now here she was, watching as Google Maps counted down the minutes until she arrived on the street in Roath, where Berkeley supposedly lived, and where she desperately hoped to locate him tonight. It was, she acknowledged, an exceptionally long distance to travel on the off chance. The alternative would have been to call him, but then it would have been too easy for him to hang up. You couldn't beat face to face. The trick was to be persuasive, persistent, charming. Kate was good, but it had taken her a while to learn. In her early years as a reporter, she shied away from doorstepping anyone who might not want to speak to her, which was most of the people she was sent to doorstep. She hated the thought of angering them, of them slamming the door in her face. But she became used to that, and although she had never grown comfortable with knocking the door of a grieving family, she had long ago ceased to be afraid of doorstepping someone who might have caused that grief. Aidan Berkeley might not be at home. He could be anywhere, of course, but the only other option was remaining in Leeds and waiting for another reporter, or the police, to learn of the email sent from Olivia's account to his shortly before she was killed. Police were probably going through her emails already. Time was ticking, and Kate would never forgive herself if someone beat her to what was rightfully hers. It helped her that she didn't feel alone during the journey. All the way to Cardiff, she kept returning to the cheering thought of crawling into bed beside Smith in the early hours, wrapping herself around his warm body. Foot down, speedometer hovering near 90, she indulged in daydreams about that look on his face as they had parted. She dreaded him being recalled to London, leaving her in Leeds alone, and held her breath now, waiting for their story in the radio bulletin. The closer to the top of the programme it ran, the more likely the desk would continue to regard it as a job that required more than one pair of boots on the ground. Several other papers, including those that were considered the main competition, had sent more than one reporter up to Leeds. Kate planned to point this out to her desk if they suggested tomorrow the story no longer merited this use of resources. The Olivia Kavanagh item ran third, going in on the paltry lines from that morning's press briefing. Still no arrests had been made. Good, because Kate didn't want Berkeley picked up before she got to him herself. 10 minutes later, she swung off the main road and into a quiet tree-lined terrace street. Outside the address, she turned off the engine and listened as the silence fell. Eyes fixed on Berkeley's front door, she allowed herself a few brief seconds of repose. If he appeared, she would have to jump out and collar him on the pavement. But there were few signs of life. Just the distant hum of evening traffic. Light shone softly from behind the curtains in other houses, but, discouragingly, not from behind Berkeley's. No hall light filtered through the panes of translucent glass in his front door, as far as Kate could tell from where she was parked. She wouldn't let her spirits fall, not yet. If he wasn't there, she would try every neighbour who was willing to open the door,
She hadn't come all this way to be so easily defeated. Flipping down the visor above the driving seat, she applied a fresh coat of lipstick in the smeared mirror, then took a bottle of Chanel perfume from her bag and squirted it liberally. She wasn't here to seduce him, but it never hurt to make yourself as appealing as you could, whether you were dealing with a man or a woman. There was a limit to what she could manage after a 4-hour drive and while wearing yesterday's crumpled clothes. But if Barclay lived alone, there was no one else listed at the address, according to Smith. Perhaps he would be lonely enough to talk. She dimly recalled that at the time of Emily's murder he had been married. If the rumours about him and Emily were true, it wasn't unreasonable to think that the marriage might now be over. She appraised her reflection critically. In the dusk, she could still make out the dark circles under her eyes, the pallor of her skin. It had been a long day. She applied some emergency powder, popped a mint in her mouth, brushed her hair. She was stalling now. It was time to stop putting off the moment of truth, or the moment she learned she had driven 230 miles across the country for nothing. Barclay's was another ground-floor flat in another Victorian terrace, but smaller and cosier looking than Otley Road's sprawling mansions. Was there, in fact, a light filtering through from the back of the flat? Or was it merely the reflection of the street lamps behind her? She rang the bell and waited, straining to listen for any sign of life from within. Nothing. She rang again, then knocked hard several times, her spirits beginning their descent into freefall. "Fuck," she muttered under her breath. Where was he? Inelegantly, she hauled herself over the railing separating the neat front path from the identical one next door, rang his neighbour's bell. Moments later, a youngish man, 30-something, appeared. "Hi," said Kate, bright and businesslike, switching it on with an ease born of years of practice. "I'm looking for Aidan Barclay, your next-door neighbour. Don't suppose you know if he's around?" The man had an open, friendly face for which Kate felt pathetically grateful. She entertained a brief and irrational hope that he might invite her in. "Gosh, I'm afraid I don't," he replied with a Welsh accent. "Does he know you're coming? I'm sure he'll be back soon, if so. I think he's home by now most evenings." "Do you see him much?" "Not really. Keeps himself to himself, if you know what I mean." Kate wasn't sure if she did know what he meant. Kept himself to himself was what neighbours often said when it turned out there was a killer living on their street. But perhaps this guy didn't mean it like that. "If he's not at home, do you know where else he might be?" Kate asked, stealing glances at Barclay's front door in case he should suddenly materialise. The man began, then stopped. "I'm sorry. Who are you, if you don't mind me asking?" "Not at all. I'm an old friend. I was passing through and thought I'd drop by and see him." The neighbour looked like he didn't entirely believe this, but was too polite to say so. "You could try the pub up the road." He shrugged, his tone just a touch less friendly. "I think he sometimes drops in there for a drink. I assume you've tried calling him already." "What? Oh, yes. Which pub do you mean?" The man pointed up the road. "Just along the street. The Griffin." "Thank you so much," said Kate. "If I see him, I'll tell him you stopped by, shall I?" asked the man. "Oh no, don't worry. It's no bother. What's your name?" "Kate." She said goodbye reluctantly, trying to think of any further information she could glean from this man. There was nothing more galling than realising what you should have asked someone once it was too late. The neighbour's house looked appealing, from what she could see of his hallway. She wondered if there was a wife somewhere within. Children. Yet again, she wondered if she wouldn't be happier with a nice little home somewhere quiet, a husband and kids, possibly a dog. A family-sized car with a boot that could fit inside it a pushchair and not just old notebooks, newspapers, empty food containers. Friday night drinks or bevies with the school mums. She could never really imagine it happening to her, and not only because she loathed the word bevies, but sometimes it felt as if this was the only legitimate path to happiness in your 30s and 40s. She knew few would envy her standing on a doorstep hundreds of miles from home, hours from her last meal and probably hours from her next, waiting to speak to a stranger just in case he could give her a line for a story. But she couldn't picture a life she'd rather lead. She had been caught up in all this for so long, her every instinct tended towards pursuing tenuous leads in the hope of uncovering something. Not exposing major corruption or bringing down politicians, as some of her colleagues hoped to, but achieving the simple rewards that came with following a trail to its end, to see what was there. That was all, and, most of the time, it felt like enough. She gathered herself and climbed back over the railing to Barclay's side, cupped both hands around the glass of his front door and peered in. A second later, she saw it. A flash of movement towards the back of the house. Fleeting, but unmistakable. A shadow passing across her field of vision. Someone was at home, and had been all along. Kate's heart thudded dully in her chest. People who didn't answer their door usually had their reasons. What was Aidan Barclay's? She thought again of Emily Pierce, the rumours that had swirled around him at the time of her murder. Ideally, she would have already trawled through the internet, piecing together where he had been and what he had done in the intervening years. He had never been arrested for the murder, which either meant he was above suspicion, that there was insufficient evidence, or that the police had again failed to draw the obvious conclusions. Kate leaned heavily towards the third explanation. Either way, Aidan was at home, after all. Of that she was certain. The question was what to do about it. She couldn't wait on the doorstep all night until he left for work in the morning. Even she appreciated that this would be madness, although on certain big stories press photographers were dispatched to do just that. Hours and hours of waiting for the chance to snatch a picture of someone emerging. Usually only part of their face would be visible in the image. But Kate was not a snapper. She was a lone female reporter, hungry, tired and beginning to need the loo again. She banged hard on the door with her fist 3 times, hoped to emulate law enforcement. Again she cupped her hands around the glass, but no further proof of life presented itself. Finally, she resorted to something she had never tried before, bending and placing her mouth close to the letterbox. Pushing it open a crack with her fingers, she called through it in a girlish voice. "Aidan? Can you come to the door? I need to talk to you. Please?" It would almost certainly be futile, but you couldn't drive this far on a whim and withhold your final trump card. There were times when male reporters relied on blokish chumminess to extract information from men. This wasn't an option for Kate. No special backslap or handshake would gain her entry to a club where men talked to men confidentially, believing there was an understanding that they all saw eye to eye. Reluctantly, she did occasionally fall back on the only weapon she possessed that they didn't. Her femininity had been more effective during her 20s and 30s. Time had not been cruel to her, despite the irregular hours she kept, but once you were in your 40s, most men looked at you differently, or more likely not at all. As unfair as it used to feel to have to flirt for a story that her male colleagues could obtain by being matey, the sense of her powers waning was disconcerting. "Aidan?" she called once more, her voice quavering. She straightened up, embarrassed, and tried to ignore the growing hunger pangs. You could survive a surprisingly long time on adrenaline, but eventually food was necessary, however inconvenient this was. Yet knowing Barclay was meters away, she could not give up and leave. She removed her phone from her coat pocket and saw a message from Smith. At the sight of his name, her heart, as usual, performed a small somersault. But his words made her stomach lurch. "You'd better come back, ASAP. Looks like Elliot's been arrested." Kate almost dropped her phone. "Oh, my God," she mouthed silently. "Oh, my God." She had been set up. Smith had been right. She had been played by a student. The guy had spun her an elaborate story to cause a distraction, create confusion, throw them off course or whatever. She pressed her forehead against the door as the energy drained from her, her legs almost buckling. What a credulous idiot she had been. She had come face to face with the suspect and allowed herself to be taken for a ride, literally across the country. Her conviction, in the face of no evidence, that Olivia's murder must be connected with Emily's had made her blind. Suddenly, she found herself tumbling forwards, flung out her arms to keep herself from crashing to the ground as the front door swung wide open. Pulling herself back up, she saw a figure in the doorway. A dark hallway extended behind him. Aidan Barclay stared down at her. Chapter 25. "Oh, my God, sorry," stammered Kate. "It was all a mistake." Barclay looked confused. "Who are you?" She told him. "Oh, goodness," he said, raising his hands to cover his face. "There's no photographer with you, is there?" "No, I'm on my own." She immediately regretted admitting this. "Can I come in?" Finally, facing the man no reporters had managed to speak to 20 years ago, she couldn't leave now, even if there had already been an arrest, even if he probably had nothing to do with the latest murder. There was something about his nervous figure that aroused her desire to scratch at the surface, see what lay beneath. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He was dressed like an academic, in a shirt and shapeless woolen jumper. It was hard to believe that beautiful Emily Pierce would have wanted him, even when he was younger. Kate was growing impatient. "I'm really sorry to ask, but could I use your bathroom?" He beckoned her in. "Down the hallway, on the right." The bathroom was small and spotless. Under cover of the sound of the flush, Kate opened the wooden cabinet above the sink, force of habit as much as anything. She was a professional snooper, and you could learn a lot about someone from what was in their bathroom cabinet, even if you couldn't publish it. Aidan Barclay's was disappointing. Shaving foam, a full bottle of eau de toilette, some pills that looked herbal, dental floss, all neatly arranged. Quickly, before he could begin to wonder, she slid open the drawer beneath the sink. It contained some rolls of toilet paper, several cleaning products, a pile of old newspaper magazines, some other pills in a murky brown plastic bottle. Those were worth a look. "Everything okay?" came Barclay's voice from the hallway. Shit. She slammed the drawer shut, forgetting to do it quietly, then flicked her dictaphone to record inside her coat and unlocked the door. "All fine," she smiled brightly. "Thanks so much." "Are you going to tell me why you're here now?" he said, fixing her with an unsettling look. Her mind darted to a vision of him screwing Emily. She shook the thought away. "Yes, sorry, I'll explain." "Please." He beckoned her into a neat front room with book-lined walls and a drab brown rug that sat on polished floorboards. A pair of framed photographs stood on the mantelpiece, each showing a teenage boy, maybe his kids. What they must have been through, Kate thought. She perched on the edge of an armchair, poised to spring up and make a dash for the door should she need to. She hoped he hadn't locked it while she was in the bathroom. He hovered, uncertain, like he was the intruder himself, then sat on the edge of the sofa. Kate cleared her throat. "I'm reporting on the murder of Olivia Kavanagh in Leeds." She studied his reaction for a giveaway flicker of recognition or alarm. He raised his eyebrows, and she fancied she noticed the twitch of a muscle in his face that could be something or nothing.
But you're in Cardiff, he said evenly.
I came to speak to you, but since I arrived, I've learned that someone's been arrested. She hoped this might relax him sufficiently for her to crack him open just a little. He displayed an immediate interest.
Oh, really? Have the police said who?
Not officially at this stage, but we think it's a student called Elliot. He knew Olivia. Barclay nodded vaguely. You probably know why I came here, Kate went on.
You'll have to enlighten me.
I covered the murder of Emily Pierce in 1999. Barclay visibly winced. Kate said, I hope you don't mind me mentioning this, but I was aware of the rumours back then.
It was nonsense,
he snapped. I understand. People like to talk, don't they? They love that kind of gossip, and it can take on a life of its own, whether true or not. He said nothing. Kate said, when I drove down here, I was under the impression that Olivia had contacted you before she was killed, that because she lived in Emily's old house, she was curious about the case and was looking for answers. Is that correct, or was I misled? Another heavy silence from Barclay. Kate could hear some low music coming from next door. She thought of the perfectly normal evening his neighbour was enjoying and was fleetingly reassured.
The police, Barclay said finally, will, I'm sure, be looking into all of this girl's communications. Best to let them do their job, don't you think?
Kate bridled at his patronising tone. The problem, she said, fixing him with a bold look, is the police didn't manage to do their job the first time around.
Barclay shrugged. That was a long time ago.
Since I'm here, can I ask you something else? She said. Do you think there could be any connection between Emily's and Olivia's murders?
I honestly wouldn't have a clue. I was as shocked as anyone when I heard on the news before work yesterday morning that a girl who lived in Emily's old room had been killed in the same house.
Of course. I can imagine.
I hadn't thought about that case for a long time, to tell you the truth, but I always listen to the Today programme when I'm having breakfast, and suddenly there it was, after all these years. It's very upsetting, actually.
Yes, I'm sorry. Kate could feel her pulse jumping around in her neck. She hoped it wasn't visible. I assume you didn't know Olivia then?
Correct.
And you'd never been in contact with her?
I have no idea why she was killed, he replied,
anger rising in his voice.
I'm afraid you've wasted your time driving all this way to ask me questions about someone I don't even know, didn't know. I can't say I'm all that keen on speaking to the press anyway, after, well, all that. But it sounds like the police have got their man now, so I suggest you go and report on that and let justice take its course.
Yes. No, you're right, she said, trying to strike a conciliatory note as her brain whirred uselessly. I'm sorry to have bothered you. He made a non-committal sound that did not invite further conversation. If I could ask you just one more thing, said Kate nonetheless, not waiting for his consent. I appreciate that you perhaps didn't know Emily very well, but as someone who taught her, could I trouble you for an on-the-record quote about how shocked you are that another student at the university has been killed in the same house?
I'd rather not, he said dryly, rising from the sofa to indicate the conversation was over. It would be wrong to comment on something I have no knowledge of. Have a safe journey back to wherever you're going, and I don't want my name in the paper. Is that clear? There's no reason at all to mention me.
Thank you, was all Kate said. You've been incredibly helpful. Back on the road, foot down, the night gathering, brake lights flashing red warnings ahead, Kate caught her breath. Eyes on the traffic, she removed her dictaphone from her coat pocket, pressed play and placed it on the seat beside her. Listening back to her interviews always made her cringe as she noticed all the follow-up questions she had failed to ask. The fake way she had laughed, the clumsy phrasing she had used. "Since I'm here, can I ask you something else? Do you think there could be any connection between Emily's and Olivia's murders?"
"I honestly wouldn't have a clue. I was as shocked as anyone when I heard on the news before work yesterday morning that a girl who lived in Emily's old room had been killed in the same house."
"Of course, I can imagine." Kate almost drove straight into the car in front. The tape continued to play as she slammed her foot on the brake.
"I hadn't thought about that case for a long time, to tell you the truth, but I always listened to the Today programme when I'm having breakfast, and suddenly there it was, after all these years."
Had she heard correctly? She rewound the machine a few seconds.
"I heard on the news before work yesterday morning that a girl who lived in Emily's old room had been killed in the same house."
But it wasn't reported yesterday morning that Olivia had been killed in the same house as Emily. The link had not yet been made. That detail only emerged later in the day. All that was reported on the morning bulletin was that the murder took place on Otley Road. No house number was given. They never were. Berkeley could not have known then. And unless Kate had missed something while she was on the road, it hadn't been reported that Olivia lived in Emily's old room. She only knew this herself because Elliot had told her. Overheating, Kate awkwardly wrestled her coat off as she drove. She needed to speak to Smith to discuss it all. He was bound to have thoughts and theories, and she couldn't wait to hear them. Dialing his number, her phone in the hands-free cradle, she barely noticed the traffic honking and weaving thickly around her on the road out of Cardiff.
"Everything okay?"
he said, picking up eventually.
"Did you see my message?"
"Yes, but
Elliot's been nicked. Surprise, surprise."
"Are we sure it's him? Police given anyone the nod?"
"Everyone's saying it's him."
"But I don't get it."
"What's not to get?"
She recounted her conversation with Berkeley, his claim to have heard on the news yesterday morning that Olivia had been killed in Emily's flat. "But he can't have heard that then," she said. "And has it even been reported that Olivia lived in Emily's actual room? Because he knew that too." Smith went silent, presumably checking on his phone.
"No,"
he said after several seconds.
"I can't see that line out there."
"So Elliot could be right," said Kate, triumphant. Berkeley never denied Olivia had contacted him. He was quite evasive about it.
"So?"
"What do you mean, so? The whole thing is deeply suspicious. Berkeley clearly knows something."
"I don't know," said Smith, his voice sounding distant, tired although he wasn't the one who had driven half the length of the country. "But hey, there's been an arrest now, so reporting restrictions have kicked in. Seems the cops have done their job this time. I reckon we'll be done and dusted shortly. Soon as they slap a charge on him, we're out of here. Come back and get some sleep now. You must be exhausted."
Kate sighed and hit the steering wheel in frustration. "But I don't think Elliot did it."
"Why not?"
Smith sounded frustrated now too.
"You don't know him from Adam. I'm sure the police have their reasons for nicking him."
Kate snorted her contempt. It was a pointless debate. She wouldn't convince him over the phone, and she had to stop and find something to eat before she passed out from hunger and crashed the car. Perhaps it would all start to make sense in the morning. Though by the morning it could be too late. Elliot could be charged and the show would be over. Dr. Aidan Berkeley would be in the clear. Again. It was long after midnight when she finally reached Smith's hotel room and rapped softly on the door. She had called him again when she pulled off the M1 to tell him she was close. He said he'd been about to go to bed, but promised to wait up. Yet there was no sign of him stirring on the other side of the door. She knocked again, a little harder, afraid of causing a disturbance in the corridor at this late hour, but not as afraid as she was of him failing to hear her. When there was still no response, she called his phone. She could hear it faintly vibrating on a hard surface inside the room. Smith did not pick up. Must have nodded off. Nothing to be done but retreat to her own unslept-in bed, alone. Crawling beneath the tight sheets, she checked her Twitter DMs. Still nothing further from Scorpion. She looked again at the original message, and the stupid coffin emoji, which shouldn't have had the power to scare her, but made her shudder in spite of herself. Unconsciously loosening her grip on the phone, she soon drifted into an uneasy slumber. Chapter 26. A thud from somewhere above awoke her in confusion. In her exhaustion last night, Kate had forgotten to set an alarm. "Shit!" she said out loud, fumbling for her phone beneath the covers. Already 9:30 a.m. The drapes had proved too effective at shutting out the thin morning light. Why didn't Smith wake her up? Perhaps he had tried and she had slept through his knocking, just as he had slept through hers last night. He wouldn't have deliberately ignored her. Still, it hurt that he hadn't waited up. She knew better than to show she was upset. The worst thing you could do was reveal you cared too much. If he was single in his late 30s, this must be the life he had chosen. There were so few eligible men by that age, he could have settled down had he wished to. She knew little about his relationship history, but nor had she offered him a full account of her own. He never mentioned ex-girlfriends, but nor did she mention ex-boyfriends either. For her, there was nobody recent or significant enough to warrant discussion. She wasn't about to list her Tinder hookups. Didn't particularly need to know about his. She checked her messages and was reassured to find there was one from him. "Assume you got back safe last night. I'm heading to Otley Road. Call me when you're up." The relief gave way to annoyance. There was no kiss at the end, but that wasn't the issue. She resented his blithe assumption that she had made it back safely when he hadn't bothered to make sure. Stop it, she told herself. Stop expecting too much. She dialed his number from her bed. As usual, he answered just before it went to voicemail, as if he was always in two minds about whether to pick up at all.
"You're alive," he said. "That's good."
"Is it?" In spite of herself, she let her irritation bleed into her words.
"I'm sorry?"
"You didn't wait up."
"I was tired."
"You were tired? I drove to Wales and back."
"No one asked you to."
"I'm doing my job, Smith. What are you doing?"
"I'm standing on this shitty doorstep where I've been for 3 days while you chase nonsense leads, fake news."
His words cut her. She was shocked to find they were fighting. They had never done this before, and being colleagues made it more serious. They had to maintain a professional relationship, whatever happened between them. Kate knew she was being irrational, knew she should rein it in, calm down, apologize for whatever it was she had done to anger him, but his defiance inflamed things. Why couldn't he just be kind? Why couldn't anyone ever? "I actually want to find out who killed those girls," she said, struggling to master the emotion in her voice. "I know you won't remember Emily Pierce, but that case stayed with me. And meeting Aidan Barkley yesterday, I know he knows something. I don't care if you're interested or not. You might as well stay on that doorstep, or just stay at your desk, in fact, if you think our job is to trot out police bullshit and nothing more. Oh, and it hasn't been 3 days, by the way." She was shaking when she finished speaking. Smith, no doubt taken aback, offered no immediate riposte. A few moments passed before she heard him sigh.
"Hey,"
he said.
"I'm sorry."
She waited for more. It seemed to take him several seconds to realize more was expected.
"I'll stay here," he offered. "You do what you need to do. I just want you to be careful, that's all. Remember the Twitter threat?"
"How could I forget? It's the reason you were sent here to protect me."
"Kate, I have to go. I think there's someone coming. Let's speak in a bit, okay?"
He hung up, leaving her sitting in bed in her underwear, clutching her phone. She shouldn't have picked a fight. This was why she was alone. She pushed men away by bickering, holding them up to standards they either could not or would not meet. Standards she herself didn't even meet. She would have to be more careful with Smith if she wanted this to last. In spite of everything, she knew this was exactly what she wanted. She reached for her laptop and brought herself up to date with Olivia's case. No charge had yet been brought against Elliot. The police would have until early evening to charge him, release him, or extend the time they could detain him. They could, if they had good reason, apply to hold him for another 3 days. But Kate may have hours or less to keep following the trail she felt so sure would lead to a different answer. Once he was charged, it would all be over. Her chance would be gone. She opened Instagram and brought up the account of Olivia's flatmate, Abby, the real Abs. The 3 most recent posts, all published before Olivia was killed, were highly uninformative. A pair of trainers and a section of the legs they belonged to against the backdrop of a pavement. Caption, "Am I really going running?" A wonky selfie of the real Abs wearing a cute woolly hat. "I guess we're doing autumn now." A patisserie-grade cake imaginatively captioned, "Cake," as if cake itself was a punchline. Christ's sake, this generation was a lost cause. But scrolling down further, there was something more promising. A shot of a group of students on a night out. One of them was Abby. There were 2 other girls who may have been the other flatmates. She would cross-check this shortly. There were also 2 boys in the frame. Vibing and thriving at Prism Leeds. A second picture in the collection showed the same group of students. A third, apparently taken earlier that night, they were dressed the same but looked more sober, had 2 extra people in shot. Or more like 1.5. Elliot was there, holding a pint, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. And wasn't that... Yes, it was. It was her, Olivia, half in and half out of the shot, like she was about to be edged out altogether. The backdrop in this one looked like a pub, while in the first 2 shots it was darker and looked more like a nightclub. Why were Elliot and Olivia not in the later shots? Were they together, elsewhere, when these were taken? She read the date the picture had been posted. It matched the date on which Elliot had placed himself in Olivia's room and, he said, sent the email from her computer. Kate padded across to the tea tray in search of food. She found a small packet of biscuits, the sort that didn't exist outside of hotel rooms, and ate them standing on the carpet in bare feet. It hadn't seemed possible she could find a worse breakfast than yesterday's within the hotel, and yet here it was. Why, she wondered as she mindlessly crunched her way through it, was she so determined to believe Elliot? The police must have something on him. Maybe he did it, but hadn't planned to. Maybe his good looks were unduly influencing her. Her head ached with questions. Why did he tell her about the email? Was it an attempt to drag Barclay into the picture and incriminate him? But then, how did he know about the lecturer at all? He would have been a baby when Emily was killed. She remembered him mentioning a stepbrother who was studying in Leeds at the time. The story must have been passed down, as these things were, an urban legend that acquired a mythic quality as it travelled through the years. Barclay hadn't outright denied there was contact between Olivia and himself. He seemed to know Olivia lived in Emily's house before it was reported, even knew she was in the same room. But then the police must have combed through Olivia's emails and, if Elliot's story was right, discovered the contact between her and the lecturer. They would surely be onto him too. So why was Elliot the one in police custody? "I don't get it," she muttered out loud. She felt sure that if she could somehow reach one of Olivia's flatmates, they would shed more light. The influencer girl didn't seem too fussed about privacy, undoubtedly loved attention. There must be a way of appealing to someone like that, capitalizing on their thirst for recognition, validation, approval, or whatever impulse it was that made them post pictures of cake to prove they existed. She wished she knew where they were staying. But other students would know Elliot. If she couldn't persuade the flatmates to talk, there may be alternative options. What was it he had said when he spotted her staring at his picture on the laptop? "What am I doing here? I live here, above the chippy over there." The chippy. She hadn't even noticed it after leaving the cafe, too excited about what he'd said next. She would head down there now, straight away, before everyone else did, although it may be too late already. Other reporters may have found his address, which meant they may have doorstepped his flatmates before she was out of bed. She cursed herself again for oversleeping. The others had had a head start since she was out of town when news of the arrest broke. Proceedings were active, sure, and that affected what they could publish for now, but it wouldn't stop her gathering material for later. It wouldn't stop others either. After pulling on the clothes she'd worn since the day she left London, she slapped on some makeup in the mirror. Imperfect, but it would have to do. A shower could wait for later, but an urgent doorstep could not. Within half an hour, she was back on Otley Road, where the traffic rumbled on and civilians went about their lives like nothing had happened. Some of them slowed as they passed the house, spotted the bouquets of wilting flowers and recalled the gruesome story they had heard on the news. Most would probably dwell on it for no more than seconds, their thoughts segueing into their work in tray, whether they had locked the front door, their Tesco shopping list. Kate knew not to overestimate the importance of news events in the minds of others. On too many occasions, non-journalist friends had expressed a baffling ignorance about a huge story. Blank looks would greet her when she mentioned what she was working on. She found herself talking less about her work now, avoiding the disappointment of watching a friend's mental shrug at what to her was a massive deal. In its grimy window, the chippy advertised battered fish and kebabs, neither of which Kate felt she would want to buy there. No other reporters loitered outside, so either they had been and gone or, she dared hope, they didn't know the address. She located a doorway to the right of the shop, one she would never have noticed if she hadn't been looking. How many lives were lived above shops that hundreds of people passed every day but never looked up to wonder about? Kate was the kind of person who peered into upstairs windows from the top deck of London buses, imagining what was going on inside. More entertaining than any box set, for sure. Occasionally she'd glimpse an argument, or some unguarded person who was half undressed, or laughing, or crying on their own. Real life, in other words, the messy sort that no one had shaped into a story for public consumption. She pressed the buzzer once and nothing happened. Pressed it a second time, holding down her finger for longer. She couldn't hear it ringing anywhere inside. On the other side of the door frame she noticed another buzzer. There must be more than one flat stacked up out of sight above the shop. She pressed the second button and, within seconds, a young and stoned-sounding male voice crackled through the intercom. "Who is it?" She should have prepared an answer, should stop winging these doorsteps. "It's Kate," she said. "I know Elliot." "He's not here," came the voice, a muffled monotone. "I know. He's been arrested. But he shouldn't have been. Can I come in?" The white noise from the buzzer cut off and nothing happened. About to push it again, Kate heard a click. Had she been buzzed in? She shouldered the door and it opened, giving her a fleeting sense of triumph. She had to enjoy the small wins. Sometimes they were the only ones you had. Taking the stairs two at a time, she realised halfway up that she had forgotten to check which flat number the buzzer corresponded to. She needn't have worried, because when she reached the first floor, she was hit by an unmistakable cannabis aroma drifting out from under a door. When she knocked, a boy with an earring opened and met her with a blank look. "Hi," she smiled, hoping he liked older women. "Can I come in?" He shrugged, turned his back and wandered down a dim corridor heavy with reefer. Really, she thought as she followed, it was a miracle students ever achieved their degrees, when so often they were stoned by mid-morning. She tried not to cough as she entered a cramped and fetid living room. Tried not to flinch at the sight of the overflowing ashtrays and empty beer cans. Was this really where Elliot lived? He looked fairly clean-cut to her, but when you stuck a bunch of young men in a flat and left them to their own devices, she supposed all bets were off. "I take it you're Elliot's flatmate?" She chose to remain standing instead of risking the sofa. The boy had retreated into it and stared at the television that flickered from across the room. The greasy scent of the chippy wafted in from an open window.
"Yeah. Are you from the university?"
No, not exactly."
"Someone from the university said they were coming."
"I'm a reporter," said Kate, hurrying through the obligatory mention of the newspaper before saying her bit. "Listen, I spoke to Elliot for quite a while yesterday. I really don't believe he killed Olivia." The boy looked at her properly for the first time and laughed.
"Course he didn't kill her. It's bullshit."
"Yes," agreed Kate, encouraged. "But why do you think they arrested him?" The boy laughed again.
"Probably for the drugs, innit?"
"But he's been arrested in connection with the murder." "Oh, I see. You mean, did he sell drugs to her? Is that it?"
"Doubt it. I only met her, once, but she seemed pretty straight."
"So why would they nick Elliot for murder?"
"I guess his fingerprints were all over her computer. That's what he was stressing about, anyway."
Suddenly it dawned on Kate. This was one of the boys from Millie's Instagram photos. She had barely noticed his face in the pictures, her attention diverted by Elliot and the girls. Plus, he looked different in the flesh. Worse, he looked like he hadn't slept. "Must have been a shock for you when he was arrested." The boy shrugged. "Did they nick him here?" The boy jerked his chin very slightly upwards. "I'm sorry," she said. "Can I ask your name?"
"No way. I don't want it in the papers."
"Of course. That's fine, don't worry. But just so I know who I'm speaking to."
"Nah, man. I'm not speaking to you about anything."
"Not even if it would help Elliot?"
"How would it, though?"
"I don't know yet. I just think there was someone else involved in this. And I believe what Elliot told me."
"Which was what?"
Kate repeated the story about the email Elliot had sent to Dr. Barclay from Olivia's account. The boy just shook his head.
"Yeah, he mentioned that. He's such a knob sometimes,"
he said more to himself than to Kate.
"Only got himself to blame."
"Just so I'm clear, he didn't have anything going on with Olivia, did he? Like, romantically?" She felt silly using the word. It felt so at odds with the room's bare walls and dirty carpet.
"With Olivia? Ha, no. He's well keen on her flatmate, Millie. Had his eye on her since last year, but I doubt she'll be all that into him after this."
"Did Elliot ever mention Emily Pierce?"
"Who?"
"Never mind."
"Oh, that other girl who died in the same house. Yeah, he told us about her. Heard about it from his stepbrother."
"Does Elliot have a good alibi, do you reckon?" The boy smirked.
"He's got an alibi, but it isn't a good one."
Kate furrowed her brow. "Why's that?"
I shouldn't say."
"But it could help him get off."
"Get off the murder, yeah, and get him done for something else."
"For what?"
The boy shook his head. "Use your imagination."
"Selling drugs?"
"I can't say."
"Shit," said Kate. "Poor Elliot." The boy raised his eyebrows.
"Doubt that's what the feds'll say, if I'm honest."
Chapter 27. Elliot had not been charged by the end of the day. The police had applied for an extension. Olivia's flatmates remained all but silent, not unexpectedly. The only development in that respect was that Mira had received a reply from Millie, conveying that she would not be speaking at this stage. She was too upset. This was accompanied by a sad face emoji. You know someone's genuinely distraught about their friend's death when they use the sad face emoji, said Mira, showing Kate, who had joined the pack after leaving Elliot's flat. A few of them had set up shop in the craft alehouse, taking over several tables and running their computer leads everywhere. Empty coffee cups were scattered around, the cheap price they paid for their makeshift office. Kate said, surely if she was really devastated, she'd have included the crying face. It was good to be back with the others, sharing their gallows humour after a manic 24 hours pursuing men with secrets. She had been running on fumes and hotel biscuits, and it was a relief to be among friends again, going through the motions of a regular doorstep. Following a terse exchange with Smith, she had sent him back to the hotel to add a thin new top line to the story. Police to hold Olivia Kavanagh murder suspect until tomorrow, and take his turn at doing some online research. Why did Millie reply to you and not me? Kate mused to Mira. Maybe because I offered her cash for a story, said Mira. My lot are desperate to get her because she's hot. I mean, not just because of that, obviously, but it never hurts, does it? She'd look good in a shoot, that girl. Her flatmate's just been killed, pal, and the guy she's screwing has been charged with murder. I'd say it's unlikely she'll be agreeing to a photo shoot any time soon. Maybe not, but I've got to try and keep in there with her, keep her sweet. What emoji are you going to reply with? Is there one that means, I feel you, babes, but if you change your mind, you know where to find me? You're asking the wrong person, said Kate. Smith had to show me how to even find emojis on my phone not that long ago. Back at the hotel, she knocked on Smith's door, tentatively. As usual, it was a while before he answered. Hi. Hi. I'm sorry about earlier, she said. No, I'm sorry. Can I come in? He nodded, so she entered the room and perched on the end of his bed. Their bed? It's been a pretty tiring couple of days. It's fine, he said, sitting down beside her and running a hand through his beard. Have you filed? Yup. How about we have dinner and some drinks? Sure, he said, without sounding it. She had pushed him away with her neediness. She would let him feel his way back to her in his own time. Of course, he might not choose to, but her mood was hopeful all the same. They had come through their first exchange of warm words. It was really no more than that. And she felt she had proved something to him, even if she wasn't certain what it was. It took him most of a bottle of red to become less monosyllabic. They were back in the hotel bar and lounge, ordering off the same menu. The salmon. The barbecue chicken. God, we're predictable. Speak for yourself. She kicked him under the table, but playfully. As she pushed her hair back from her face, Smith leaned in and ran his fingers down the side of her head. You're beautiful, you know. I was being a dick earlier. She smiled, glowing inside. You absolutely were, but I forgive you, and you're not so bad to look at yourself. Or at least I assume you're not. I can't really see what's going on underneath that beard. Have you always had it? Ever since I started working. Gives me a certain gravitas, don't you think? Oh, definitely. Not that I have any idea what you looked like before. I don't think I've seen a photo. He shrugged. You're not missing much. Where were you at uni again? Edinburgh? Glasgow. I knew it was somewhere Scottish. Remind me, when did you graduate? In 2001. God, I'd already been working for 3 years by then. And yet you look younger than me. Why is that? Pelting around the country at 100 miles an hour looking for murderers keeps you young. Or not having kids, maybe. She flinched, unprepared for this. Perhaps that too. She fell silent for a moment. Those poor girls.
Do you ever stop and think, fuck, we can just go home at the end of the day, but they'll still be dead. We'll move on to the next story, but their families will never move on. You couldn't do it if you got too emotionally invested each time, but still, I do feel it, you know?
Shall we order another bottle? Said Smith.
I think we'd better, but just to warn you, it might make me even gloomier.
Well, hopefully the police will crack on and charge Elliot tomorrow. Then at least Olivia's family will get justice.
But not Emily's.
Another one, please,
said Smith, handing the empty bottle to the waiter he'd beckoned over.
So, tell me, now that you've stopped hating me, what was Aidan Barkley like? Must be a creepy dude.
I didn't exactly feel comfortable around him, but I don't know if I can picture him murdering anyone.
He preyed on one of his students. We know that much. You've got to admit that's pretty gross. Took advantage of a teenager from his position of power. I thought you feminists hated that kind of thing.
You feminists? Smith, you're an arsehole sometimes, you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
I can't make sense of Barkley. If it wasn't for all those rumours, I don't know that I'd necessarily pick him out as the predatory type. I guess you never know what someone's really like till you've married them, and then it's too late. Pour me some of that wine. She took a large sip, pleasantly relaxed now, and stroked Smith's arm through the stiff cotton of his shirt. Whatever ill feeling had passed between them earlier had evaporated in the warmth of the room, the heat of the wine. Here they were, just the two of them, miles from home and with a whole night to enjoy. Smith opened his mouth to speak, but Kate got there first, the wine loosening her lips. That girl, she said, Emily. I feel like she's haunted me somehow, more than a story usually does, you know? The fact that it was unexplained and so senseless. I just couldn't forget her afterwards. Couldn't believe they never caught her killer. Still can't, when I think about it. And there was something about the date, too. The beginning of a new millennium. Everyone was so hopeful and excited. We really did feel like it was a new departure, a new era. I felt like that, anyway. I was in a nightclub in London. I remember the countdown to midnight felt so meaningful at the time. Silly, really. It's not like things changed overnight. How did you celebrate it? You must have been at uni.
Yeah, though I was home for the holidays. Didn't do anything spectacular. Few drinks down the pub with some mates.
Do you remember hearing about a student murder in Leeds at all?
Not really, no. I wasn't all that plugged into the news cycle back then. Typical undergraduate, I guess. I remember the Millennium Bug. Do you remember that? We thought the world would end.
But you must have read about that case since.
Probably, at some point. Couldn't have told you the details until I looked them up the other day.
It was pretty horrible. She was... Hey, he interrupted, placing his hand affectionately over hers as she held her knife.
This isn't a very cheerful subject for dinner. Tell me something else. Tell me what underwear you're wearing. I didn't get to see it this morning.
And whose fault was that? She grinned. He was right. They should have a night off, forget about it all until the morning and focus on each other for now. The rest could wait. Part 3. 31st of December, 1999. Chapter 28. Emily stepped off the train at Leeds railway station, feeling grown up in her faux fur-lined Afghan coat, rucksack on her back, hold-all over her shoulder. Its weight made her list to one side as she strode down the platform. She was already perspiring. It was relatively mild for a northern winter's day, as if the excitement in the air helped to warm it. Early revellers had boarded the Leeds train at Doncaster and Wakefield, travelling for the celebrations, although it was still only lunchtime. Some had already hit the drink. Lost in her thoughts, Emily felt a world apart from them all.
Had she stayed in Essex for New Year, she too would have hit the bars early, but she hadn't come to Leeds to do that. She had other plans, shrouded in a secrecy that thrilled her. In her jeans pocket, she had Aidan's letter, safely tucked in its envelope. He must have looked up her home address in the university system. It impressed her that he'd taken the trouble. Every so often during the journey, she had pulled out the letter and reread it, just to be sure. He had written it on pale blue notepaper, in flowery script familiar to her from his marks on her essays.
Dear Emily, being without you is too much to bear. I think of you day and night, and I'm counting down the days until our New Year's Eve celebration. Believe me when I say there is nobody in the world with whom I would rather see in this millennium.
Before signing off, he told her which side street off Otley Road he would be parked on at 8:30 p.m, and printed his car registration, as if she might mistakenly enter some other person's vehicle. The letter had arrived 3 days ago, her dad handing it to her when she came downstairs that morning. She never bothered to check the post herself. It was never for her.
This has your name on it, sweetheart, he said, shooting the briefest of questioning glances at her.
He didn't ask who it was from, and she didn't volunteer the information. He'd been hands-off like this ever since her mum had left. Mostly this suited her fine. Standing in the narrow hallway with its anaglypta wallpaper, she devoured Aidan's words, smiled to herself and stashed the paper in her pocket. No doubt her father imagined some boy her age pining for her. Made sense that he wouldn't want to know. Passing through the ticket barrier, she wondered whether Aidan had received her reply. He had thoughtfully written his address at the top of his note. You were meant to do this when writing a proper letter, something she seldom had any reason to do. He surely wouldn't have included it if he didn't want her to write back. Her only worry was whether he had managed to intercept the mail before his wife pounced on it. This occurred to Emily after she had posted her letter, and her thoughts kept returning to Gloria Jessup. The false smile, the cold handshake, the thrill of this woman knowing, possibly, what Emily was up to with her husband. She couldn't afford a taxi, so walked the short distance to the bus stop on City Square. As the bus rumbled up Woodhouse Lane, past the dry dock and the Fenton, she considered the role she was about to play. Of someone who looked forward to partying but who, in a few hours' time, could plausibly be struck down by a debilitating migraine. The drama of all this appealed, and she smiled to herself. She had no idea where in the Yorkshire Dales Aidan planned to take her. In her 4 terms at university, she had never once left the city. What these Dales were and how large they might be, the hotels they might contain, remained a mystery. She thought of telling the story of this night after it was over and smiled to herself again. Her 3 flatmates were in the living room with a boy Emily didn't recognise, studious-looking and dressed in cords and a shapeless shirt that might have belonged to his grandad.
"Em,"
said Matty, his enthusiasm touching.
"Wow, you actually came," said JJ. "I take back everything I said about you. I thought you'd flake out on us."
"You didn't tell me you were coming back today," tutted Alice, clearly not pleased at all. "I only found out from the boys this morning. I'd already invited Gareth to stay in your room." "Who's Gareth?" asked Emily.
"I am," said the boy in cords, stepping forward. "Nice to meet you."
Emily looked blank. A beat too late, he stretched out a hand towards her, which she ignored.
"I'm a friend of Alice's from home."
He sheepishly withdrew his hand. Emily looked him up and down. Yes, she thought, that would make sense. He looked the type for Alice. Nerdy, earnest, wouldn't know fun if someone handed him a pill with the word written on it. "Gareth's bags are already in your room," said Alice, as if this was Emily's fault. "Then perhaps Gareth could move them." She had not come prepared for an argument with Alice. She'd hoped not to see her at all. Alice shot her an unhappy look, as if Emily, by turning up at her own rental flat, she must remember to pay Alice the rent, had inconvenienced everyone.
"Emily can stay in my room tonight," suggested Matty. No, said Gareth. "Really, don't worry, I'll sleep on the sofa. It's fine."
He didn't look like someone who would be fine with crashing on a sofa, but that was no concern of Emily's. She could have saved them this pointless debate by admitting she would not be staying at the flat. That instead she'd be miles away, she had no idea how many, drinking champagne in a 4-poster bed in a luxury rural hotel, a country house setting, maybe. Yes, it was bound to be. Matty looked disappointed, but the matter appeared to be settled. "It would have been helpful if you'd let me know your plans, that's all," Alice huffed as she brushed past Emily. "And by the way," she added under her breath, "would you please not leave personal items lying around your room again?" Emily's irritation became indignation. "What the hell, Alice? I don't know what items you're talking about, and how was I meant to know you'd move some random guy into my room? I've literally just walked in and you're on my case already. Seriously, what's your problem?" "My problem?" said Alice. "My problem is you still haven't paid me a penny, and yet you flounce in like I owe you the right to be here." She bustled out, watched by a mortified Gareth. "Alice," yelled Emily after her, "why don't you let Gareth fuck you? Then perhaps you'd chill out a bit and give us all a break." Alice slammed her bedroom door.
"Language, Emily,"
smirked JJ. Gareth stared at his shoes. Matty stared at Emily. "I'm sorry, Gareth," she said, catching her breath, "that you had to witness your friend being such a dick. I would love to say she's not always like this."
"All right," said Matty. "Let's leave it now. It was our fault. We should have told Alice you were coming back today. We just weren't actually sure if you were."
"It wasn't your fault, Matty. Don't be dumb." She strode off to her bedroom, lugging her bags, and shoulder-barged her way in. A neat little wheelie suitcase, presumably belonging to Gareth, sat in the middle of the carpet. Otherwise the room was just as she had left it. What personal items could Alice have meant? There was nothing dodgy on display, unless you counted the wonder bra draped on the armchair, no doubt the first bra Gareth had ever set eyes on. Yeah, there was a bong on her desk, but she'd hardly used it since moving in, maybe just once or twice. And anyway, so what? It was her room. Alice was off her rocker, as Emily's dad would say. She yanked Gareth's suitcase into the hall, slammed the door after it, then began pulling clothes from her bags in search of the outfit she had picked out the day before. She wondered when the first signs of her migraine should appear. Probably best not to mention it yet, but to go full pelt into party mode to throw them all off the scent. She put on the semi-transparent strappy top and short denim skirt. Heavy makeup caked on in front of the cracked mirror over the sink. None of it would be wasted. It would please Aidan later. Turning up the music on her CD player, now 43, which she liked for the dance tracks, she imagined him proposing to her at the foot of their hotel 4-poster. A giant diamond, like something off MTV. He was old, so could afford it. She would tell him, "Yes, but let's wait until I've graduated." She'd keep the ring in the meantime. She could always hand it back later. Or not. She wasn't sure she would ever get married, but she liked the idea of a proposal. Proved you were worth something, didn't it? That someone wanted you forever. That was real, grown-up love, and she was curious to know how it felt. She overdid her eyeshadow, applied 3 coats of lip gloss, 7 squirts of perfume and another for luck. Freed her hair from its bobble so it tumbled across her shoulders, then rummaged through her desk drawer for the baggie she'd left there last term. It was almost empty, so she tipped the remaining speed into her hand, licked it off, then strode back out to the living room. "All right, boys,"
When are we going to start partying like it's 1999?
Gareth stared at her, his mouth forming an O as she rummaged through the fridge in the hope there would be booze there. Not that she had bought any herself.
You look stunning,
said Matty, approaching her from behind.
I bought some champagne, if you want to crack that open.
Yeah, baby,
she said, already feeling high.
What do you reckon, Gaz?
Gareth blushed.
That sounds nice, thank you. I brought a bottle of wine too. It's in my suitcase.
Suitcase wine, yay,
said Emily, swinging around with the bottle of champagne in her hand.
Wow, Matty, you splashed out on the real French stuff. Did you get a load of cash for Christmas?
Well,
he smiled.
How often do you get to see in a new millennium?
This is my first time, so be gentle,
said Emily, firing the cork across the room and swigging from the bottle.
Here you go, Gazza. You can stop staring at my tits now and have some of this.
Gareth's face turned a deep maroon. JJ and Matty exchanged a nervous look.
Cheer up, guys. It's New Year's Eve,
said Emily.
How about we try and drag Alice out of her sulk? Gareth, what are you two planning? You coming out with us to... Where are we actually going, JJ?
Majestique,
said JJ from the sofa, where he quietly nursed a beer. On the wall behind him, a giant Andy Warhol poster, the Marilyn diptych, which Matty had put up.
Yeah, Majestique. You coming with us?
asked Emily, as she snatched the champagne bottle back from Gareth before he had put its lip-gloss-smeared neck to his lips. She took another long gulp before passing it to Matty.
I don't think so,
said Gareth. Alice said we'd go out for dinner and then watch the fireworks.
How romantic. Are you two... You know...
Emily made a graphic gesture to elucidate her meaning.
No,
said Gareth, sounding faintly horrified.
Alice is an old family friend.
Well, don't let her get any older before you do it. Tonight will be the night, I bet. You could take her virginity, you know.
Give over, Em,
said JJ.
Sorry about her,
he added to Gareth, who shook his head as if to say it was fine. It didn't matter.
Seriously, where is she, though?
Emily persisted, throwing herself onto the sofa next to JJ.
I think she's getting ready,
said Gareth, seating himself in the armchair. The champagne was passed back to Emily, who helped herself generously again. JJ said,
Don't you want to pace yourself? At this rate, you'll be passed out before it's time to leave.
Nope,
said Emily.
I don't want to pace myself, dude. But I do want a fag. Reckon Alice will mind if I smoke in here, just this once.
I think you know the answer to that,
said Matty.
But it's New Year's Eve, people. Surely even Alice will waive her stupid rules tonight.
She rose and dashed to her bedroom to fetch cigarettes and a lighter from her coat pocket. The speed made her fly, her legs moving faster than her brain. After she'd returned with an unlit Regal stuck to her lips with lip gloss, Alice reappeared in a modest black dress with the subtle shimmer of sequins. It fell just above the knee.
Alice, you look lovely,
said Emily, fag still glued to her mouth. Alice paled. What are you doing? You'd better not be about to light that.
It's New Year's Eve, chill out. I thought your boyfriend Gareth might want to smoke. I'm trying to be hospitable. Thought you'd be pleased.
No, I don't smoke,
protested Gareth from the armchair. He doesn't smoke, said Alice.
Yes. I see what you mean. Good choice, Gareth. It kills you.
Matty and JJ watched, as if trying to work out whether and when to intervene.
I'll come outside with Em,
offered Matty.
No, thank you, Matthew. It's freezing outside and I'm wearing hardly any clothes, in case you didn't notice,
said Emily. She was enjoying herself, enjoying the knowledge of her secret and that they underestimated her. She tried to spark up and was caught off guard when Alice sprang towards her to grab the lighter. Shrieking in delight, Emily ducked out of the way, clambered onto the sofa and ran across it, falling into JJ's lap.
Emily, perhaps tomorrow we should talk about whether this is working, said Alice. Her eyes were glassy, her voice trembled.
It had clearly taken all her reserves of courage to say this out loud. She had Emily's attention. What are you on about? You know I'm only messing. Just having a bit of fun.
A bit of fun, echoed Alice.
Yes. Well, let's get through tonight and then we'll see.
Alice, protested Matty.
Are you kicking me out? Said Emily, not quite knowing how seriously to take this. The champagne and speed made it hard for her to worry too much right now. She finished the bottle and slammed it onto the coffee table, making Gareth jump.
More drinks, suggested Matty. How about Gareth's suitcase wine? Alice, you'll have a glass.
It's too early to start drinking, said Alice pointedly. I'll have a glass, said Emily. Do we have a glass, or have they all been smashed?
I think you smashed them all, said JJ.
An uneasy silence fell while Gareth trotted to the hallway to fetch the bottle. He returned and handed it to Alice. Well done, Gareth, said Emily. Get it open, will you, Alice? I'm parched.
JJ said, You know what will happen if you don't slow down, Em. You'll be in no state to come out. I know you. You'll be lying half naked on your bedroom floor by 7:30 p.m.
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
happened like once, okay? Don't be an arsehole, Jake. Then she added with a flash of inspiration, if that is your real name. She watched the fear enter his eyes, realised too that he had given her an idea. A migraine was unnecessary. If she was just wasted enough, she could fake passing out in her bedroom. They couldn't exactly doubt her after JJ's warning. It was perfect. She was confident she could control it. She wouldn't be as out of it as she appeared. Didn't want to actually pass out, of course. She wanted to be in a decent state for Aidan. Once the boys left, she would quickly sober up, down a pint of water, have something to eat and be pretty much respectable by 8:30 p.m. She had pulled off this trick before, sobering up before a work shift in one of her short-lived holiday jobs, or if she had to see her grandmother, who disapproved of her drinking. "I can smell it on you, Emily," she'd told her with teary eyes once when Emily was 16. "You're too young." "That's my dad you can smell," Emily had replied. Took more care after that. Matty took charge of the wine and poured it into mismatched tumblers and mugs. He handed one to Emily, who downed half her drink in one go. "What time are we going out?" she asked, wincing as the acid of the booze stung her throat. "We're meeting the guys at 8:30, said JJ. "The guys?" "Arthur and Charlie." "Your posh friends?" "They're cool. They want to meet you." "Great," she said, draining the rest of her glass as JJ watched in consternation. "I can't bloody wait." Chapter 29. JJ gnawed at his fingernails. He had promised Arthur he would bring Emily tonight, but she seemed unhinged, even more so than usual. Who knew what she might say or do in her current mood? "If that is your real name." The words had made his blood freeze in his veins. So he'd been right. She knew more than she'd let on. Could he risk her being around his new friends now? She was like a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. He stood to get mortally wounded in the blast. He had worked hard to build this new life for himself, to put behind him his con artist days, talking old dears out of their life savings by selling them an apparently enticing investment opportunity. It was a simple boiler room scam he had dreamed up all by himself. He still thought this was to his credit, despite everything. It had been surprisingly easy gaining entry to his victims' homes as a 19-year-old charmer. He'd read enough books to sound like he knew what he was on about. "Believe me, Mrs. Anderson, you'd be crazy to miss out on this one," he would say, meeting the old dear's eye through his fake glasses. The trick worked more often than he had dreamed possible. "In 6 months' time, there's almost no way your £200 will be worth any less than 2,000. I can guarantee it. But don't take my word. Ask Eloise Baxter down the road. You don't know Mrs. Baxter. What if I tell you she's driving a sports car now?" How credulous they were. Some of them, anyway. Not everyone. He had the door slammed in his face more often than not. That was true. But enough of them let him in, because mostly he was clever enough to target the right people. His mother worked in the community in adult social care. This allowed him to identify the isolated and vulnerable, the ones on the verge of losing their mental faculties, the ones who would be easy to dupe. It had taken months of paying close attention and sifting through his mum's paperwork when she was out. Who knew how long he might have continued if he hadn't slipped up early on in his criminal career. Encouraged by his initial successes, he had grown reckless and picked on the wrong old man. Simple as that. Roger Missingham was 84, but sharp as a tack, and certainly nobody's fool. Worse, he knew more about financial investment schemes than Liam Craig would ever know. Mr. Missingham, instantly suspicious, had asked Liam questions he was unable to answer. Mr. Missingham had a friend, a widow called Helga Best, 82 years old. She had recently lost a small sum of money to a fraudster.
That fraudster unfortunately happened to be Liam Craig. Mr. Missingham and Mrs. Best both gave evidence at Liam's trial at Norwich Crown Court. He could have lost everything then. He lost all the money, of course, served 18 months inside. His own mum was too ashamed to attend his trial. She said he had ruined her life as well as his own, and all for what? A few £1,000 that he had the brains to earn honestly if he tried. She visited him just once, sat there facing him, shaking her head. What a disappointment he'd been. He made a plan in there. When he was free, he would start afresh and build a new life for himself. At first, he thought he'd go abroad, but he spoke no foreign languages, had no overseas contacts, and didn't know what he would do in a strange country alone. Apart from his youthful foray into fraud, he had led a fairly sheltered life, growing up in a quiet street on the outskirts of Norwich. He already had his A-levels, so applied for the degree he should have done in the first place. Accepted on a course in Leeds, he adopted the name Jake Jeffries. Spun a tall tale to the admin lady, said he'd changed his name as his parents had split up and, boo-hoo, he and his mum were now trying to hide from his abusive dad. Silly cow seemed to buy it. No, cutting himself off from his past wasn't too hard. He'd lost touch with everyone from school and hadn't actually seen his dad since he was 15. "This is all the fault of that useless bastard," said his mother when her son's criminality emerged, and Liam couldn't disagree. He'd always been an imaginative kid, and on the day of his release, he was full of ideas. He'd break into a new social circle. Tricking his way up the ladder would, he hoped, provide him with a passport to make a clean break, get ahead, and make serious money in the future. Arthur and Charlie were on the right rung of this ladder, but now there was a problem. They wanted him to deliver Emily to them. Hot but crazy Emily, who was no doubt of interest to them for the same reason she was of interest to most other guys. And Emily knew his secret. He only had himself to blame, but the unfairness stung. That one small error, a moment of inattention, could undo all his efforts was too much to bear. He could not let some cheap little slut unmask him after he'd come this far. It would be better, after all, if she did, in fact, get two out of it to join them tonight. Arthur and Charlie's disappointment was a smaller price to pay. It was only a short-term solution. He would need a longer-term one as well, but for now he had no other options. He picked up the bottle of wine and refilled her glass. "Go on, then," he said. "You're right, it's New Year's Eve. Let's get fucking smashed." He realised Matty was watching him, remembered that Matty might also know whatever Emily knew. She wasn't famed for her discretion, but Matty didn't tend to get out of control wasted. There was that, at least. He wasn't at risk of slurring half-truths into JJ's friends' ears. Emily sipped her wine more slowly now. JJ watched from the corner of his eye, wondering should he slip something into her drink to be on the safe side. He didn't know what would have the desired effect or how he would pull it off, but perhaps it wouldn't be necessary. She was already high as a kite and falling out of her top by early evening. "So," she asked, "if we're meeting in town at 8:30 p.m, what time are we setting off?" "Round about 8:10, said JJ, glancing at his watch. It would give her more than 3 hours to drink herself into oblivion. "Perfect," she said, looking strangely content. "So come on then. Tell me, how was everyone's Christmas?" Chapter 30. Matty handed Emily another drink, seated himself on the other side of her to JJ. This was it, he told himself, the night they would get together. He imagined their anniversaries stretching out across future New Year's Eves, a relationship that would date from the start of the new millennium. What could be a better beginning? The familiar scent of her perfume was stronger than ever. It made his stomach lurch, like being on a roller coaster about to go over the top. It left him almost incapable of speech. He didn't know when he would make his move. The moment had to be right. She shouldn't be too drunk, just drunk enough. His nerves were already on edge, palms sweaty, collar too tight, his clothes suddenly itchy. He had never done this before, but there was only one way it could go. Rejection was unthinkable. They were going to end up together. Prompted by Emily, they were taking turns to share stories of their Christmas breaks, some more true than others, Matty imagined. "Right then," said Emily, quickly and visibly bored with the niceties. "Who's on the pool tonight?" Alice still looked furious, and JJ pretty tense after Emily's careless remark about his name. "Who's getting laid on the Millennium?" she persisted, trying to keep things light, ignoring the uncomfortable atmosphere that had settled over the room. "Can't you ever think of anything except getting laid?" said Alice with forced brightness, like it was a joke, like she wasn't seething. They all knew Alice meant it. It was clear now how much she resented Emily, but Emily didn't seem bothered. "Ouch, Alice," she said almost seriously. "Gareth, what about you? Remember what I said earlier? Don't leave it too late, OK?" Gareth mumbled a couple of words, embarrassed. "Seriously, Emily, please shut up," said Alice. "What?" laughed Emily, throwing her head back into Matty's shoulder so he could feel her maddening heat. He stayed very still, afraid that if he moved the moment would end. "Listen," she said to the room at large, "I'll confess something if you want. I'm actually in love." She leaned back harder into Matty so he felt her full upper body weight against him and hardly dared breathe. Was she saying that she loved him? Could this really be true? "I'm happy for you," said Alice insincerely. "Who's the lucky guy?" "Sorry, can't say," said Emily. Matty gulped and waited. "Is it someone in this room?" said Alice, sounding curious now in spite of herself. "Yes, it's Gareth," Emily laughed, though no one else was laughing. Alice, seeing she was getting nowhere, sighed. Every pulse point in Matty's body throbbed. "Someone in Leeds or at home?" asked JJ. "Definitely in Leeds," said Emily. "Is it that third-year history guy you shagged at the start of term?" "What? Are you joking? No." "OK, who is it then?" "She doesn't have to say if she doesn't want to," said Matty. "Thanks, Matty. I'm glad you understand." She flung her arm around him, pulling him into her so he could hardly breathe. JJ refilled her glass, but Matty placed a gentle hand on hers as she brought it to her lips. "It's 3 hours until we go out," he said under his breath. She ignored him, but it didn't matter. Soon he'd be able to tell her when she'd had too much. Carry her home, put her to bed and climb right in beside her. No more tiptoeing away after she'd passed out, after sitting there for too long staring at her beautiful, unconscious face, her swollen lips, smudged makeup, tangled hair on the pillow. Before too long, he would never have to leave her again. Chapter 31. Everything started going wrong for Alice the moment Emily walked in. That was true generally, but it was especially true tonight, when Emily wasn't supposed to be here at all. Tonight was meant to be Alice and Matty's night. The night he realised Alice was worth so much more than that awful flirt he had fancied for so long. Alice and Matty had so much more in common. He was smart, like her. They studied the same subject, read the same books, were meant to be together. She had planned it all in advance, step by meticulous step. The outfit, the timetable, The cast, which included Gareth, her friend from home who she'd known for years and who would play the part of her wingman, though he didn't yet know it. Emily was not on the cast list. After dinner and fireworks, Alice and Gareth would end the night with Matty and JJ in the club. That part was unfortunate. She didn't want to go to any club, of course, but on this occasion it was unavoidable, and maybe it wouldn't be quite as appalling as she imagined. She hated dancing, found it mortifying on the rare occasions it had been expected of her. Didn't know the songs, the words, the moves, and on the couple of occasions she had been inside a club, she had found the heaving mass of bodies oppressive. The cigarette stench mixed with the cloying vapours from a smoke machine was almost overpowering. It was hard to comprehend why anyone enjoyed it. Despite all this, she had secretly bought 2 tickets for Majestique for herself and Gareth. Entering that hellish place meant she would at least have an appropriate answer when anyone asked her in the future how she'd seen in the millennium. "Oh, I was at a big club night in Leeds," she'd reply, because it was too hard to admit. "I hate that sort of thing. I just had a quiet dinner with one other person, and no, not a boyfriend." The next part of the plan would take care of itself, she had hoped. Together, in the darkness, she and Matty would find each other, and when they did, Emily would fade from his mind. Except here she was, unannounced, and set to ruin everything. The only hope was that JJ was right, and she would indeed pass out before they left the house. It had happened before. If she did it tonight, it couldn't fail to serve as a wake-up call for Matty, reminding him what a mess the girl really was, what a liability. Crucially, Emily would be out of the way for the evening. Alice wondered how long it would take, watched as Emily draped herself around Matty, slurring her words, believing she could take whatever or whoever she fancied, thinking no one could stop her. Alice noticed, with muted horror, that Emily's nipples were visible through the material of her cheap-looking top, obviously intentional. She turned away in disgust. Yes, she could be fun for a while, if you liked that kind of fun, which Alice did not. She did not believe Matty did either. Not really. He was a serious person like her, and Emily was not. They weren't right for each other, and honestly, it was heartbreaking that he even wanted to sleep with her. But Alice knew a bit about boys. She had read the teen magazine articles and knew they couldn't help this. It was like a kind of pre-programming. She wondered if even Gareth, solid, plodding, dependable, would be excited by Emily. Had to concede it was possible. But Matty was far too sophisticated to have a real relationship with a girl who had to be scraped off the pavement at the end of a night. A girl who couldn't be trusted, had no sense of decorum and not much of a future either, since she never seemed to do any work. She might be alluring now, but how alluring would she be in 20 years' time? Alice believed she knew the answer to this. Her worry was that Matty was yet to work it out. But maybe he was beginning to. Emily now had one hand on his knee, and he looked decidedly uncomfortable, his face turning red. Emily clearly knew she could have Matty if she wanted him, but she'd shown no sign of wanting to until now. When she claimed to be in love, could she really mean him? It seemed unlikely, but there it was, a suggestion left dangling between them all. When Matty spoke, his voice sounded hoarse and strange.
"Perhaps we should have some food before we go out."
"Or," said JJ, "how about some shots first?" A moment ago he was warning Emily to slow down. Now he was suggesting shots. Matty said, "Shots of what?" "I'll buy a bottle of tequila from the petrol station," JJ offered. Matty looked uncertain. Emily removed her hand from his knee to rearrange her top, and he shifted in his seat beside her.
"I think we should eat something," he said.
How about shots and snacks? Said Emily. We've got a long night ahead.
Chapter 32. Gloria Jessup laid out on her bed the party clothes she would not be wearing later. She did not yet know that she wouldn't be going to the party, but she did know her husband was planning something, and she knew that whatever he was planning would happen tonight. She also knew she must stop it. Couldn't allow herself to be played by him any more, nor by that frightful girl. They ran into the Crawleys at the theatre a few nights ago. Both couples had tickets to a play showing at the West Yorkshire Playhouse, one that had enjoyed rave reviews in all the broadsheets, and which Gloria didn't want to miss. Her marriage may have been on the verge of imploding, but normal life must continue in the meantime. She and Aidan spoke little on the car journey there. They were saved from having to sip their wine in silence at the interval by their chance encounter with the other couple.
We're so glad you can make it on New Year's Eve, Angela Crawley said, her dangling earrings catching the light in the noisy theatre bar. A beat or two passed without Gloria or Aidan responding. You are both still coming? Of course we are, said Gloria, snatching a glance at her husband's expression. Angela looked to him, too, her face full of expectation. Another beat passed before he seemed to recognise what was expected of him and answered, hurriedly,
Oh, yes, we can't wait.
His hesitation did not go unnoticed by Gloria. He was an atrocious liar, and his reluctance to commit himself was obvious. She could almost feel the deceit coming off him like some kind of negative energy. Some people's body language gave them away so easily it was almost unfair. Gloria was relieved hers did not. She hated Aidan in that moment, her contempt heightened by how ineptly he was conducting his affair, her anger inflamed by how publicly. She was glad she'd had a word with the girl, whose demeanour was so astonishingly brazen that Gloria was left with no doubt she had found the culprit. Confronting her had signalled, had it not, that she, Gloria, knew what was going on and that there would be consequences. A pathetic creature, that child, seeking the attention of a much older man. She was bound to have daddy issues, low self-esteem, a troubled background, or some combination of the three. A well-adjusted young woman just wouldn't do it. Gloria felt sick at the idea of her husband lowering himself so far as to prey on a kid like that. Clutching her glass of Merlot a little too hard, she imagined tossing it in Aidan's face. But that wouldn't do. They would never be invited to another party at the Crawleys again. The thought brought her up sharp as she realised she was still picturing a future with Aidan. She sat back down beside him for the second half of the play, a chill sweeping into the narrow space between them. Gloria had ceased to follow the action on stage, which was, in fact, less compelling than any of the broadsheet reviews had made out. She was pondering what to do. Safely back in the car and driving home through the darkness, she decided to raise it. The Christmas lights made a mockery of her suffering once again. Hideous giant Santas and inflatable snowmen, she tried to avert her eyes. "You are still up for the Crawleys' New Year's Eve party, aren't you?" she said.
Why wouldn't I be?
He stared at the road, hands gripping the wheel. You didn't sound all that sure when Angela asked, that's all.
If you say so.
Are you having an affair with one of your students? She had rehearsed the question in her head for weeks, but was surprised to hear herself say it aloud. It was easier with them both facing straight ahead. They could avoid each other's eyes.
Are you out of your mind?
Aidan, the anger and hurt welled up in her chest so fast it caused physical pain. Don't lie to me. I'm not as stupid as her.
As who?
He said through gritted teeth. For God's sake, it's like that, is it?
Please.
He glanced sideways at her for just a second.
Give me some credit. Do you really think I'd jeopardize my career like that?
I think you already have. And it's interesting, isn't it, that your first line of defense is that you wouldn't jeopardize your career. How about our marriage? You don't mind jeopardizing that?" He continued up Roundhay Road at a steady speed, checking his rear-view mirror every few seconds. If she hadn't been wholly convinced of his guilt before, she now saw with equal parts triumph and dismay that all her instincts were correct. But she still lacked concrete proof, and if he persisted in denial, she wasn't sure where it would leave them. Intangible proof there was plenty. No innocent man would react to a charge of infidelity as he had. An innocent husband would have been shocked, would have protested his love for his wife, told her she was the only one and would be forevermore, or something like that. Aidan could barely be bothered to pretend. 31st of December arrived. A dry day, she noticed. She brushed her hair in front of the bedroom mirror, put some blusher on her cheeks and filed her nails, methodic and joyless. She asked him again. "Are you still coming tonight?" He said again. "Why wouldn't I be?" They skirted around each other in the house, exchanging no more than functional remarks. The boys seemed oblivious, which was a relief. Both were glued to their games consoles, their use of which had been tightly controlled until recently. At 4 p.m, Aidan set off in the car to take them to his parents' house in Ilkley for the night. Gloria was left alone. At 6:15 p.m, he was back. "I feel a bad head coming on," he said, with no expression in his voice. "I'm going to lie down upstairs. Hope I'll be okay to come to the party later, but if not, then obviously you should still go anyway." She wanted to laugh and cry. At 7:30 p.m, she opened the bedroom door and found him lying on the bed with a book. "Well?" "I'm afraid it's only grown worse. Give the Crawleys my apologies, won't you?" He didn't even try to sound as if he was in pain. If he hadn't come across like a third-rate actor reading his lines with zero conviction, perhaps she could have respected him a fraction more. "Actually, I think I'll stay at home too." There was a grim pleasure to be had in catching him out. "My stomach started feeling iffy, and I think I've also got a headache coming on. We both must have picked up something. Best not to pass on our germs." He propped himself up on the pillows and turned to face her. She could see his distress, the cogs whirring as he recalculated. Checkmate. She smiled to herself. She had him trapped, unable to do whatever it was he hoped to do while she was at the party. There would be no celebration tonight for her either, but the prospect of spending an evening pretending to be a happy couple did not appeal in any case. She went downstairs, leaving Aidan to his fake headache. At 8 p.m. she heard his footsteps descending, saw his shadow appear in the sitting-room doorway. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Still pretty rough. And you?" "You know, I feel much better now. I've decided I'll go after all, but I'll take the car and not drink. Wine would bring the headache back, and booking a cab tonight will be impossible." She turned towards him, open-mouthed. "Oh," was the only sound she could make. Now it was her turn to recalculate. Would he really go to the party, or drive elsewhere? She could find out from the Crawleys easily enough. She knew he knew this too. Outmanoeuvred, there was nothing she could think to do. It had been an error to invent a complaint from which she could not recuperate so fast. She hadn't wanted to spread her fabricated stomach flu to their friends, had said so only an hour ago, and now regretted it bitterly. "Get an early night," he told her. "Let's hope you feel better tomorrow. It's just as well the boys aren't here." With that, he departed, leaving her on the sofa, fury coursing through her. From the street came the sound of him opening and shutting the door of their family car, the roar of him driving away. For several minutes afterwards, Gloria remained frozen, listening to the silence. Then she rose, crossed the floor to the mantelpiece, seized the Crawleys' party invitation and tore it into small pieces. She watched them float like snowflakes to the carpet. Chapter 33. Aidan put his foot down harder than usual. A careful driver by nature, he was none the less anxious to escape before Gloria changed her mind and rallied from her stomach complaint. He was soaring on a heady mixture of excitement, nerves, and triumph. His promised evening with Emily was all he cared about now. Whatever happened afterwards, nothing could take that away from him, and he knew he would have it safe in his thoughts to dwell on and cherish later. There would be consequences, but hang those for now. His every private moment during Christmas had been spent fixating on tonight. Every night he fell asleep beside Gloria in her buttoned-up matching pyjama set, dreaming of removing Emily's clothes in their hotel room. Her letter arrived on the 30th of December. He recognised her childlike script from her terrible essays and snatched it from the doormat before his wife could spot it. Dear Aidan, it began, on a page of A4 lined paper carelessly torn from a pad. Thank you for writing to me. I hope this letter arrives before New Year's Eve. I've missed you too and can't wait to see you. It will be so fun. Here she had attempted to draw a pair of champagne flutes, but the smudged biro sketch more closely resembled 2 cricket bats. The word fun was underlined 3 times. As letters went, it was juvenile and brought to mind the note a younger teenager might slip into the school bag of the boy she fancied. He was dimly aware in some part of his brain that her childishness should have been a warning, certainly a deterrent. But if his desires shamed him, it wasn't enough. Anyway, the letter went on prosaically, I hope you had a good Christmas, even though I wasn't there! ! Love, Emily. Kiss, 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 kiss. He reread it multiple times, looking in vain for more meaning. Tried to inhale her scent from the A4 paper, then carefully stashed it in the brown manila envelope on the back of which he had scrawled her Leeds address. Inside it, he kept the photograph she had slipped between the pages of her last essay, just as he had very improperly requested. He had already worn it out, sliding it carefully from its hiding place each time the coast was clear. He kept the envelope right at the back of his clothes drawer, wrapped inside an old red T-shirt, confident his wife would have no cause to look there. Emily hadn't indulged his other request. Perhaps she had thought he was joking when he asked for her underwear, or perhaps she wasn't quite as corrupted as she seemed. It was a disappointment, but one he had managed to push to the back of his mind, along with many others from over the years. He'd been caught off guard when Gloria challenged him on the way home from the theatre. Should have staged a more convincing show of denial. Of course he should have. But he found he didn't have it in him. He had spent so long in his mind with Emily, it felt absurd to be questioned about her by his wife. Despite Gloria's near constant presence, he'd all but forgotten about her. She had become like the furniture. It was an affront to find the furniture now interrupting his dreams. But tonight he would have his pleasure, and it would be worth it. Emily was worth it. In her absence, he had built her up into what she was not, had allowed himself to forget she was his student, a girl with whom he had very little in common, a girl whose whole adult life lay ahead, who would never tie herself to someone like him, a married middle-aged father with a stalling career, sensible family-sized car, and a hunger for a different life that he found increasingly difficult to conceal. Gloria wasn't part of this alternative reality. That was the truth of it. Yet there she was, after that god-awful play she'd insisted they see, sitting beside him in the car in her calf-length skirt and winter coat, attacking him with her words. They bounced off him like the plastic arrows his sons fired from their toy crossbows in the back garden. The night hummed with possibility as he steered through suburban streets, his mind far away. He went over his plan again. He would make an appearance at the Crawleys, because this was unavoidable, a sort of mechanical impulse, A muscle memory from before told him he must do this for the sake of plausible deniability when Gloria began with her questions again later on. He'd show up for just long enough to be witnessed by several friends, long enough for the Crawleys to be able to confirm to whoever asked that yes, Aidan Barclay had indeed been present that night, to provide an alibi, as it were. Once a certain stage of merriment had been reached by the guests, no one would recall him leaving early, and no one, therefore, could know if he scooped up Emily, drove her out to the countryside, and spent the evening with her. He'd come home late, after Gloria was asleep, as if he had been at the party all along. 30 minutes or so of mingling should suffice before he quietly slipped away. He'd arrive at Emily's a little later than planned, but not too late, would collect her and take her to the hotel he had booked over the phone. Or they could even cancel the hotel and hold themselves up in her room if her flatmates were out. The location didn't matter too much. He had attended parties at the Crawleys' large stone house in Chapel Allerton before. The wine would be decent and plentiful, the guests spread across enough rooms that the early disappearance of one, himself, would hardly be noticed unless someone went looking, which they wouldn't. There was only one potential problem, which occurred to him as he slid through the darkness down Gledow Valley Road. Early fireworks popping and crackling somewhere beyond the woods. The chance that Emily would grow tired of waiting for him and go out before he arrived. He had no way of communicating with her to make damn sure she hung on. Didn't know if she had a telephone in her digs, or if the number would be in the directory even if she did. He and Gloria had recently purchased their first mobile phone, but neither had yet figured out how to use it, and it still lay in its box in a kitchen cupboard. "Aidan, you're here," Angela Crawley welcomed him, stating the bleeding obvious, looking over his shoulder for his other half, reminding him he was only part of the package. A warm smell of ciabatta and mulled wine wafted out into the darkness. "Where's Gloria?"
"I'm afraid she's gone down with some kind of stomach bug. She's really sorry to miss the party. Sends her apologies."
He realised that in his haste he had forgotten to bring a bottle and felt momentarily annoyed with himself for this lapse in manners. Nothing should be allowed to arouse suspicion. He was vaguely aware of how unconvincing the lie about his wife sounded out loud, but found he cared less about this. "Oh, no," said Angela, clutching what was evidently not her first glass of something sparkling. "I'm so sorry to hear that. What rotten luck. Such a shame. Anyway, at least you're here. Come in and we'll get you a drink." Anyway, at least you're here. The words were surprisingly stinging, in spite of everything. Gloria was the main attraction in their marriage. The one whom others invited to parties and dinners because she was intelligent and sharp and had interesting things to say. People were impressed by her. He could so often see it. They didn't respond to him in quite the same way. He had always played second fiddle to her virtuoso performance. Not that she was the smoothest social operator. She could be too intelligent, too sharp at times, but she had a way about her that commanded respect. It was what had attracted him in the first place, wasn't it? He wasn't sure you'd call it charisma. She didn't have the best jokes or the most charm, but she could hold her own in a crowded room, while he stood beside her, nodding and smiling. Proudly, at first, then with growing resentment. As he moved through the party, fielding questions about his wife, he grew more acutely aware of it. He was nothing without her beside him, and he was about to throw everything away. 8:30 p.m. found him trapped in the audience of a monologue conducted by a lawyer friend of the Crawleys. Aidan wasn't concentrating, but the subject seemed to be a fraud case somewhere or other. When the lawyer took a sip of his drink, Aidan surreptitiously checked his watch. If he left now, he could be with Emily by 8:45 p.m. She would surely give him 15 minutes grace before giving up.
"And where's Gloria tonight?"
said the lawyer, suddenly interrupting his thoughts.
"She's not here," he replied curtly.
"What a pity.
I'd have loved to see her.
He sounded as if he meant it.
Uh-huh,
said Aidan, eyes glassy, stealing another glance at his watch, less subtly this time.
I'm just going to,
He trailed off, not bothering to finish his excuse before he turned his back on the lawyer and made for the door. If someone noticed him leaving, so be it. He found he no longer cared. For the second time that night, he jumped in his Volvo, shut himself in, and felt free. This time, he slammed his foot down, and the car screeched down the Crawleys' tree-lined street, where the windows of the houses were lit up by celebrations. Christmas lights twinkled in bushes. Nothing too brash around here. No inflatable snowmen or grinning Santas. He didn't want tasteful things anymore. Didn't want to stand sipping good wine or nibbling smoked salmon blinis or ciabatta with expensive olive oil from some fucking fancy deli. Didn't want to talk to balding lawyers or answer pointed questions about his wife. He wanted the mess and chaos of something else. He wanted Emily and no longer cared what he had to do to have her. It was 8:47 p.m. "Please," he murmured, "let her still be home. Let her be waiting for me." He parked on the nearest side street, took the stone steps to her door 2 at a time and rang the bell, no longer worried who saw him or what they might think. Chapter 34. It was Mattie who paid for the pizzas, Mattie who made sure Emily ate enough. She discovered her appetite and grabbed several slices of margarita, one after another, while JJ watched with a knitted brow, looking far from celebratory. She guessed he was annoyed by her comment about his name, but so the fuck what? She was sick of tiptoeing around them all, pretending. Alice and Gareth would soon be heading out for their boring dinner. They were going to a tapas chain restaurant, for Christ's sake. For the millennium. You really had to wonder about some people. Emily could afford to look down on them, now she had something better on the horizon. 6-star hotel, 5-course dinner, 4-poster bed, 1 enormous diamond ring. She should probably stop eating the pizza. She would be too full for the dinner, but whatever, it tasted good. She had less than an hour to convince JJ and Mattie she was too out of it to join them tonight. Better start ramping things up. Waiting until she knew they were watching, she made a show of taking a large swig of tequila from the bottle that had magically appeared in the room, swallowed it, winced, then threw herself across the sofa, lolling her head back over the armrest and closing her eyes. Her legs were in Mattie's lap.
"Are you okay, Em?" she heard a voice say, probably his.
"I'll be fine. I just need a little rest."
"Go lie down in your room," suggested JJ.
"Good idea,"
she agreed. With some effort, because she really had overdone it a little, she hauled herself off the sofa. As she left the room, she slurred over her shoulder.
"You guys go on without me, yeah? I'll be okay in an hour or so. I'll meet you at the club or wherever."
She went into her room, closed the door and sat down heavily on her bed. Her head spun, and she had only an hour to sort herself out and recover. Once the boys left, she would touch up her makeup, throw some clean underwear into an overnight bag, and make herself decent again. It didn't matter if she was still tipsy when Aidan arrived, it would take the edge off. In case anyone came in, she lay down and stared at the chipped white plaster of the ceiling rose, watching it revolve and then dissolve into a blur. Half an hour passed, during which she heard Alice and Gareth leave. That was the thing about having the bedroom nearest the street. You heard all the comings and goings, got to know the sounds of everyone's footsteps on the stone stairway outside, the distinctive way they opened and closed the front door. She remembered listening for her mum's steps every time the front door opened at home, thinking that maybe this time it would be her. Thinking that maybe she'd come back after all, realizing she'd made a mistake in walking out. In her cramped teenage bedroom, with her male pin-ups on the walls, she lay and strained her ears for a sign that it would all be okay. Her mum might have met someone else, but she would surely eventually tire of him and come home. Or she would come back for Emily and take her with her, because she missed her too much to leave her behind forever. But her mum never came back. Not properly, anyway, and not to take Emily with her. Emily never asked her to. She was waiting for her mum to ask her first. She never discussed it with her dad, except once when he'd said to her,
"I want you to know it's not your fault your mum left."
Emily stared at him and replied, "Of course it's not. It's yours." He never raised it again. She would have left him behind if her mum had given the smallest hint that she wanted her to join her. But Emily finished school and the summer passed, and then she was fully grown and her mum still hadn't come back for her like she'd expected, deep down, that she would. She continued to listen for her mum's footsteps right up until the day she left for Leeds. Now the flat was quiet, and she didn't know what the boys were up to until she heard a knock on her door. She stayed silent, hoping whoever it was would think she was asleep. The knocking came again, but harder. She rolled over and buried her face in the pillow as she heard the door handle turning.
"Em? Are you okay?"
It was Matty, standing in the doorway. She mumbled something incoherent, as if she was semi-conscious.
"We're leaving soon," he said. "You up to coming yet, or do you want me to wait here with you until you're ready?"
Oh, God, she thought. She had to get rid of Matty. She made a show of rousing herself just enough to turn onto her back. "Please don't stay. I'll feel bad. You go on with JJ. We can't let him go on his own like some Billy no-mates."
"I'd rather stay. Make sure you're okay,"
said Matty.
"I don't give a toss about JJ."
"I don't want you to miss out on any of tonight just because I've peaked too soon. I should have paced myself better. But listen, dude, I'll be okay in a bit. You go along and I'll catch you up later." With the whiz in her system, it took all her acting powers to fake this half-awake state when she wanted to fly. She felt plenty lively enough, but she needed Matty to leave, and fast. JJ joined Matty in the doorway, poking his head into the room and actually looking relieved. There was no other word.
"Uh-oh," he said brightly. "Too bad, eh? We'll let you sleep it off. Hopefully catch you later. You'll be okay, won't you? You know where to find us anyway. Come on, Matthew, let's go."
"No,"
said Matty.
"You go. I'll wait here with Em until she's up to it."
Then he lowered his voice to a stage whisper that Emily could hear perfectly well, and added,
"I want to make sure she's okay. She's had a lot to drink. Probably isn't safe to leave her alone."
"Seriously, Matty, I'm fine," she protested. "Please don't make me feel guilty."
"Come on, mate," said JJ. "Like she says, she's all right. She just needs to sober up."
"Go join your friends,"
Matty told him.
"I'll bring Em in a bit."
Then she heard JJ retort in a scathing whisper that was also perfectly audible.
"Seriously, mate, you want to try and get into her pants when she's in this state? Have some self-respect."
"Shut up, Liam,"
hissed Matty.
"Go piss off and find your new pals."
Emily held her breath. "What did you call me?" said JJ with a threat in his voice.
"I called you by your name, Liam Craig. You can stop lying to us now. We both know, Emily and I."
"Both of you know fuck all."
"Is that right, Mr. Craig?"
They were still on the other side of Emily's door, but she heard it all. The sound of a body thudding against the wall. Then JJ pushed his way into her room and stood in the doorway, a wild look on his face.
"Don't even think about coming out with us tonight," he told her.
"I'll go where I want," she said, forgetting that where she wanted to go was not out with JJ at all. She immediately regretted her words. There was something desperate in his eyes.
"Don't make me have to stop you."
Chapter 35. Aidan had made a mistake in writing Emily a letter. What madness had possessed him to do that? She wasn't the letter-writing sort, that much was clear from her reply, and leaving a paper trail was idiotic. His brain had been addled by infatuation, and he'd lost the run of himself. This was what went through his mind as he fumbled with the car key in shaking hands on the side street near her house. Emily was dead. Impossible, but true. The after-image of her body impossible to shift. He could run all he wanted, and right now, after leaving her room, it was all he could think to do. But the letter placed him with her on the night of her death, and the letter had been on her floor. He was sure of it now. A pale blue sheet of paper scrunched up into a ball and tossed to the carpet. What else could it be? He groaned out loud and felt acid rise up his throat. No time to consider his options. If he didn't remove that note, he was done for. No doubt about it. He would have to run the risk of being witnessed for a second time. The thought of returning to the room made him weak. But he took a few breaths, then climbed out of his car, his legs threatening to give way at any moment. In a dreamlike state, he walked the few meters back onto Otley Road, back up the gravelled front garden, back up the stone steps. Some instinct told him making a dash for it wasn't advisable, even if he could manage it. More likely to arouse suspicion if anyone saw. Inside the flat, he took another breath, opened the bedroom door and made a beeline for the pale blue ball of paper that remained on the floor. Without another glance at the body on the bed, he fled from the house once more. Back in the car, panting and whimpering like a child, he managed to start the engine this time, then roared off down the narrow street, putting distance between himself and the house on Otley Road. A guttural noise came from somewhere inside his chest as he drove. He didn't know where he was heading, just kept driving blindly, taking roads at random, running red lights as the horns screeched around him and rang in his ears. He continued until he reached Eckup Reservoir, although he hardly registered where he was. Without making a conscious choice, he pulled off the road and parked the car in the darkness by the water, collapsed over the wheel. His heart was on the brink of exploding. Emily was dead, and someone would find her body soon enough. He opened the door of the car and heaved over the gravel. Certain things would be impossible to explain. Why she was alone in the flat when she should have been out at a party with friends her age. Where he had been that evening after leaving the Crawleys. It was all supposed to be their special secret. But who was he kidding? The girl may well have told friends she was seeing him tonight. No reason for her to lie about it. She wasn't the one with a marriage and career to consider. If she had talked, he was done for. He thought about security cameras. Were there any at the property? He hadn't even checked. All he could do was hope for the best and stay silent. That way, there remained a chance he could save himself. He would sit here beside the reservoir until he felt calm enough to control his vehicle again. Then he'd head home to Gloria and straight to bed. He would tell her his headache had returned, forcing him to bail out early. He checked his watch and realised less than an hour had passed since he left the Crawleys, yet it felt like a lifetime. Perhaps it wasn't too much to hope that no one would be able to say exactly what time he'd disappeared. They would all be tipsy, and things like minutes and seconds couldn't easily be pinned down on such occasions. It took him some time to feel able to resume his journey. He knew that every minute that passed would make it easier for someone to question whether he really had driven straight home after leaving the party. So he steeled himself, took a few deep breaths, spluttered out the air from his lungs, suppressed a strangled sob, wiped his face with his hands and started the car. He didn't know how he'd face Gloria like this, but he had little choice. Would have to pull himself together in the time it took to get home. His street at the top of Gledow Valley Woods looked just the same as before. Of course it did, because only he knew at this point that nothing would ever be the same. He carefully parked the family Volvo with the child seat still in the back. In the silence that followed, he made another effort to compose himself. There was his house, also looking exactly as it had when he set out, jangling with nervous excitement earlier that evening. The sitting-room light glowed cosily behind the front window. He thought of his sons asleep at their grandparents' house, innocent and unknowing. He thought of Gloria's anger. He tried to imagine making things right with her again. Forgetting Emily and accepting his wife was enough. he couldn't seem to manage it. The sweat had almost dried on his palms, but he wiped them on his trousers just to make sure. And then he froze. Fingerprints. His would be all over Emily's front door and her bedroom door handle. How did police match fingerprints to suspects? He realized he had no idea. He had never considered it before. He had simply taken for granted that fingerprints were how police linked criminals to crimes. He had never had his taken, so whatever they managed to lift from those doors couldn't be paired with anything in their system, he reassured himself. Unless detectives lifted fingerprints from anyone connected to Emily, and this at least seemed unlikely. There was, he hoped, little prospect of them tracking him down. And yet, that depended again on whether she had told flatmates or friends of her plans tonight. In which case, the law would beat a path to his door, prince or no prince. His thoughts spun around in circles. He wondered if this was how people lost their minds. Inside the house, his and Gloria's house, he was greeted by the sweet scent of pine. The comfort it offered felt utterly at odds with his silent desperation. "Aidan?" Gloria's voice called out from the sitting room. He had dared to hope she might have gone to bed early with her fake illness, leaving the downstairs light on. But no, she was still up, and he would have to face her immediately. He checked himself in the hall mirror with its comic family passport photos tucked around the rim. Himself, Gloria and the boys pulling silly faces, like relics from another period in history. The pictures taunted him now. Reflected back at him was a pale and blotchy face, red eyes, guilt written into every crease. Gloria was bound to know something was dreadfully wrong. She was the most observant person he knew. Trembling slightly, he pushed open the sitting-room door. She was sitting exactly where she had been when he left, and he suddenly longed to go to her and bury his head in her lap, to have her stroke him and offer him reassurance, just like she used to. He remembered how happy they had once been, how much he had looked up to her and craved her love and respect, how proud he had been when he married her, his friends and family sitting in rows in a Yorkshire Dales hotel, watching him slide a ring onto the finger of this impressive woman he did not deserve. "You're home early?" She looked at him searchingly, trying to read his face, futile to hope she would fail to spot anything amiss. "The headache came back." "You look a mess." "I think I'd better go to bed. Sorry not to see you in the new year with you." "Are you?" He didn't trust himself to reply. "We'll have a proper talk in the morning," she said, her voice flat and expressionless. She sounded deflated, he thought, as if she had reached some unavoidable conclusion. "Okay," he said. "I love you." She offered no reply. It was only once he reached their bedroom that he remembered the ball of pale blue paper he had snatched from Emily's floor and shoved in the pocket of his trousers. He removed it now and unfolded it, his back against the door. He had been right. It was his letter, of course. For a brief moment he marvelled at his presence of mind in returning to retrieve it. Relief bubbled up to temper his despair. Perhaps his life wasn't ruined. He listened for Gloria's footsteps, but heard only silence. Satisfied that the coast was clear, he crossed the room to their chest of drawers and slid open the drawer where he stored his jumpers and T-shirts. Unfolded the old red T-shirt at the back that served as a hiding place for his precious manila envelope, containing Emily's photograph and letter. Unsure where else to put it for now, he slipped his own letter inside. After concealing the envelope back in the folds of the T-shirt, he replaced the garment and quietly slid the drawer shut. Chapter 36. Inside the observatory on Boar Lane, JJ stood alone. A grand old columned building, the place used to be a bank but was now another heaving bar, like everywhere in Leeds. Colonised by hedonists downing pints and shots, sweating, pissing and vomiting it out in the street. The whole city centre was bars and clubs, and this had once seemed like a good thing, but nothing felt good tonight. Arthur and Charlie hadn't turned up yet. Matty was in the gents, and God knew what would happen. Everything was on a knife edge, and it might soon be time to run, but he couldn't run yet. He had to wait and see if he could stick it out here, wait until there were no other options left. All around him, the noisy crowd was drinking their way to the end of the fucking century. Always the drinking, always noisy, but no longer loud enough to drown out the truth. The townies in their smart shirts knocked into him like he wasn't there. The new millennium was about 3 hours away. He wondered how he would survive it. Actually, he was glad that Arthur and Charlie were late because he wasn't ready for them, not yet. Hadn't thought of a good enough story to explain Emily's absence. She got too drunk too soon. Didn't sound quite credible enough, and they'd feel let down. He took another sip of his pint, but his heart wasn't in it. As he lowered the glass from his lips, a red-faced lad in luxury sportswear bashed right into him hard. JJ was about to start on him when he spotted Matty returning and checked himself. Maybe he was imagining it, but Matty seemed to stand out from the crowd, his gaze hollow, his mouth gurning as if he had taken something, when JJ knew he hadn't.
"Where are your mates?"
he shouted in JJ's ear.
"Dunno,"
said JJ dully.
"Not here yet by the looks of it."
The room was spinning around him. The crowd felt suffocating. He started to plan his escape, looking over Matty's shoulder for a big enough gap in the drinkers to wriggle his way through. But he had missed his chance. There was Arthur, cutting his way with confidence through the lads in shirts and half-naked ladies as Charlie swaggered behind. JJ froze to the spot. Maybe he could avoid them, but Arthur had already seen him and was heading straight for him.
"Mate, so sorry we're late,"
he shouted. He didn't sound sorry at all.
"We got held up, lost track of time. Is it cool if we just have a swift one here and then head straight to the club?"
JJ nodded, tried to shout, "Okay," but no sound came out. The night had gained a terrible momentum that he was now powerless to stop.
"Hi there,"
said Matty by his side, introducing himself to Arthur and Charlie since JJ had been struck dumb.
"I'm Jake's flatmate, Matthew. What are you two drinking? I'll get this round."
JJ watched Arthur and Charlie eye Matty up. Each of them offered a hand to shake, though JJ thought he saw a flicker of doubt pass between them.
"All right, mate,"
said Arthur.
"Nice to finally meet you. So, come on, fellas, tell us. What have you done with Emily?"
The next thing JJ remembered of the night was walking the short distance to the club with the others, still in a daze. Later, he would struggle to recall what they had talked about or how long they had queued at the door on City Square. Could have been minutes or hours. He remembered entering a vast throbbing chamber that pulsed with sound, the ceiling so far above him he felt he was falling. Balloons floated everywhere. But maybe that was later, after midnight. He wasn't sure. Tightly holding a drink that someone had bought him. Getting shoved from side to side by the carefree and caned, many of whom were wearing Union Jack hats made of plastic, which he couldn't figure out. 1,000 or more hands in the air, waving British flags like a war had been won. The evening felt like a dream, a nightmare, and he watched almost with detachment as Arthur and Charlie began to grasp that Emily definitely wouldn't be making an appearance. He remembered Alice and Gareth, hadn't expected to see them, but as in a dream where unlikely characters float in and out, there they were, standing on the carpet beside the dance floor, incongruously, he thought. He couldn't have possibly said at what point they arrived.
"What are you doing here?"
he said to Alice. "Partying," she said, and he vaguely realised how out of character it was to hear her say that. "Where's Emily, then?" she asked. "Drank herself unconscious in the end?" All JJ could do was shrug.
"I guess she must have done."
He watched as Alice's eyes locked onto Matty, and a flash of understanding passed through him. On another night, it might have amused him to observe this scene of unrequited love. At midnight, the place erupted. Somewhere above their heads, the number 2000 flashed in neon, then travelled on a laser beam around the cavernous space between the dancers and the roof. The sea of arms on the dance floor reached for heaven. JJ's still hung by his side, the spotlight catching the terror in his face every time it blazed past him. He watched in a daze as Alice moved in towards Matty, watched her try to hug him and shout Happy New Year in his ear, watched as Matty turned on his heel and vanished. Gareth staring at Alice. Charlie sticking his tongue down the throat of a random girl. Arthur appeared beside him.
Happy New Year, mate, he yelled.
Yeah, JJ just about managed to shout back.
Happy motherfucking millennium.
Chapter 37, 2019. Alice Wheatley came above ground at Angel, tapped out and hurried off towards her flat. It had been a long day, and pregnancy left her exhausted. Gareth would not be home until later. He was out having drinks with a client of his architecture firm. For now, she had the place to herself. Their place. Hers and Gareth's. Bought partly with the cash from the sale of the Leeds flat all those years ago. Neither she nor her parents had wanted to keep it after what had happened. The rooms were irredeemably tainted, and when second year ended she could not move out fast enough. At first the flat didn't sell, but memories faded and eventually a buy-to-let landlord made an offer. It was somewhat below the asking price, but they said yes straight away. Until a few hours ago, Alice had had no idea whether students still lived there. She, Matty and JJ had split up into different flat shares in their third year, JJ spending more of his time with some guy called Arthur and his friends. Matty worked hard and socialised little, which paid off when he left with a first. With Emily gone, Alice and he had enjoyed a friendship of sorts. It had never progressed into anything more, despite her residual hopes. He sometimes sank into a mood and grew distant and unreachable, and she sensed the futility of pushing it. She knew he was capable of hurting her. Back home, she let herself in, turned off the alarm, sat down at the small kitchen table and dialed his number. He was still listed in her phone only as Matty. They spoke relatively rarely now, meeting no more than once a year. A custom instigated and maintained by her. They would usually go for dinner in a pub near Highbury in Islington Station. He would talk about his job and give away little about his life outside work. She never asked if he was seeing anyone, and he never told her. He didn't ask her much about herself. Still, she was glad to have an excuse to hear his voice tonight. Glad, too, that Gareth wasn't there. He had never warmed to Matty, but his mistrust was understandable. It was likely he had realised that Alice had once wanted Matty rather than him. A long time had passed since then, but even if almost all, her old feelings for Matty were gone, it was comforting to know he was there, just a few miles across the city, and still unmarried. She wasn't unhappy with Gareth, far from it, but their relationship gave her a different kind of contentment from the one she had once imagined. She had made peace with that. Adult life, she now understood, was learning to live with things your younger self would have found intolerable. Like knowing the final words you had spoken to your dead flatmate contained a petty threat to kick her out. It had taken Alice a while to make peace with that. Also took her a while to stop hating Emily. Somehow even her death felt like an affront, an imposition, as if Emily had got herself killed on purpose to make Alice's life even worse, or to get attention. She knew the idea was preposterous, but couldn't help returning to it time and again. She had never known what to do with all those uncharitable feelings, aware that voicing them would be to admit to something rotten about herself. The phone rang several times before Matty picked up.
Long time no see,
he said without enthusiasm.
How are you?
She dispensed with the pleasantries quickly. Actually, there's a reason I called. I received an odd email today.
Who from?
Said Matty, who sounded as if he was making dinner in his South London flat, to which she had never been invited. She could hear him clanging around and opening drawers. A student called Olivia Kavanagh, who's living in our Otley Road house. She's got Emily's room.
Oh?
A silence came down the line. Alice stared at the colourful spines on her recipe books, lined up neatly on a shelf. Proof of her normality, she liked to think. She had never admitted to Gareth she didn't like cooking, or socialising with his architect friends, or attending their engagement parties and weddings, especially not those. She's trying to dig it all up, find answers. She wants to know what really happened. Seems to have bought into the idea that it wasn't a break-in. One of those loons, you know. It was Alice who had seen the glass on top of, rather than beneath, Emily's scattered possessions. Alice, who had mentioned this once or twice to outsiders, hoping there would be a rational explanation. Alice, who wondered why nothing was stolen from their flat during the break-in. Ultimately, though, she'd accepted what the police said. It was a bungled break-in. The culprit hadn't stolen anything because he'd been interrupted by Emily, whose presence panicked him, causing him to kill her. It could happen, apparently, and as far as the events of that night went, it was the only version Alice had ever been given by anyone official. She felt she had no choice but to believe it. Aside from anything else, no part of her wished to contemplate an alternative.
So what does this student want from you?
Asked Matty. Just to talk, I think. I imagine she's contacting anyone she can trace who was around at the time. Perhaps it's for a student journalism project or something, I don't know. But it's a bit unnerving to be approached like this out of the blue, and to think of someone living in Emily's room. Would have been better for this girl if she'd never found out what had happened there.
Has she contacted JJ?
No idea. She didn't say who else she was speaking to. I imagine she'll try to speak to him if she can. I don't suppose she'll find you. I'm sorry. I hope this hasn't upset you or anything.
No, I'm glad you told me.
The thing is, I don't know whether I should speak to her, and I wanted your advice. I'm not sure exactly what she wants to do with the information, and there's not much I can tell her that isn't already in the public domain, but...
But what?
Well, it's been years since I stopped believing Emily's killer would ever be found, but a part of me thinks that if there's any chance this could help, then I should answer her questions. Maybe it will lead to the murderer being caught. I know that probably sounds naive to you, but imagine if 20 years on they finally got him.
Forget it, said Matty firmly. This won't help Emily or her family. It won't help anyone at all. This girl isn't police. She's probably trying to turn it into one of those true crime podcasts. We can't let Emily become fodder for that.
She didn't mention a podcast.
Everything's a podcast now, trust me. You need to ignore her email. Imagine how much pain it will cause Emily's parents, dredging all this up again.
Unless she manages to find out something that the police never did at the time. They're not going to reopen the case without new evidence. If she digs something up, then you never know. They might.
Do not reply to her,
said Matty, and he said it with such authority Alice had to remind herself she had called him for advice, not permission. Maybe you're right, she sighed.
What did you say this girl's name was? Olivia what?
Kavanagh.
Age?
She only said she was a student.
Alice, you couldn't stand Emily, let's be honest. You don't care about justice for her. Who are you trying to kid?
That's not fair. She placed her hand instinctively on her bump, glad the baby was safe inside and couldn't hear what was being said. She sometimes drove me up the wall, but that didn't mean I wanted her dead. You know how guilty I felt afterwards, for years and years. Or did you not know that, Matty?
You didn't give a toss about her, and nor did JJ. I was the only one who cared about her.
Oh, Matty! She was about to object, but there was no fight in her. She knew, deep down, he was right. I'm sorry, she said again.
You will be if you talk to Olivia Kavanagh.
What do you mean by that? But the line went dead, and Alice was left staring at the phone in her hand. She wondered if, finally, she should delete his number. He hadn't even asked about her baby. Chapter 38. 12 floors up in his Canary Wharf office, Jake Jeffries stared at the time on his computer screen. He had heaps of work to plough through, but was bored and restless. The thought of the work was draining. He had devoted years of his life to climbing the corporate ladder and had realised some time ago that there was little pleasure to be found on the higher rungs. There was greater status and remuneration, however. He tried to convince himself that these made it all worthwhile. Was it spiritually fulfilling? No. But was it at least a chance for him to better himself? Also no. He worked for a large oil company that plenty of campaigners felt was killing the planet. He had promised himself he would quit sooner rather than later, move into something more satisfying. But lately he had more or less abandoned the idea. He had never been one of those people who said they wanted to make a difference, whatever that even meant. He scorned the vagueness of the phrase. He could argue he was already making a difference, even if it was by fractionally hastening the impending climate doom. He idly wondered what Daisy was doing, and when she would message him asking for an ETA. He hoped to go for drinks after work, if anyone was around, but increasingly he found that friends were not. They were going home to their families instead, their separate London suburbs. He and Daisy lived in Wimbledon, in an Edwardian terraced house, the inside of which looked like all the Instagram interiors. He knew this because Daisy insisted on seeking his approval for her style choices, showing him pictures of colours and tiles and kitchen islands from various accounts she followed. He didn't know the first thing about decor and nodded through all her suggestions. She laughed about it to their friends, her friends really, in front of him. Jakey has no idea, do you, babe? He had to shrug, pull a comical face and agree he had no idea. That was the part he knew he was expected to play. But he secretly liked that Daisy knew how to make the house look right for when visitors came. He was happy to pay whatever it cost for her to make that happen, and as far as he could tell she had reasonable taste. Except in men, of course. She wasn't discerning enough on that front, although she wasn't to know it. He decided his in-tray could wait a few minutes and picked up his phone to open his favourite gambling app instead. He only dabbled. It was nothing serious, not really. But since Daisy took a dim view, he kept it to himself. Before he could open the app, the phone buzzed in his hand. His heart lurched at the sight of the name on the screen. He hadn't spoken to Matty for many years, hadn't even realised they still had each other's numbers. He stared at the phone dumbly, letting it buzz in his hands, unsure what to do. He'd managed more or less to cut himself off from anyone connected with his time in Leeds. It was safer that way. Since leaving university, he had never told anyone he'd lived with Emily Pierce, whose name had become nationally known for a while. Dropped Arthur and Charlie and the others. They were merely stepping stones, useful idiots, the lot of them. A few years after graduating, he had bumped into Charlie at a house party in Clapham. The guy was coked up to his eyeballs, dressed like he worked in finance and lived in Chelsea. During their brief conversation, he learned that Charlie's parents had split up, his dad hitching up with a younger businesswoman from Manchester.
So, yeah, said Charlie, lucky me. I've now got this annoying kid stepbrother called Elliot. Obviously, I plan to completely corrupt the little shit, introduce him to the ways of the world and all that. Ha ha, good one, mate. I bet you will. JJ forced out a laugh before finding a way to extricate himself. He was glad not to have come into contact with Charlie again since that night. He hoped he'd never have to see anyone from Leeds again. Daisy wanted to get married, but the fact he had cut himself off from anyone he knew from school or university made this a worrying prospect. It was one thing telling your partner you hadn't really kept in touch with people,
But when she had seemingly hundreds of friends, some dating from as far back as prep school, the guest list at their wedding would look oddly imbalanced. He had managed to stall for years, telling her they'd get married one day. "When we've got more money." They already had enough money, and her parents would pay for it anyway. But it was far too risky. What information about himself might he have to give up? How could he get married and have no family there? The phone had stopped buzzing, and he exhaled and placed it back on his desk. What could Matty want? It couldn't be anything good. Of that he felt certain. He stared at the screen a while, in case a message came through, but there was nothing. He allowed himself to relax, forced his mind back to his workload, didn't dare try and open the gambling app. 10 minutes or so went by. JJ attempted to focus on the task at hand, glanced at the time again, wondered when Daisy would message, thought about whether his boss really rated him or not, plotted how he would win back the grand he had lost on the app 2 weeks ago. That was bad. He must be more careful. Couldn't keep losing like that, or Daisy would notice. He decided an energy drink would help him work. She didn't like him drinking them because of the chemicals or something, so he drank them at work and told her he'd given them up. As he rose from his chair, his phone started buzzing again. Matty's name reappeared on the screen, and Jake's stomach sank. He had hoped that if he ignored the first call, there would be no others, that Matty would assume he had the wrong number and leave him alone once more. He understood now that this was not going to happen. Matty knew he had the right number and would keep on calling until Jake picked up. If he didn't deal with this now, he would have to explain the persistent calls to Daisy later on. He picked up his phone, stepped away from his desk, took a deep breath, and pressed answer. Chapter 39. Gloria Jessup carried her cup of coffee to the sofa. Bathed in a neat pool of morning sunlight beneath the sitting-room window, the cushions were spotless, inviting. This was the ritual she allowed herself on the days she wasn't in York. She would eat her oats and fruit at the breakfast table while listening to Radio 4, then make herself an espresso using the fancy machine Jack convinced her to buy. 20 minutes with the newspaper before she started work. That was her treat. Her me time, as it was called in the lifestyle supplements. Technically, all her time at home was me time now. What other sort was there when you lived alone? The new trend for fetishizing it seemed tone-deaf. What should she do? Light a candle? Perform some breathwork to make it count for something? Funny how different me time sounded to aloneness when both amounted to much the same thing. She'd found herself zoning out when the radio was on. Another debate about Brexit. There was only so much anger you could carry in your daily life about that or anything else. In March, she had attended a protest in London with Hugh, but had never really shared his belief that the vote could be reversed. The world didn't work like that. You were dealt a bad hand and it felt unfair, but there it was, and you had to learn to accept it. Still, it was good to be in that crowd, surrounded by others who felt the same way as you. A sea of blue and yellow right-thinking people. For those few hours, she allowed herself to imagine a different country, a different outcome. Then she took the train back to the north and went home to an empty house. She had not expected to end up single in her 40s, 50s, 60s. Whatever Aidan's faults, and there were many, she had always pictured them staying the course, growing old together. Honestly, Mum, you should do online dating, Hugh sometimes coaxed her. He had met his boyfriend, Keel, online, and that seemed to be working out well. Apparently everyone found their partners on the internet now, but she couldn't bear the thought of advertising herself on a dating app at her age. Occasionally, when an empty weekend had dragged on for longer than she could bear, she would rally herself and approach the precipice, telling herself to swallow her pride and put herself out there, as Hugh off-puttingly called it. But the fear would always creep into her mind before she could decide which app to use. Aidan could find her on it. Even now, after all these years, she couldn't bear the thought, didn't want him to know that he had brought her this low. She didn't regret having saved him. The alternative was unthinkable. But she knew at that point it was over. Knew before then, really. She hadn't imagined her reserves of contempt for the man she married could run so deep and strong. Other women, she suspected, might eventually have found it within themselves to forgive, or calculated that taking back the partner who betrayed them was preferable to a potential lifetime of solitude. She sometimes wondered whether she'd made the wrong choice, whether she should have called him, even 5, 10 years later, to explore the possibility of reconciliation. Pride and residual fury had always stopped her, and now it was years too late. He had moved away, and their marriage felt like a distant, tainted memory. She could never seem to filter out the bad parts from the good. Any time she thought back to the humdrum contentment of the days before Emily Pierce, her wayward mind threw up an image of police trampling through their family home, pulling everything apart, their clumpy boots and the patrol cars outside for all the neighbours to see. All of which was far from her thoughts this morning as she settled into her seat, placed her coffee cup on its coaster, miniature Manhattan skyline in black and white, a gift from one of the boys, and unfolded her newspaper. At first, the story on the front meant little to her. Her eyes skipped across the photograph of an unknown young woman's face. But just before she turned the page, her attention was caught by the headline. Second girl killed in student murder flat. With a prickle of disquiet, her eyes drifted to the story. Halfway through reading it, she let the newspaper fall into her lap. Another student had been killed in Emily Pierce's old house. Her mind was racing, but she struggled to make sense of the printed information. Police say they have no evidence the two killings are connected, but are keeping an open mind. She read the words twice to make sure. The residue of the coffee turned rancid on her tongue. She grabbed her phone from the coffee table. She needed to call Aidan. It had to be a coincidence, but she needed to hear his voice, to hear him say he was as shocked as she was. Inevitably, her mind took her back to the 4th of January, 2000 again. Cops banging on the front door of their home at the top of Gledow Valley Woods. Their marital home, with the furniture that they had bought together, the home where their babies took their first steps and blew out the candles on their birthday cakes, where everything had its proper place, the tin opener, the potato masher, the serving mats they used for dinner parties. Herself opening the door in her toweling dressing gown because it was early in the morning, finding not 1 or 2 but 6 officers of the law standing on the doorstep and down the front path, like soldiers waiting to do battle. She had stared at them from behind her glasses, her hair dishevelled, her face turning pale as the cold air blew in from outside. "He didn't do it," she said. The officer at the front was unruffled, must have heard a line like this before. He spoke politely and respectfully. She still remembered his tone, or thought she did. "Good morning, madam. We're sorry to bother you, but is Aidan Barclay at home?" "My husband? Yes." Would they have turned on the heels of their clumpy boots and left if she had said no instead? "We'd like to come in and have a word with him, if that's okay." Speechless, she stood back from the door and allowed them to troop past her, soldiers going over the top, but calmly, knowing there would be no bloodshed in a house like this. "My colleagues are going to take a little look around," said the front police officer, still cordial. Gloria became transfixed by the acne scars on his cheeks. He was younger than her. "Where will we find Mr. Barclay?" She wanted to say, "It's Dr. Barclay, actually," but something told her this wasn't the moment. In silence, she turned and walked upstairs, followed by the police. Aidan was sitting up in bed when they entered, still wearing the old T-shirt and boxers he slept in. "It wasn't me," he said. "I swear to God, it wasn't me." Gloria saw the terror in his eyes and felt not pity, but revulsion. "You're not under arrest, Mr. Barclay," said another of the officers.
We'd just like to conduct an interview with you under caution at this stage. Can I call a lawyer? You can, and we can do this at the station if you would prefer to come with us now. He paused. Can we do it here?
Gloria could hardly look at him.
If you would prefer that, then yes.
Mum? Hugh's frightened voice came from his bedroom doorway. Everything's fine. Just stay in your room, Hughie, she called out, trying to keep the hysteria out of her own voice. Please, darling, it's all okay. The police just need to ask Daddy a few questions about something at the university. 2 officers were already searching the bedroom in a grim, methodical manner. She could hear the others moving things and rummaging around downstairs, opening and closing drawers, the tin opener and potato masher and serving mats all in their proper place.
You don't mind if we take a quick look in here, do you?
The officer doing the talking asked, redundantly. He was going to do it anyway, whatever she said. Neither Aidan nor Gloria replied. Impotent, they watched the police rummage through their wardrobe, Gloria flinching as they shoved her workwear aside. Her various pairs of shoes, her wedding dress, zipped up in its protective cover because she didn't know what to do with it. One of the officers hitched up his regulation trousers and knelt to peer under the bed. He found nothing except an empty laundry basket. Aidan clutched the duvet, wouldn't meet Gloria's eye. When the other officer began on the chest of drawers, Aidan lurched forwards, opening his mouth as if to object. The cop who had scanned the carpet beneath the bed for some sign of culpability seemed to notice. He straightened up and went over to his colleague, who had yanked open Aidan's underwear drawer. Pants on the left, neatly paired socks on the right, an old box of condoms at the back, possibly out of date. Gloria didn't see or hear what passed between the 2 officers. It may have been just a look, a nod of warning. Perhaps they had a special code they used. She knew nothing of how the police worked, didn't watch that kind of TV. The officer searching the chest of drawers proceeded to work his way downwards, through Gloria's T-shirts and jumpers, then moving on to Aidan's. The drawer containing Aidan's clothes stuck a little at first, but after the officer had rattled it, it slid outwards into his hands. He pulled out neatly folded clothes, opening out each item as he went. Tucked away, right at the back, was an old red T-shirt that Gloria had always hated. It didn't suit him, and she'd told him so. It was now the last remaining item in the drawer. The officer carefully lifted it out and opened it on his lap. Aidan paled, shook his head, bit his lip, waited. Gloria could picture the scene even now, could still see her husband's shock when nothing was found inside but a few old moth-holes. The officer removed the drawer completely and tipped it upside down. Empty. He left it on the floor, the clothes strewn around beside it. The interview was conducted downstairs in the sitting room, Aidan wrapped in his dressing gown, softly shaking. Gloria was asked to remain outside but heard all she needed to through the dining room wall.
We've been informed you were in some kind of relationship with Emily Pierce,
came the deep Yorkshire baritone of the law.
I'm afraid you've been misinformed,
replied her husband. Liar, Gloria yelled at him in her head. It was over sooner than she had expected. Frozen to her spot beside the wall, she heard the sitting room door click open, the officers file out. Then the front door opened, 6 pairs of clumpy boots traipsed back outside, and the house fell silent. Re-emerging into the hall, Gloria found Aidan fixed to the spot, watching them go, shell-shocked. She reached past him and slammed the door.
You know I didn't do it, he whispered.
I know you didn't. Her tone was icy, distant. That's why I took your idiotic, incriminating envelope from its incredibly obvious hiding place and destroyed it and its contents the day before yesterday. He stared at her, sweating from his temples. Did you really think I trusted you enough not to conduct my own searches? She asked. His lips moved but produced no sound. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Did you think I was about to let you ruin our boys' lives and mine by getting yourself arrested for murder. Your name would have been all over the news. The suspicion would have hung over you forever. Imagine how that would have affected the children.
But I didn't do it.
You could very nearly have been done for it anyway. I read that letter you wrote to her. You pathetic, heartless, perverted, cheating moron! Losing control, she shouted the last word, bringing Jack and Hugh running from their rooms.
Mum, what's going on? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, it's... She tried to regain her composure, trembling with indignation. The boys retreated, uncertainly, to their bedrooms. Years later, they told her they had some instinctive sense of what was about to happen and couldn't bear to watch. It had broken her heart all over again to hear this. It's over now. She turned back to her husband. You have to leave today. I've done everything I'm prepared to do to help you. This is where it ends. He hung his head, a pitiful figure in his navy blue robe and slippers. Gloria felt a shudder of disgust run through her. Gulping back a sudden, painful sob, she ran back upstairs to their bedroom and slammed the door. Aidan left later that morning, his possessions in 2 suitcases. He did not even try to fight for her. Gloria picked up the article again and reread the Olivia Kavanagh story from beginning to end. Dialed Aidan's number. They still, occasionally, had reason to be in touch about the boys. Otherwise, she may have deleted him from her phone altogether. Her stomach flipped when he answered.
Gloria?
I just read the story about the girl killed in... She still could hardly bring herself to speak Emily's name to him. The house on Otley Road.
I know, he said. It's awful.
Aidan, she wasn't sure how to phrase what she needed to ask him. Have you been in Leeds at all recently? A long silence. Are you still there? She felt the weight of her breakfast in her stomach, a creeping discomfort somewhere in her digestive system.
She emailed me out of the blue,
he said eventually. Who did?
The girl, Olivia Kavanagh. She was poking around, trying to find out what really happened to Emily, digging stuff up, you know.
Hang on.
She didn't believe it was a burglary, so I went to see her.
You did what? She raised her voice.
It was a burglary. End of story.
Why on earth did you need to see her? He offered no response. Did you tell her anything?
Such as what?
Such as what? Jesus Christ, Aidan, you're crazy. You've lost your mind. You went to meet this girl and now she's dead? Just like Emily?
Gloria, it's not like that. But believe what you want. You're not going to listen to me.
She dropped the phone and ran into the kitchen, leaned on the counter, took deep breaths to try to steady herself. In through the nose, out through the mouth. That was what you were meant to do in a panic attack. Or was it the other way around? The floor was starting to move beneath her feet. She had to find somewhere to sit. Then the tiles came up to meet her face, and she felt their cool hardness against her cheek. Chapter 40. It took Olivia's parents until the Thursday to release a statement. 4 days after her death. Kate wondered how they had spent the past half week. What actually happened behind closed doors when you suffered a loss like that? The statement, released via the police, was a mixture of the formulaic and the personal. The loss of our beautiful Olivia has shattered the lives of her family and all who knew her. She was a bright, thoughtful, kind and talented young woman who had a great future ahead of her. We were always so proud of her successes at school and so excited for her as she started her degree in Leeds last year. Olivia was thrilled to move into a flat share this year and begin her second year of studies. We know she would have gone on to achieve wonderful things had her life not been senselessly taken at the age of just 19. We would like to express our gratitude to the police for everything they are doing to bring her killer to justice. and to all those who have reached out to support us at this devastating time. We would also like some space and privacy to grieve for Olivia and request that the media respect our wishes. We hope that everyone who knew Olivia, a beloved daughter, sister, granddaughter and friend, will keep her memory alive.
Very moving,
said Smith as they read it side by side on Kate's laptop screen.
It is, said Kate. Don't be so cynical.
I wasn't. I'm serious.
It at least gave them something to write about, in the absence of any update from the police on Elliot's detention. Detectives had applied to hold the 20-year-old man arrested in connection with the murder for another 24 hours, but no other information was forthcoming.
They must have something substantial on him,
mused Smith. It remained a puzzle to Kate, though she had to admit the longer he remained in custody, the worse it was looking. They had dinner with the rest of the pack that night at a busy Thai restaurant on Vicar Lane. From her seat near the window, Kate watched as girls staggered past in short skirts and high heels, blokes in smart shirts, football shirts, even shorts at this time of year. Thursday clearly was the new Friday, like they said. Or perhaps every day was the new Friday here. Wasn't that the attraction of the city? The hacks around the table were growing restless. Some were talking of getting themselves sent back to London in the morning.
We're not getting much here, are we? Police being bloody uncooperative as per. Well, they've got their man. All over now, bar the shouting. Why don't they just get on and charge him then, and put us all out of our misery?
Neither Kate nor Smith ate much, but Kate noticed Smith was getting through the bottles of Singer beer quite capably. On the walk back to their hotel, after they'd separated from the others, he put his arm around her. She snuggled in towards him, not minding the smell of beer.
You okay?
He asked her. I am now, she said, sliding her arm around his waist. They slept in his hotel room. As she drifted off, Kate wondered again if she really was falling in love. Next morning she reached for him in bed, but her arms found only an empty space. She propped herself up on her elbows and saw him standing by the window, hunched over his phone, looking worried. Morning, she mumbled. Anything happening? He didn't at first seem to register her presence. Smith?
Eh? Oh, morning.
What is it?
Nothing. Elliot's been released without charge. Inquiries remain ongoing. So, yeah. Shall we work out what we're going to do?
Oh, that's great, she said. I knew it wasn't him. I'll message him and see if he'll speak to me again, this time on the record. I want to write the story of how Olivia had been investigating Emily's murder. Even if he won't let me attribute it to him, I can attribute to an unnamed friend or whatever.
Hang on, slow down. Shall we get some breakfast first? You've only just woken up.
She frowned. There's been a development in the case and, we're meant to be working. When she was onto something, there was no stopping her. It was what made her a good reporter. Smith had even said that to her before. Once she was making headway, anything that blocked her path was an irritation. Sometimes the job felt more like an addiction than a vocation. The long hours spent down social media wormholes, going deeper and deeper into someone's life, their friends' lives, looking for a salient detail to move a story on. The impossibility of knocking it on the head when it felt like she was making progress. She jumped out of bed and began to throw on the clothes she had worn yesterday, and the day before that, and she was losing track of how many days she had been here now. Maybe the day before that. She'd buy some clean underwear today. Later, if she had time. You know what, she said as she buttoned up her shirt, excited. If Olivia contacted Aidan Barclay, then isn't there a chance she also contacted other people who knew Emily Pierce? Smith didn't reply. He seemed to be in a sulk for some reason. Kate suspected he disliked being proved wrong about Elliot. Hurt pride. Maybe she tried to get in touch with Emily's old flatmates, too. They never really spoke at the time. One of them, this girl called Alice, gave a few bland quotes a bit later, But if Olivia had managed to track down Aidan, I bet she was smart enough to work out who else knew Emily. She was no idiot, this girl. Brighter than your average student. She'd have made a great journalist, in fact. Smith nodded. He was still studying his phone and didn't appear to be fully listening. She noticed he looked tense and wondered if something was going on in his personal life, which she knew embarrassingly little about. He was a private person at work, not the sort to broadcast his business around the newsroom. She knew he had studied at Edinburgh, or was it Glasgow? She had been sure it was Edinburgh, but she vaguely remembered him saying Glasgow the other night. Somewhere Scottish, anyway. She was 95% certain he wasn't married. He had no photos on display in his Kennington flat to suggest connections to anyone. His was a standard bachelor pad with the bare minimum of decor. Women always had photos on display, but men sometimes did not. She had noticed this. Had seen enough bachelor flats to not be surprised by much anymore. I love long walks and Sunday roasts, their Tinder profiles said. Then she'd enter their homes and see no evidence they loved anything except Sky Sports and Deliveroo. Smith never mentioned his family. But then, did she mention hers? She must have done, in passing, at some point. For an awful moment it occurred to her that maybe he wasn't single. There was no real reason to think this, except that it had happened to her before. A few years back, she had started seeing a charming and apparently normal man called Carl, a software engineer who was into some of the same indie bands as she was. She naively assumed his presence on the app meant he must be unattached. 2 months in, she discovered his long-term girlfriend. It didn't take much, just a quiet Sunday spent stalking him on social media, piecing it together. He didn't even bother to deny it when she put the evidence to him. I never said I was looking for marriage. I said I was looking for fun. He shrugged, as if it was all a misunderstanding that was entirely her fault. Since then she had avoided men who were looking for fun. Their idea of fun rarely dovetailed with hers. Smith, is something going on? She asked. You can tell me. I won't be angry. This was a lie. She would be furious if he turned around and told her there was someone else, after allowing her to almost fall in love with him over successive dinners of salmon and barbecue chicken. He ran a hand through his beard, distracted. Nothing's wrong. It's fine. Let's sit down and work out what to do today, how to handle it and divvy up the work. We'll go down and get some breakfast. Take it from there. I'm not hungry, actually. I want to crack on. I can grab something later. Not that hungry. Kate, you're always hungry. Come on. She looked at him. He had never told her what to do before, and she wasn't sure if this was secretly what she had wanted all along, or whether it made her uncomfortable. Nah, she said, keeping her tone light. I'm just going to go to my room and look up Emily Pierce's flatmates. I want to know if Olivia approached any of them. They might have spoken to her. They might know something. They won't speak to you, Smith said. He was standing between her and the door now, effectively blocking her exit. What? How do you know? You weren't even around when Emily was killed. How can you know anything about her flatmates? I've been reading about the case on this thing called the Internet. I'm not an idiot either, Kate. Been doing my background research. You're not the only one who knows how to Google stuff. She opened her mouth to protest. For what it's worth, he went on, more kindly, I actually think you might be right about Aidan Barclay. Olivia was onto him. He needed to shut her up before she worked it out, or at least before she dug up the past in a way that could cause him problems. Yes, exactly. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It's all connected, I know it. Well, you don't know it, but sure, it seems plausible. OK, so let's hear your theory about why Aidan killed Emily. Smith let out a hollow laugh. It's obvious, isn't it? To stop her from revealing their affair. Maybe they had a fight and she threatened to report him to the university. Or the police. Maybe their so-called affair wasn't actually consensual. She was, more than 2 decades younger than him. It's not exactly a great look.
We don't know what else that man may be capable of.
Kate nodded, feeling encouraged. So, in terms of what to do next, we have the line about Olivia's amateur sleuthing. But if we could also bring Aidan into the frame somehow, if we could finally stand up their affair... Oh, I've got an idea. His wife, or ex-wife. I think she was also a lecturer at the university, but it was a long time ago. She might have left. I can't remember her name, but I'm sure we can find out easily enough. Check the marriage records. She wasn't listed at the Cardiff address, was she? So I assume they split up. Smith considered all this.
I don't know. I guess we could try her, but I doubt she's going to say anything.
What's the worst that could happen? Said Kate.
That we waste precious time that could be spent pursuing something else.
I'm happy to take that risk. She tried to sound friendly, to make things okay between them. If he was just another man off a dating app, it wouldn't have mattered so much. She could have written him off as another failed endeavour, but she didn't want to write Smith off. He wasn't off an app, he was her colleague, a real person. Whatever happened between them could not be erased, and, for the first time in as long as she could remember, she was involved in something she didn't want to lose. Smith wasn't perfect, but no one was, and while she would seize on other men's imperfections as proof that they weren't for her, she was willing, even excited, to embrace Smith's.
Go on, then,
he said, as if granting permission.
See if you can find Professor What's-her-name. I doubt she'll speak.
Kate didn't trust herself to reply. They would sort this out later, she told herself. They would make it right. She walked past him and let herself out, exhaling only when she heard his hotel door click shut behind her. Back in her own room, with its neatly made bed that a member of staff had fixed in her absence, she grabbed her laptop, shut out the noise in her head, and made herself focus. It took her about 20 minutes. First, to establish that Aidan had been married to a woman called Gloria Jessup. She pulled up his marriage record on Ancestry and cross-checked to confirm Gloria had previously taught history in Leeds. Then, to find the most recent address at which Gloria was listed. To Kate's relief, it had a local postcode. A further quick search revealed it was out in a place called Bramhope, a village on the northern edge of the city. She knew that if Gloria had moved far away, she would struggle to convince Smith of the case for driving there now. She ate a biscuit from the tea tray. The stock had been replenished, but with an inferior type featuring crinkled edges and surplus raisins. Couldn't afford to be picky for the moment. Brushed her teeth quickly, gathered her things together. She was almost ready to leave when someone banged loudly on the door. The sound froze her to the spot. She had been so caught up in the story and in ruminating on Smith that she'd managed to forget about the Twitter threat for a while. She took out her phone to message Smith the word help when she heard his voice from the other side of the door. Relief flooded into her.
Kate, open the bloody door,
he said, his voice muffled. She opened it, too grateful to see him to be annoyed.
Change of plan, he said curtly. I'm sick of standing on the doorstep. You cover it today, and I'll go and try the ex-wife.
She wrestled inwardly with this. Cursed herself for the time she had lost while standing still, eating the biscuit. She could have been away by now if she had hurried. She didn't want to stand on Olivia's doorstep where nothing was happening. She wanted to go and speak to Gloria Jessup. She deserved to. It was her story. It was she who had extracted something meaningful from Elliot. She who had tracked down Aidan and found Gloria's name and address. And now Smith was trying to steal it. Embarrassed at how little he had contributed. She took a deep breath to tell him no, but before she could speak he placed his hands on either side of her doorway, as if to keep her in the room.
You found the address, have you?
She nodded.
It's only fair,
he said, in a tone that did not suggest an interest in fairness. Fine, she said, the fight leaving her. She had scrawled it down in her notepad, so she tore out the page and handed it to him sulkily. He took it, looked at it briefly, nodded, then turned and paced off down the corridor towards the staircase. "Her name's Gloria Jessup," she shouted after him.
"I know,"
he called back, without looking over his shoulder. Chapter 41. It was, in many ways, an ideal house, set back from the main road just enough to dull the roar of traffic, but close enough to the action to satisfy a student. A house Kate could imagine wanting to live in if she was still at the stage of life when everything lies ahead of you, when all you have to worry about is essay deadlines and what to eat and where to go drinking at night. Unless you are Emily Pierce or Olivia Kavanagh. They hadn't known that only the void lay ahead of them, an unspeakable nothingness instead of a whole adult lifetime. On Otley Road this morning, Kate felt a heaviness in her. Most of the media had gone, leaving only a stubborn clump of cameramen and snappers. The broadcasters would record their pieces to camera on Elliot's release and then pack up and move on too, pending any further developments in the Olivia case. It felt so solvable to Kate, the answers tantalizingly close. But she knew there was a chance she had been carried away, so caught up in the thrill of the chase that she'd become detached from the facts. The police, who she had to assume knew what they were doing by now, had stated there was no evidence linking the murders. On a rational level, she knew you shouldn't let yourself become so convinced by your own pet theories that you ceased to see what was staring you in the face. But hadn't she been right about Elliot? Mira wasn't around, summoned back to London perhaps, and nor were any of the others from the Nationals. A couple of guys who might have been local or agency reporters stood around, staring at their phones. Kate couldn't summon the will to go and speak to them. There was little point in hanging around here now. She would take her laptop back to the cafe near Elliot's flat and see whether she couldn't unearth Emily's flatmates. She could look up the one who had spoken back then, Alice somebody or other, and see if she could reach the others through her. Walking back towards her car, she checked her phone repeatedly in case Elliot had replied to her series of messages asking, then urging, then begging him to speak to her again. "I'm planning to write about Olivia's search for answers to the Emily case," she had written. "I'll keep your name out of it, unless you're happy to be named. Let me know." She had tried calling him twice, but he hadn't picked up. She would wait until later to try again. It was too early in the day to worry about filing yet. A glance at her paper's website showed they had taken agency copy on Elliot's release. This left her free for a few more hours to come up with something better. Stationing herself in the cafe seemed like her best chance of running into Elliot again, and at least she would be close at hand if he did respond to her texts. It was a surprise and a relief that she hadn't heard from the news desk at all this morning. Their excitement about the story had no doubt waned as the week wore on. It was always the way with murders. Their attention would be on Westminster now, or wherever else the action was happening today. They may even have forgotten that they hadn't pulled her and Smith off the Leeds job yet. It wouldn't be the first time. The desk had once forgotten to order her home from a story in Mallorca, one of those holiday nightmares, a drunken Brit plunging to his death from a balcony. Kate had enjoyed an extra 2 days out on the Spanish island, doing very little in the sunshine, until the number 3 on the desk called her to send her to Southwark Crown Court for a sentencing that started in half an hour. "That's going to be a little tight timing-wise," she told them, "since I'm currently in Parma." Inside the cafe, she ordered a white Americano and a brie baguette, even though, for once, she wasn't hungry. Hunkering down at her usual table, he might walk by again, she put herself to work. She found Alice Wheatley on Facebook easily enough, found her email address on the website of her law firm, Benson Stansfield, and sent her a message. "Could you spare 5 minutes for a chat? Thanks so much." Establishing the identity of Emily's other flatmates was harder. Alice was the only one who had ever commented publicly on the murder, but Kate was sure she hadn't been the only other student living there. She remembered from the time there had been several. Was it 4? That would make sense, since Olivia had lived with 3 others. The flat must have 4 bedrooms. She gave Smith an hour before she sent him a message. "How you getting on? Did Gloria J. speak?" He replied a few minutes later. "No, didn't want to say anything. Slammed door in my face." "What are you doing now?" She wrote back immediately. He did not reply, although she could see he had read the message. She spent 20 more fruitless minutes searching in vain for missing flatmates, waiting for replies from Elliot and Alice. Clicking refresh on her inbox, refresh again. Nothing. Sod it, she thought. She shut down her laptop, shoved it into her bag, paid for the half-eaten baguette and the half-drunk coffee, headed back to her car. Against her better instinct, she would drive to Bramhope. She had to confront Gloria Jessup herself. She just did. She had come this far, had travelled to Cardiff and back, and couldn't bear to leave this part to Smith. Hang the consequences, she thought. Less than half an hour later, she pulled into Gloria's quiet street, with its pristine rows of semi-detached houses. An old man bent over a flower bed. Neighbourhood watch stickers. It was that kind of road. She thought of Gloria and Aidan living hundreds of miles apart after sharing a marital bed. Felt a vicarious sadness. Wasn't it better not to marry at all than for it to end like this? She tried to imagine Smith as her husband, found the idea unexpectedly appealing. They would never move onto a street like this, though. One of the gardens had a gnome. She knocked confidently on Gloria's door, hoping she wasn't at work in York, where it seemed she was now employed. Shouldn't she be retiring soon? Or did academics just carry on writing books on obscure subjects until mortality prevented any further research? The woman who came to the door had striking silver hair cropped short in a style that accentuated the sharpness of her features. Kate could imagine finding her intimidating if she were her student. She wore glasses with large, thick frames, her eyes a shrill blue behind them. Kate introduced herself, then launched straight into an apology for the fact her colleague had only just knocked on her door. She was sorry to bother her again, she said, but she just wanted to— "I beg your pardon? Who knocked on my door?" the woman interrupted. "No one has come all morning. I've been here the whole time." "I'm sorry," said Kate. "You are Professor Gloria Jessup?" "Indeed." "Then I don't understand," murmured Kate, as much to herself as to Gloria. "My colleague, George Smith, said you didn't want to speak and closed the door on him." "I've done no such thing to anybody," Jessup replied, sounding affronted by the suggestion she would behave so rudely. "Your colleague must have got the wrong address. Perhaps our old one in Leeds. Anyhow, I expect you're here to talk about Aidan." "That's right. May I come in?" The older woman deliberated for a moment, then sighed. "I suppose you might as well." Still puzzled, Kate followed her into a sitting room, where the sunlight fell on a terracotta-coloured sofa beneath a bay window. Jessup seated herself on it primly and motioned for Kate to take the armchair opposite. "I would offer you a cup of coffee and be hospitable about this, but I think it's best to cut to the chase," she said in the same clipped tone she had used on the doorstep. No, that's quite all right, thank you," said Kate, warming to this 60-something-year-old in crisp beige cotton trousers and a navy cable-knit cardigan. She was wondering where to begin when Jessup, clearly accustomed to taking control, began herself. "I'm afraid I'm not going to discuss Emily Pierce. I'm sure you know all about that, and my ex-husband's involvement with her. It wasn't a very well-kept secret, to say the least." Kate nodded, mesmerised, placing her dictaphone on the coffee table between them. "You don't mind, do you?" The professor waved away the question with a contemptuous flick of her hand. "I assume you're here because of the other girl, Olivia Kavanagh. I don't know what to say about that. I can tell you hand on heart that Aidan was not responsible for Emily's death. But it appears he went to meet Olivia. I simply don't know what to make of it." Kate swallowed hard, tried to maintain a neutral expression, an even tone to her voice. "When did he meet Olivia?" "That I couldn't tell you." I understand that she contacted him because she was trying to find out who killed Emily. Do you mean he went to meet her after that? To the best of my knowledge, that was the sequence of events, yes. Jessup appeared to have been waiting for these questions. Her words sounded rehearsed. If you don't mind me asking, how do you know he met Olivia? He told me, Jessup replied, looking past Kate into the room beyond. And I must say, I was shocked. Why's that? Asked Kate softly, scared that by speaking at all, she would remind the woman of her presence and bring her to her senses. Keep them talking, always keep them talking. Let them fill the silences. Jessup shook her head. You think you know someone, she said in a low, dreamlike voice. Even after 20 years of separation, you think you still have a pretty good idea of who they are. I knew he was capable of an affair, and he proved me correct, of course. But this... I'm sorry, said Kate, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You're not saying you think Aidan may have harmed Olivia to stop her little investigation, or to stop her, perhaps, from publicising his name in connection with Emily all these years later? The word murdered would sound preposterous in this quiet sitting room. The professor shrugged. I honestly don't know what he's done now. Perhaps you should go and ask him. I already have. The older woman looked up sharply. You've spoken to Aidan. What did he say? Very little, really. Jessup snorted. Well, she said, there you are. I'm sorry not to be of more help. I just hope that this time they catch whoever did this and put him behind bars for the rest of his life, and I mean that. Could I ask another question, if you don't mind? Said Kate. You say Aidan played no part in Emily's death. What makes you so sure? He was at our friend's party that night. I know for a fact he was at their house in Chapel Allerton at the time she was killed in Headingley. You were at the party with him then? No, but naturally I checked with our friends afterwards, the Crawleys. They confirmed it. I, unfortunately, couldn't make it as I was, feeling unwell. Right. Of course. So you were at home alone that evening, or... Correct. The boys were with my in-laws in Ilkley. I see. Thank you, Gloria. Sorry, Professor Jessup. You've been very helpful indeed. I don't know about that, said Jessup, rising from the sofa and briskly ushering Kate to the door, as if they had just concluded a business meeting. On the doorstep, Kate stepped past her and then turned back to face her. Out of interest, Professor Jessup, where were you last Sunday evening between 7:30 and 10:30 p.m? At home. Professor Jessup's eyes bore into her, but she remained unflinching. With anyone else, or... Alone. But of what relevance is this to anything? No, it's probably not relevant at all. Well, goodbye then. May I ask one final thing? Kate didn't wait for an answer. If it wasn't Aidan, then who do you think did kill Emily Pierce? Gloria replied in a tone that sounded like this would be the last word on the subject forever. It was a burglary, gone wrong. Back behind the wheel, Kate put her foot down, buzzing with pent-up excitement. She had to talk to Smith. Whatever had passed between them, however obtuse he had been, she had to tell him what she had now discovered. Only after she had been on the road for several minutes did it occur to her that she did not actually know where Smith was. He still had not replied to her last message. Knowing he was unlikely to have returned to Otley Road of his own volition, she set a course for their hotel. Back at Canal House, she took the stairs 2 at a time, feeling light-headed, marched straight to Smith's door and banged on it hard several times. When he eventually answered, his features looked drawn and weary. She wondered, in passing, if he was unwell, but she was too adrenalised to dwell on this for now. I think it's Gloria Jessup, she said with no preamble, still trying to catch her breath from the stairs. I went to see her, just now. You must have knocked the wrong door because she said you hadn't been there, and she invited me in and spoke to me.
Anne, Smith, guess what? She has no alibi for the night Emily was killed, and no alibi for the night Olivia was killed. Aidan has an alibi for Emily's murder. He was apparently at a party, verified by friends, according to his ex-wife anyway, but she admitted she missed the party herself and hesitated slightly before saying this was due to illness.
OK, and?
Kate sat down on the bed. So think about it. Gloria Jessup was the only one not out celebrating the millennium with friends when Emily was killed. She had good reason to hate the girl, to hate that her husband was conducting a not very secret affair with one of his students. She could have waited for Aidan to go to the party, then slipped out of the house once the coast was clear, driven to Emily's, killed her, and then been home again before Aidan got back. Perhaps she found out Emily's address through the university computer system or something. Shit, it all adds up. Why hadn't we thought of this? Kate was buzzing, but Smith's eyebrows were raised.
Maybe,
he said. He'd been standing with his back to the window as she spoke. The curtains were still drawn. I know, Kate conceded, seeing that she hadn't convinced him. There's one thing I haven't worked out. How did Gloria know Emily would be at her flat that evening, during the holidays? I don't know how she would have known that, but maybe Aidan knew and let something slip. Or, I don't know.
It's not a bad theory, said Smith.
Kate glowed.
What else did she say?
Kate relayed the conversation to him.
Aidan went to meet Olivia, he repeated. That's got to be incriminating.
If it's true. We'd be taking Gloria's word for it, of course. She might be trying to frame Aidan. That might be why she spoke to me at all. She clearly hates him. What perfect revenge, to stitch him up for murder 20 years later. Though, to be fair, she did insist that he didn't kill Emily. And if she's right about Aidan going to see Olivia, it would explain how he knew Olivia had been killed in Emily's flat before the connection had even been reported. Kate's phone buzzed in her pocket, a message from Mira. You still in Leeds? I got sent back to London. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Our crime editor, Neil Abbott, has spoken to a guy called Jake Jeffries, who lived with Emily Pierce. Not sure what he's said, but thought you might want to know. Damn it, she said. That's a blow.
What is it?
Smith asked, wary. Kate read out Mira's message.
What did he say?
Smith demanded. Who?
Jake Jeffries. Ask Mira what he said.
But she literally just said she doesn't know.
She does know. She just doesn't want to share their exclusive with you. Ask her. You two are pals, aren't you? She'll tell you if you ask nicely.
Oh, Smith, I can't ask. I'm annoyed too, but fair play to Abbott if he's finally got someone to talk on the record. Smith was pacing the room now, agitated.
I'm not being scooped by Neil Abbott.
I know, I understand. She didn't, though, not really. Hadn't noticed his professional rivalry with the reporter she knew herself only a little.
Just text Mira, will you? Put some pressure on.
Smith, stop. I'm not going to do that. It's bad form. And what would be the point? He's got the interview, and we haven't.
I want to know what to expect before it drops. Desk'll lose their shit with us. 2 of us here all week, and we've basically got fuck all.
That's not true. We just haven't got anything we can publish yet. But we're nearly there. Maybe Elliot or Alice Wheatley will get back to me, and we'll get something decent out of one of them. Plus, we might be able to use some of my chat with Gloria. We can discuss with legal.
Alice Wheatley, repeated Smith. When did you contact her?
Earlier on today. Found her email online. Smith stopped pacing and came to sit down beside her on the bed. She felt the warmth of his body next to hers, longed to be enveloped by him. He placed a firm hand on her knee.
I've got an idea, he said. It's Friday. Why don't we file and then get out of here? We don't have to write for print tomorrow. We could escape to the country for a night. Talk over the Gloria theory. Think about how to stand it up. Chat to legal. Come back here refreshed and write it as a Sunday for Monday.
The country?
The Yorkshire Dales. It's not far away.
What about our rooms here?
We'll keep them. We're on expenses. Desk don't need to know. I'll book us a room in the Dales.
Is this a good idea? She didn't know why she asked this. Her mind was already made up. There was no point pretending she wasn't going to go with him.
It's a great idea. I think we need a break from this place, don't you? It's getting to us both.
Yeah, maybe.
Why don't you let me write the lead while you go and pack your bags? Have a shower or whatever.
Are you saying I need a shower? She gave him a gentle push. They both laughed.
I'll take you washed or unwashed, he said.
He took her face in his hands, kissed her on the lips hard.
I love you, Kate. Do you know that?
She was too taken aback to speak at first. Really? She managed to ask.
Yes, really.
Thank you. I mean, not thank you. I love you too. A warmth spread through her body. Was this it? Was this really it? It was hard to believe, after the day they'd had, after the years she'd had. But he'd said it, hadn't he? Her mind skipped forward, started making plans, arrangements, considering what this would mean, what they would do, how they would take things from here. Smith went and sat down at the desk and opened his laptop.
I'm going to bash this thing out, book us a hotel, and then let's get going.
What's your top line? She didn't like that he was writing the lead, even if he had just told her he loved her. It wasn't about the byline. His would go first before hers. It was that this was still her story, not his. That was how she saw it. She was the one who cared.
20-year-old man arrested in connection with Olivia Kavanagh's murder released without charge. Something like that, I guess.
We should go in on the fact that Olivia was hunting Emily's killer. That's the line.
That's not the line. We haven't stood it up, and it sounds ridiculous.
We have. Elliot told me, and Gloria pretty much confirmed it.
Fine. Send me some pars on all that, and I'll try and work it in. But make it quick.
Chapter 42. Smith had booked them a room in a spa hotel near Bolton Abbey, about an hour's drive away.
You'll like the spa, Kate. Nice and relaxing.
In fact, she didn't care for spas. She had spent too many hen-dos trapped inside them, drinking fizz in her swimwear. Didn't see what was relaxing about walking around in a dressing gown in front of complete strangers. But she didn't have the heart to say this to Smith. He was trying to be romantic, and this touched her. They were travelling in his car, which was cleaner than hers. 2 bags on the back seat contained their overnight luggage. Was this what it was like to be in a couple at her time of life? Escaping to spa hotels on a Friday night, knowing you wouldn't wake up alone the next day. She brushed away incipient feelings of claustrophobia. Ridiculous. She had just become set in her ways, that was all. Not used to being with someone who meant something to her. What if she messed it up? What if he changed his mind? Why couldn't she just allow herself to enjoy it? They hit the tail end of rush hour, leaving the city. Moved at a crawl through suburbs with Yorkshire names. Kirkstall, Rawdon, Guiseley. It grew prettier and less urban. Burley in Wharfdale, Ilkley, Addingham. She didn't know what Smith had against Leeds. Now that she was away from Otley Road, from what the tabloids had started to call the House of Horrors, she could see the appeal of the place. As they emerged from the far side of Ilkley, they heard a police siren wail, jarring with the chocolate box prettiness of the scenery. It seemed to startle Smith. It grew louder as it approached. Not 1 cop car, but 2, both with their sirens blaring. Smith flinched at the noise, but seemed to have forgotten to pull over to let them pass. "Hey," said Kate. "Aren't you going to give them some space?" He swerved to the left just in time, white knuckles gripping the wheel.
Sorry, bit distracted.
They fell silent for a few moments. Oh, God, thought Kate. What if we've already run out of conversation? How do married couples keep finding things to talk about for 40, 50 years?
Music?
He asked. Sure. He pressed a button on the stereo and the display lights flashed on. His eyes flicked between them and the road as he selected the Bluetooth setting. His phone sat in a cradle on the dashboard. Google Maps showing the way to the hotel. 4 more miles to go. 9 more minutes. Smith took his eyes off the road to temporarily shut down Maps and open Spotify. "Here, let me do that," said Kate, grabbing the phone from the cradle. She pressed the Spotify icon, started scrolling.
"What are you putting on?" he asked.
"Not sure, just having a browse." She clutched the phone in her palm, closed down the app and, on an impulse, opened Photos. Not because she didn't trust him, certainly not in case there were photos of another woman, but only a fool would pass up the opportunity. There was a screenshot of their hotel booking, then a series of photos of receipts for food and other items he was evidently planning to expense. It surprised her how organised he was. She stuffed all her own receipts into her purse, her pockets, glove compartment, and was lucky if she ended up claiming back half of what she was owed. Receipts often ended up lost before she had even got home from a job. But it was the photo before the receipts that sent a jolt of shock through her. A scorpion. One with evil red eyes. "Smith, what the fuck? I just accidentally clicked on your photos and look." She thrusted the screen towards him. He again took his eye off the road to have a look. "It's the avatar of the Twitter account that trolled me, the one that sent the threat. Why the hell is this in your phone?"
"Why'd you think? I was trying to work out for you who the troll was."
She relaxed a little. "Oh, you can do that just from the avatar?"
"Well, in this case, no, unfortunately. I couldn't get anywhere with it. Just thought I'd have a look and see."
"Oh, right. Thanks for trying. I haven't heard from them again since that weird threat, so..." She reopened Spotify, selected a playlist at random, New Music Friday, and placed the phone back in its cradle without looking at Smith. 2 New Music Friday songs later, they pulled into the car park of the Black Sheep Inn. Their feet crunched on the gravel as they walked, wordlessly, through the darkness towards a porch lit by old-fashioned carriage lamps. They carried their overnight bags, and Kate also carried a tight knot in her stomach. Smith looked straight ahead, impassive. They entered the old stone building and found themselves in a cosy reception area containing a pungent log fire and furniture upholstered in bottle green tartan. Smith placed a firm proprietorial hand on the small of Kate's back as they approached the check-in desk. He gave his full name, told them he'd booked a double. No one ever called him George at work. He didn't seem like a George. Some reporters were known by only their surnames among colleagues, but although she went along with this, Kate rather liked Smith's first name, George and Kate. Their names went well together. Traditional, dependable. "We're taking a villa with George and Kate this year." Or, "We're having George and Kate for dinner. Just low-key, nothing fancy." The smartly dressed young woman at the desk appeared to be struggling with something. She disappeared into a back room to check whatever it was. Kate and Smith stood side by side waiting. A few moments later, the receptionist reappeared and handed over their key cards, directed them to their room, a first-floor standard double with ensuite overlooking the car park rather than the fields. Kate followed Smith through a low doorway and up the narrow stairs. He had picked up both key cards and now fumbled with one of them, swiping it the wrong way at first and swearing under his breath before the door finally buzzed open.
"Here we are,"
he said, stepping into the room. Inside it was cramped, the open curtains revealing nothing but darkness beyond the window. It would be better in the morning, with the autumn sunlight streaming in. Right now it didn't feel so appealing, and Kate found herself homesick. Not for her home, but for Canal House in Leeds. Her home from home. A wave of exhaustion crashed over her and the faint nausea of hunger. She sat down on the bed and reflexively checked her phone, opened her emails, dull press releases, a memo from the desk about Sunday for Monday copy. Then a name that pulled her up short. Alice Wheatley. A reply. Kate was about to open it when Smith's shadow fell across her.
"No phones. We're here to relax."
Hang on, I'll relax in a minute. I just need to look at something.
How about doing that later?
Wait, I'll be 2 minutes. You unpack or something. Smith frowned, went into the bathroom and locked the door. Kate could hear the loud hum of the fan coming from the other side. She opened Alice's message. Dear Kate, thanks for getting in touch. I'd be happy to speak to you if you want. Here's my number. Kate didn't pause to think about what she would say, dialed the number immediately, a fluttering in her stomach. While the phone was ringing, she fumbled in her bag for a notepad and biro. Hello? A well-spoken female voice announced itself. Alice Wheatley, it's Kate Marsden. Thanks so much for replying to my email. Have you got a few minutes? Like I said, I'm reporting on the murder of Olivia Kavanagh, which you've probably heard about. It must seem very strange to you that she was killed in the same flat as your friend Emily Pierce. Alice made a non-committal sound down the line. Kate's heart sank. Was the woman going to remain tight-lipped after all, despite the amenable tone of her email? Perhaps she'd had second thoughts. Olivia was trying to investigate poor Emily's senseless murder. Kate pressed on quickly in a low voice, afraid Alice would hang up or Smith would come out of the bathroom and get in her way. She emailed a man called Dr. Aidan Barclay, the lecturer who Emily was in a relationship with. I understand this man went to see Olivia, and I just wondered whether she had made contact with you too. Is this off the record? It can be. Then, yes, she did email me, shortly before she was killed. She did? Kate clutched her pen tight, her left hand clamping the phone to her hot left ear, fearful of missing a single precious word. Yes, she was trying to find out what really happened to Emily. Did you reply to her? No. Any reason? Alice paused. I spoke to one of our other old flatmates, and he said not to. He said she was probably trying to turn it into a true crime podcast or something, that it would be painful for Emily's parents. If you don't mind me asking, have you told the police she contacted you, in case it's relevant? She could hear Alice exhale. This is still off the record? Sure. No, I haven't told the police yet. Yet? But I know I need to. Is there a reason why you haven't already? As a lawyer, she said this as gently as she could, you must have known this could be important information for the inquiry. I'm not a criminal lawyer, actually. I'm a contract lawyer. But yes, of course I realise that. Thing is, it's complicated. How so? Alice audibly took a deep breath. The person who said I shouldn't respond to Olivia also advised me against going to the police after she was killed. He said the media would be swarming around me if I got involved. Warned me that they would look up every single detail about me and my life and never leave me alone. I'm pregnant, and I just thought... Well, I didn't want that. Didn't want media attention, and I thought perhaps it would be better to stay out of the whole thing. He said my life would be hell otherwise. I'm sorry, but that was bad advice, said Kate. The media wouldn't even have known if you'd reported something to the police in confidence. You must have known that, as a lawyer. I know about the law, yes, but he knows about the media, my ex-flatmate. He doesn't sound that well informed, to be brutally honest. He kind of is. I mean, he works as a journalist. I assumed he meant that there are ways you reporters can find out information via police back channels or something. He's a journalist. Your ex-flatmate who also lived with Emily. Who is he? I can't actually tell you that. I'm sorry. He doesn't want anyone to know about his connection to all this. He's afraid they'll make him write about it. He says they love first-person pieces. But the bathroom door clicked open and Smith emerged.
Who are you speaking to?
He asked. Kate tried to wave him away. Sorry, she said to Alice. Are you still there? I should probably go, said Alice. I shouldn't really be talking to you. This whole thing is kind of awkward. I'm just not sure what to do. Do you mind me asking, said Kate, shivering now although the room was warm and she was still in her coat, is the flatmate you're talking about called Jake Jeffries?
Is that Alice Wheatley?
Said Smith, his eyes wide. Kate nodded and held up a finger to hush him, perplexed by the look on his face.
Put her on speakerphone, he ordered. I want to hear what she has to say.
Kate mouthed no. Alice said down the phone, No, it's not Jake. He works in oil or something. There were 4 of you, weren't there? Who was the 4th flatmate? This is really important, Alice. I'm sorry, but it sounds like he's deliberately getting you to withhold key information. Smith stood over her, trying to listen in. Oh, God, said Alice, her tone changing, something loosening in her voice. I don't know what to do now. I think I should just speak to the police. You definitely should. But I'm a bit concerned, Alice, about your ex-flatmate. If you could tell me his name... I suppose I can tell you his old first name. He changed it, you see. He used to be called Matty. I still call him Matty, but he changed his first name after leaving uni as he didn't want to be associated with everything that had happened. The murder and all that. He wanted to move on. Understandable, but I don't get why he's against you helping the police. What kind of relationship did he have with Emily? Alice sighed. I don't know if I should say this, but, well, he was a bit obsessed with her.
Obsessed? Were they, together at all?
I don't think so. He obviously wanted them to be, but I don't think she was ever into him.
How did he react to her death?
Devastated.
And
did he... Oh, shit! Hang on! Smith had reached for her phone. She tried to turn away, but he grabbed it from her hand.
I told you, he said. I want to hear what Alice has to say.
He switched it onto speakerphone. Kate grabbed it back, glaring at him. Fuck are you doing? She hissed. She put the phone back to her ear. Alice, I'm so sorry. You were just saying the flatmate who changed his name, Matty. Smith swiped for the phone again. Without thinking, Kate yelped. Smith, what's wrong with you? She's speaking to me off the record. Smith, said Alice down the phone to Kate. Oh, my God. You're not with Matty Smith? I thought that sounded like his voice. I knew he worked for your paper, but I didn't realise... Oh, shit. Kate's stomach turned over. She rose from the bed, her legs almost buckling, and backed into a corner of the room near the bathroom door, staring at Smith. He started to walk towards her, slowly, shaking his head in a way that suggested sadness, but his mouth was arranged in a terrifying half-grin. A tightening sensation gripped Kate's throat. Smith was between her and the door to the corridor. All she could think to do was make a dash for the bathroom. Still gripping her phone in one hand, she darted in, fumbled for the lock and twisted it shut with her other shaking hand just as Smith tried to follow. Did Matty Smith change his name to George? She whispered into the phone, her body now boiling as if with fever beneath her winter coat. What? The signal in the bathroom was patchy. Did Matty Smith become George Smith? Yes, said Alice softly. God, he's going to kill me for telling you. Smith started to rattle the bathroom door from the outside. All Kate could do was watch it with horror, trapped. He started trying to force the handle, and she knew he was strong enough to break it. She glanced around at the window. It was too small to climb through, and they were on the first floor. Who the fuck are you? She screamed through the door, or tried to, the words stuck in her throat.
Open the door, and I'll explain everything.
He continued trying to force it. I'm calling the police, she said, hanging up on Alice and punching 999 into her phone. As she did so, the wood of the bathroom door frame cracked under Smith's pressure, making a terrible sound that went through her like a blade. She jumped in fright and dropped the phone, watched it slide across the tiles and disappear beneath the bath. Her limbs felt incapable of movement, but with extreme effort she managed to force open the window and peered out into the darkness of the car park beneath. Even if she could squeeze through, there was nothing but a straight drop to the ground. She didn't fancy falling to her death.
"We can settle this between us,"
said Smith, still rattling the door in its frame.
"Don't do anything silly now. Just let me in and we'll talk."
"No."
"Open it, or I swear I'll fucking kill you."
Leaning out of the window as far as she could, Kate saw the headlights of a car pulling into the car park. She screamed into the void. The car stopped, its engine still running, and a woman climbed out of the passenger side and looked up. Kate could see her figure lit by the carriage lamps. The wooden bathroom doorframe made the terrible cracking sound again. Kate glanced over her shoulder, then back out of the window. She took a deep breath and screamed once more with the last ounce of energy in her. "Help! Call the police!" As she did so, the lock gave way and the bathroom door burst open. Chapter 43. Matty paused, bent double behind a broad oak tree in the dark of the country lane. Hands on his knees, he struggled to catch his breath. He was too unfit for this, had gained too much weight in the past 20 years. He cursed himself for leaving his car key inside the hotel room. That had cost him valuable time. With his car, he'd be far away by now. But at least he had run while he could, before the cop cars arrived, barging past the member of hotel staff who let himself into the bedroom after Kate screamed. That was easy. The guy was puny, all trussed up in his uniform but with no real physical power. He dialed JJ's number, still panting hard.
"What is it?"
said JJ, immediately on guard. "I told you not to call me."
"What did you tell that journalist, Neil Abbott, you bastard?"
"Nothing much."
"Tell me,"
he rasped, fury stealing his voice.
"There's not much to tell,"
said JJ, infuriatingly calm. Matty slammed his fist into the tree. He felt something hard and sharp tear at his skin, couldn't feel the pain.
"We made a deal, Liam. Your silence for mine. I promised not to tell the world who you were. You promised not to speak to a single fucking living person about Emily. You screwed me over, didn't you?"
"Chill out, mate. I never said anything about where you were when Emily was killed. Never even named you."
"Why did you speak to a journalist at all?"
"That was for you calling me at work, making threats. You stay away from me, and I'll stay away from you. That's the deal, okay?"
"It's too late for that."
"But I didn't."
"Alice has blown my cover, told my colleague who I am. But you know the truth, don't you, Liam?"
"I know the truth, yes. Figured it out pretty quick when I learned she'd been killed."
"Fuck that. You know that we left the flat together before Emily was killed. You and I were together the whole time that evening, remember? You never left me alone in the flat with Emily. Remember?"
"I don't know, man. My memories have gone hazy over the years."
"Funny, because I still haven't forgotten that you've been lying about who you are for half your life."
"As have you."
"Open your mouth and it all ends for you too, Liam. You still understand that, don't you?"
"I think I'll talk to a lawyer and work out my options now, if that's cool with you. Face it, dude, this was never going to last forever. Not after you did that other one. I assume that was you too."
"Liam, I swear to God."
But the line went dead. Matty smashed his fist into the tree again, harder this time. He had to get away. He'd been running for 20 years and was tired now. So tired. But he couldn't just give up. He had never been a quitter. That was why it all went wrong with Emily in the first place. Why he wouldn't be deterred when she told him to leave her behind in the flat on New Year's Eve. Why he had remained there after JJ stormed out. Why he had knocked on her door again, once no one else was around. "What?" she had cried, no doubt fearing JJ.
"It's only me,"
called Matty gently from the other side of the door. "Please, Matty, just leave me." He had opened the door uninvited.
"Oh,"
he said, surprised to see her sitting up this time, looking poised.
"You feeling better now?"
"No, I'm not, so please go. I need a bit of time on my own. I'll catch you up later, I promise."
"You mustn't pay attention to JJ. He can't stop you coming out tonight. It's not up to him.
It's not about JJ.
What is it then? You know I can't leave you alone on New Year's Eve.
You can. You shouldn't be wasting your time here. Go out, please. I'm begging you. Find someone to kiss at midnight.
Mattie walked over to her bed again, uninvited, and sat down close beside her. The smell of her perfume stirred something in him once more. It was almost too much to bear.
You're the only girl I want to kiss at midnight.
Mattie, she sighed, trotting out that duplicitous line girls used.
I wouldn't want us to do anything to ruin our friendship.
That did it. His hackles were up now, and he started to raise his voice.
I don't want something casual. I love you. I've loved you since first year. I want us to be together.
You don't love me.
She wouldn't look at him, didn't even have the guts.
You don't even know me. I'm not who you think I am.
What are you talking about? He said. I love you, whoever you are.
Mattie, stop.
She sounded exasperated.
Listen to me. This cannot happen, okay?
Why not? Give me one good reason.
Because I don't want it to.
He felt a switch flick inside him. A tide of indignation, of wrath rose inside his chest.
Why don't you give me a chance? You've given a million other guys a chance, and they've done nothing to deserve you. I've done everything for you.
I don't want you to do anything for me.
She tried to stand, but he grabbed her wrist and pulled her back down to the bed, held her face in his hands and looked into her eyes hard. He had to make her understand. That was what mattered here. Everything else in the world faded to nothing.
I don't know how to get this through to you, he said. I will never stop loving you.
She pushed his hands away.
I don't know how to get this through to you. I love somebody else.
His hands dropped to his sides, but not limply. He was pulsing with adrenaline.
I don't believe you,
he breathed.
Who are you talking about?
She took a deep breath.
He's called Aidan, and he's a lecturer. He's coming to collect me at 8:30 p.m. to take me to a hotel. We're going to spend New Year's Eve together, so you need to get out of here. Go and meet someone else and enjoy your night. That's how it is. And I'm sorry, okay? You and I are just friends.
He was breathing fast now, a pulse thumping madly on his temple.
I don't believe you,
he repeated dumbly.
Doesn't make a difference if you believe me or not. It's still true.
Prove it.
She pulled a letter from the pocket of her jeans that lay crumpled on the floor beside the bed, the one she'd been wearing earlier, which he'd pictured ripping off her. Without a word, she thrust the pale blue notepaper towards him. He read it, then scrunched it up in one fist and tossed it to the carpet.
How long has this been going on?
He demanded, as if he had caught her cheating. The betrayal felt overwhelming.
Since the autumn.
Are you sleeping with him?
I don't see how that's any of your business.
Just tell me.
Why should I?
Her defiance was ill-advised. She should have known that. She should have given him a chance. Then he wouldn't have ended up doing what he did. He grabbed her by the wrist again, yanking her arm so hard she cried out in pain.
Listen to me,
he growled.
This guy doesn't love you. Of course he doesn't. Have you gone insane? A lecturer screwing a student? You think he has feelings for you? Seriously? Feelings like mine?
You're hurting me,
she whimpered.
Please, Mattie, let me go.
I'm never letting you go. That's the whole point. Get it through your head and everything will be okay.
She started shaking violently.
What drugs have you taken?
He hissed. A violent sob rose up from within her, but the sound seemed to catch in her throat and made her choke.
I'm the only one who'll look after you.
As he said this, he grabbed her other arm to prevent her from getting away. He had to make her listen.
I don't want you to look after me.
She was wailing now.
I'm not into you. Never will be. Please, get off me. I swear I'll call the police on you.
He shook her hard to stop these words coming out of her mouth. Emily started screaming. He let go of one of her arms, grabbed a pillow, brought it to her face and pushed her down onto the bed.
I'm the only one who will ever care for you. If you can just try and understand that, we'll be okay, see?
That piece of scum, Liam Craig, was as good as his word for 2 decades. In a funny way, it was better doing business with a con man. They were skilled at lying and could use that talent to help you, if you had something on them, which Matty did. In turn, only Liam knew that Matty had arrived at the observatory later than him on New Year's Eve. Arrived on his own, leaving an incriminating window of time for which he could not account. The last person to see Emily alive. He loathed Aidan Barclay for preying on her, but was glad when those rumours about the bastard came out. They served as a helpful diversion. And then there was the burglary theory, when the pervy prof stuff came to nothing. That was a nice bit of bungling by the police, but none of it would have been possible without Liam's lies. Bad luck for Olivia Kavanagh that she'd made her foolish decision to stir things up. Cost her her life in the end. And all for what? Stopping her from churning up all the old muck hadn't helped his cause at all. It had made things worse, much worse, and he regretted it going that way. She should never have opened the door to a stranger anyway. Hadn't she ever been taught these things at school? But he had to admit it was good of Alice to tip him off about her. She'd always protected him too, had Alice, and he owed her far more than he'd ever be willing to acknowledge. Hadn't even had to threaten her, either. She'd stayed quiet of her own accord, which was quite something. No one had ever shown him such kindness, either before or since. He'd only gone up to Leeds last Sunday to see what the deal was. If he went there carrying a knife, it was just a precaution, really, because you never knew. But then she'd opened the door, damn her. He'd seen the flat again, and it was too much. He could almost smell Emily's scent, the one that drove him crazy. Olivia didn't want him to enter her room, but he had to see it. He hadn't been back inside it since Emily's death. For the rest of that year in the house, the 3 of them had kept the door closed. Now it was open, and he couldn't help it. The urge to look was too strong. So much time had gone by, he was confident he could handle it.
I was a friend of Emily's, he told Olivia Kavanagh. I'm so glad someone is finally trying to find out what really happened. Let's sit down and you can tell me where you've got to so far.
She was excited by this. She started talking him through what she was doing. The girl was sharp and seemed to have an instinct for investigation. There was a real chance she might actually be able to make things difficult for him. She should have been more careful, instead of getting carried away with her daft ideas. That was the trouble with girls her age. A bit like Emily, too, who'd believed some aging sexual predator was actually in love with her. In other ways, the girl was nothing like Emily. Didn't have Emily's wicked grin or wildness. Yet here she was in Emily's bedroom, as if Emily could be replaced. No, it was too much to bear. How dare she set herself up here, as if she belonged in the room, sit here acting the detective, playing with other people's lives, people she didn't even know. He'd only meant to scare her by showing her the knife, make her see that what she was doing could have consequences. He hadn't thought it through properly, and then it was suddenly over. He was angry with her afterwards for making it so easy for him, not at all like Emily, who put up more of a struggle. She was always a fighter, Emily Pierce. At least this time it was easy to walk away. There was no emotion. He didn't stage another break-in since it hadn't gone too well last time. He'd remembered to leave the front door unlocked after saying goodbye to Emily, since a burglar would hardly have locked up after himself, but he hadn't considered the glass from the window, which shouldn't have been on top of her messed-up stuff. Trust Alice to notice that. This time he just quietly let himself out and took the knife back to London in his satchel. Chucked the weapon in the Thames before the murder even hit the headlines. Made Kate come over when he got home in case he needed someone to vouch that he'd been in London that evening. It was a shame about Kate. In another life, perhaps it really would have worked out. Chapter 44. New Year's Eve, 2019. Kate stepped out through the bifold doors into the cool darkness of the garden, took in a few deep lungfuls of the night air, tang of gunpowder and something else, oven-ready party snacks wafting out from somewhere down the terrace. Inside the house in Herne Hill, the party was in full swing. Children slept in upstairs bedrooms while their parents, who were Kate's friends, chatted and drank. A few were dancing in the living room to songs from their clubbing days, raising their hands in the air and whooping, but in a semi-ironic way because they were in their 40s now. Kate was glad that at the end of the night she'd be able to walk to the calm Brixton flat that was all her own, leaving behind the chaos and the children. She wasn't going to get wasted, wasn't yet ready to lose control and put trust in others again. But that was okay for now. The wine flowed, but there was also plenty of food to soak it up. A puff pastry tart, a plate of sausages, a bowl of potato salad. Many of the guests were current or former journalists. Her people. Even if their lives had diverged in various ways since they bonded on chilly doorsteps or in the wonderful madness of the newsroom years ago. For the first time since she returned from Leeds, she felt something like contentment. She wasn't consciously counting down the days to Smith's trial, but found herself noticing each morning how much time remained until the date he would appear before an Old Bailey jury. He'd already pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of murder, been remanded in custody to await the course of justice. Kate remained in 2 minds about whether to attend court, knew she owed it to herself to stay away, move on and try to put it behind her, but felt she owed it to Emily and Olivia to be there and see it done. Her friends had urged her not to go to the trial. Admittedly, this was after they had made her repeat the story multiple times, exclaiming at all the same parts during every telling. He set up a fake Twitter account to threaten you. He tried to flee Leeds with you in the car beside him. But Kate wasn't terribly good at taking advice. Perhaps if she had been, she'd never have fallen in love with George Smith, whom the same friends had also warned her about, in a sense. He doesn't sound like a very safe bet, they'd replied doubtfully when she sketched some vague details for them of the colleague she was seeing. I'm not interested in a safe bet, she'd replied back then, with bravado. That was before she and him were sent to Leeds, well before she knew his real name. She knew not to blame herself. How could she ever have guessed at what he had done? Even now, there were times when she very nearly convinced herself of his innocence. But the facts, including those she had learned later on, told a different story. Some of it was circumstantial. He had not attended university in either Glasgow or Edinburgh, but studied English in Leeds from 1998 to 2001. In his second year, he lived on Otley Road, sharing a ground-floor flat with Emily Pearce. He pretended to everyone he met after graduating that this had never happened. Pretended to be someone else. None of which proved he was guilty of killing Emily or Olivia, but that wasn't all there was. Kate and Alice had spoken again in the days after Smith was arrested near the Black Sheep Inn. To give them their credit, the police had reached the scene remarkably quickly. They picked Smith up as he ran down the dark country lane. He was heading for the main road and might have got away, but their headlights caught him dashing out from behind a tree, bleeding from one hand. Several times that evening, Alice had tried to ring Kate back. It took time before Kate was ready to speak. When she later returned the calls, Alice told her, still off the record if you don't mind, about living with Mattie Smith, Emily Pierce, and Jake Jeffries, how it had been the worst few months of her life. "I never stood a chance with Mattie," she said. "You?" "I liked him at the time. I clearly had a lucky escape." Then she added, realizing maybe this was insensitive to Kate, "I'm sorry. If it's any consolation, I know what you saw in him." She emailed Kate a photo of Smith from 1999. He looked almost unrecognizable. Slimmer, more wiry, clean-shaven, fresh-faced, but with a familiar look of reserved intensity. Alice told Kate about finding Emily's body when she returned to the flat with her friend, now partner, Gareth, in that first anticlimactic hour of the new millennium. She had spotted the broken window, entered Emily's room to see what had happened, not expected to find Emily there. "You can't even imagine. Let's just say I've had a lot of therapy since then." It was Alice who had noticed there was something odd about the artful positioning of the broken glass. This detail had occurred to her later, only after she'd spent some time turning it over in her mind, unable to unsee the scene she had walked in on. "So why did you accept the burglary theory for all these years?" asked Kate, still trying to make sense of it all. "I never really did, but I couldn't face the alternative." Kate now struggled to face it too. But what was perhaps even worse was the thought of Smith returning so recently to silence Olivia Kavanagh. The thought of him coming home afterwards and inviting her to his place. The thought of spending that night lying beside him in his Kennington flat. Of Dan sending her to Leeds the next day to report on the very same crime the man she was in bed with had just committed. This remained the part she had the most trouble with. In court, Smith would have to admit to travelling to Leeds that day. He had paid for the return train ticket in cash, so there was no bank transaction, but was caught on CCTV at London King's Cross Station and on the station concourse at Leeds 2.5 hours later. The police shouldn't really have told Kate this, but they had done, on the quiet. She had also learned that Aidan Barclay was interviewed after police trawled through Olivia's communications. He had more than one alibi for the day she was killed. He'd been seen at his local pub that afternoon, and his next-door neighbour confirmed he was at home that evening. There were, it seemed, still some cops you could talk to. In turn, Kate had told them everything she did and didn't know about George, formerly Mattie Smith. She understood that forensic evidence lifted from Olivia's bedroom placed him at the scene. That it was him who had tipped off the cops about Elliot, claiming to have noticed inconsistencies in his story, a total fabrication which had nonetheless meant the hapless kid was detained for a couple of days. Olivia's parents were still officially not speaking to the press, but they had now spoken to Kate. Not so she could publish a story on their heartbreak or anything like that. It couldn't be reduced to a double-page spread or captured by any headline, no matter how emotive. She had visited them at their home in Berkhamsted, where every plump cushion and picture frame, every sign of cosy domesticity jarred with the unutterable howl of pain and grief that echoed through the rooms. Kate couldn't find the words. "I'm so sorry," she said, hanging her head, clutching the cup of tea she'd been handed by the mother with tired eyes. "That's okay," said the mother. There were no expressions of sympathy that could possibly suffice. Kate hadn't met Emily's parents, but had spoken briefly to the father, Derek, on the phone. "Reckon this guy will go down for it, then?" he had wanted to know. "I hope so," said Kate, and meant it. Olivia's murder now only made sense when linked to Emily Pierce's, but proving Emily's beyond reasonable doubt would be a harder task. Even with the evidence of Jake Jeffries, his interview with Neil Abbott had turned out to be not a sit-down chat, but a few quotes given on the phone, nothing of much substance. "It was terrible when Emily was killed. We were all deeply affected. This new murder in our old flat has brought back all these awful memories. Neil, detecting something forced in his tone, had pushed him a little on this.
You must have a theory about who killed Emily. Bright guy like you. Did you ever think it really was a bungled break-in?
Yes, he repeated mechanically. A bungled break-in.
Come on, man. Off the record, what do you really think? Nice try, mate, said Jake. But if I told you what I know, I'd be in a world of trouble.
Neil had promptly tipped off a contact within the Metropolitan Police. He had told Kate all this over coffee in a cafe near his and Mira's office. Mira sat beside Kate throughout, holding her hand supportively.
It's going to be a heck of a trial, said Neil, shaking his head. One of our own, eh? Thought he was, anyway.
A CPS contact of Kate's told her that Mr. Jeffries was on the list of prosecution witnesses. Kate didn't know what Jake had told the police, but she gathered his account could be crucial in helping to secure a conviction for Emily's murder. He had provided Mattie Smith's alibi in 2000, when all the flatmates were interviewed by the cops, claimed he did so under duress after Mattie threatened to kill him. But nothing was guaranteed. A jury could surprise you, and it didn't help that there was no forensic evidence from the time. These were the clinical facts, the sort she would usually rake over with a professional interest. This time it was personal. On some level, she realised she'd carried Emily's story inside her for these past 20 years. Olivia's murder had brought it all back to the surface, but she'd never really left it behind. Emily had never been just another victim in the news. She'd been real to Kate, and always would be. One day, she decided, after the trial was over, she would write the whole thing down from start to finish, make sure the girls who should have lived would never be forgotten. Outside on the patio, she started to shiver. She wore only a thin black chiffon top, which was fine in the warmth of the kitchen but no use at all when standing outside with no coat on a winter's night. She was old enough to know how to dress for the cold. Wrapping her arms around herself, she gazed up at the sky, the London sky that never truly grew dark. "Kate?" the party hostess called from inside the kitchen. "What are you doing out there? Come in and fill your glass. It's nearly midnight." "Just getting some air," she said. "Be with you in a second or two." The stars shone brightly over the city tonight, which was rare. Fireworks exploded in scattered bursts of colour here and there. Kate's gaze fell on two particular stars burning side by side. They looked only a very short distance apart, but could be light years from each other. She told herself one was Emily, the other Olivia. "Good night," she whispered to them both. Then she stepped back into the party to see in another new year with all her friends. That was The House on Otley Road by Rosa Silverman, read by Willow Nash. Produced by Twee Malalieu at RNIB Studios. An audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright 2026. Production copyright 2026 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the publishers. Without limiting the author's and publisher's exclusive rights, any unauthorized use of this publication to train generative artificial intelligence, AI technologies, is expressly prohibited. HarperCollins also exercise their rights under Article 4.3 of the Digital Single Market Directive 2019-790 and expressly reserve this publication from the text and data mining exception. Rosa Silverman asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.
If you're into it, read into it. Reading expands worlds, sharpens minds, and fuels creativity. But fewer of us are making time for it. The National Year of Reading is a campaign designed to inspire more people to make reading, through print books, e-books, or audiobooks, a regular part of their lives. Find out how HarperCollins is supporting the campaign and get free resources at harpercollins.co.uk/go all in.